Hello. First question, can you hear me? Oh, fuck me, that's loud. That's loud. How are we doing, folks? Bit of an impromptu one tonight. Oh, there's a hell of a lag. Fucking hell. Hello, Mark. Hello, Paul. Hello, Michael. Hello, Sarah. Lost Souls Rex. Michael said hello to Michael. Paul, how are you doing? Hello, Mark. Hiya, Bob. Hello, Rob. Hello, Crafts. Hello, Jack. Hello, AMG. How are we all doing? Hiya, Surf. Hello, Dan Britt. Mr. Austin, how are you doing? Drift Wannabe, nice to see you. Alex Marshall, how you doing, my man? Mark, it's fine. I'll be with you shortly. Hello, Tony. Hello, Babs. Hello, Punk Crusader. Hello, Nick from Nuneaton. Hello, Sarah. Well. What? Why is that on there? Oh, that's why. What an exciting evening I've had. Been getting slagged off on Facebook by Audit HQ. If you remember my comments vid from the other day, my comments video. Hello, Brummy, how you doing? If you remember my comments video from the other day, I made a reference to a Facebook group or page called Audit HQ. Well, guess what? Been slagging me off today, so I've invited them to come onto a live stream. Questioning me, are you an anti-vaxxer? Did you really have a stroke? You know, all this kind of, just general bollocks. Okay, so I said, listen, if you've got something to say, come over onto YouTube. I'll go live at 8 o'clock ish. Come over onto YouTube. I'll let you on, and you can ask me your questions in a public forum, okay, rather than in a Facebook page that hardly anybody fucking looks at. Hello, Psycho's Missus. So come onto the channel. I'll let you share your evidence with my subscribers, okay, and that way, if I'm an arsehole, if I've done something wrong, if I am what you're suggesting I am, then my subscribers can see it and then they can choose to unsubscribe and you can ruin my channel. But he did turn around and say, oh, I'm not coming on there to give you a platform. Hang on a minute. I invited you to my fucking platform, you mug. Do you know what I mean? This is the kind of people that we have to deal with on a daily basis, unfortunately. Absolute fucking wet wipes. But I thought I'd jump on anyway. I've had a bit of brandy. I'm going to have some more. Oh, now I've frozen. No, I haven't. I'm still moving. I've had some brandy. I'm going to have some more. This will probably be an interesting one. Hopefully, these people that seem to have an issue, or I have frozen again. What's no, I'm moving again. Hopefully, these people that seem to have an issue will come on and share their proof and their evidence and everything else that they have against me, and ruin my channel. Let's wait and see. It is a bit laggy. It might be because everybody's on the Wi-Fi here. I have more than Lost Souls Paranormal here at the moment. So there's about, I don't know, there's quite a few things linked up to the Wi-Fi. So that might be why there is a bit of a lag. So if it is, I apologise. No, Stuart, it's not getting to me, mate. It's not. It's funny. You know, people. Listen, you've seen it yourself on my live streams when people like Joe Public or the other bloke, Peter Pope or whatever his name is, they come on and they throw ridiculous claims about. What do I say to them? So show me your evidence. Prove it. Show all of my fucking subscribers what an absolute arsehole I am. you've got evidence to prove it. That's what you keep saying. So all of my subscribers, and you can ruin my channel in the process, which is exactly what they want. But but they won't, because they don't have any. I wish they would. It'd make things more interesting, but they just don't. They just don't. They'll be in shortly. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. So yeah, so I thought I'd jump on. I told the guy where I'm going to be, and it's just a case of waiting to see if he turns up now. Oh God, it's the jock with his nipples out. Dear God. Oh my God. It's the haggis. Fucking hell. We can do T-Man, absolutely, and I think anybody, auditor or not, should take action against being assaulted. As I say, whether they're an auditor or not, it makes no difference. If the police use unnecessary force, then I think that you have a duty to follow that through. I think Roger's over on Glyn's channel at the moment, and yes, David Carrick. I have 5 stories that I wrote this morning, because I was up till 5 o'clock again for the second night in a trot last night. This morning, I thought to myself, right, I need to go down and a cigarette and a cup of coffee before I do any more. So the videos should have come out from about 4 o'clock onwards today, but I ended up falling asleep on the sofa. So I didn't get to put any videos out. My bad, my apologies. But yeah, as I say, I think everybody has a duty to hold, especially the police, to account. No worries, Heather. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not expecting this guy to come on, by the way, from Audit HQ. I mean, auditor for auditor. He was giving it all the big one the other day, and he had nothing to back it up. I invited him on, and what did he do? He sat there muted the whole time, and then when everyone was talking, he said something quietly in the background, and then muted himself again, because people like that just simply haven't got the backbone to stand by their convictions. If they turn around and say, I believe you're this, that, and the other. Well, if you believe that I'm this, that, and the other, then fucking prove it. Come on here and talk to me about it. Don't hide away from it. You know what I mean? I mean, just that hiding away from it just goes to show that you've got nothing. You've got no substance. You're an absolute fucking wet wipe. Oh dear. Oh. Auditor for auditor. Audit HQ. They don't like me. What am I going to do? Well, T-Man, I'm not an auditor, even though some people say that I am, like Audit HQ and Auditor for Auditor. I'm not an auditor. I sit here and I collate reports from around the country of wrongdoings by public officials, not just the police. It just turns out that the police are the biggest offenders in that respect. Hello. But obviously people don't like it, but they seem to tag me as a fucking auditor for some reason, which is absolutely ridiculous. But there we go. As I say, I've got no doubt that they come turn up, but absolutely no substance. Yes, Blunt Crusader. Yeah, they seem to think because I was filmed once outside the local police station trying to get some footage, which was for, at the time, which was for some website templates. I think because I was doing that, I'm an auditor. I've audited once. That was a Jacob's Cracker Factory, and it was I didn't enjoy it, so therefore I didn't do it again. You know, as simple as that. Hello.
Hi.
We have Tiffany Llewellyn. Oh no, you can't see her there. Hang on, which way around? No, wrong way. We have Tiffany Llewellyn over there. See if we can see her now. Lewin. Tiffany Lewin, then whatever. What fucking ever. So we got Lost Souls Paranormal. We got Tiff Lewin, and we've got the Jock and his cock, who will no doubt be the cock and his jock, who will no doubt be in the room shortly. Thank you, James. I appreciate that, mate. Oh, you've lost your slipper. You lost your slipper. Be careful, you're going to break something. Everything in here is expensive. Jesus Christ.
Apart from the shit sitting is he?
Oh, we can't see. There we go. There you go. Hear no evil. See no evil. Dumb as fuck.
Which one was that?
Hear no evil.
Deaf as a post.
See no evil.
Deaf as a post.
Dumb as fuck. There we go. So.
Right, Joe. Fuck off.
Oh, it's good. Listen, James, it's one of the things that I found about YouTube is the fact that I've been able to make some good friends on here. You know, I've had a few people come to the house. I've had a few people that I've met locally, and I've had a few people that have travelled to meet me locally, like on my birthday last year, which, you know, I'm genuinely grateful for. And I've got some good relationships with people going on from here. So getting a chance to meet people is always a good thing. I'll check that out. It's going to have to be tomorrow, though, Johnny. I will check that out, mate. I was going to put some stuff out today. I did write them. I wrote what I was going to write. Oh, hang on a second. Hold on 1 second. Hello, Graham. How you doing?
Buggers in the back. Oh, mate, still in back pain, still haven't got a mobile phone, this and that, but hey, I just sort of touch base. Yeah, put me on speakerphone.
You're on speakerphone now.
There's delay going on. I'll turn the sound down at my end. Oh, fucking hell. Well, anyway, yeah, I didn't realise until the other day just how reliant I was on my mobile, and do you know what? I've missed the community, I've missed not being able to comment on your channel, Roger's channel, and all the other guys and girls out there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, mate. Listen, it will get sorted soon enough. You know, no, you know, nobody's.
I can see the fingers. Pug song, yeah. Who's called the waiter? That guy in the middle.
That's Sonic. Yeah.
Would be deep.
He's got a hat on, hasn't he?
Didn't recognise him with that vagina on his face.
Maybe we should call him Clint Eastwood because he's got a face like it. Hang on a minute, I better redact that.
Let's go, guys. Ooh, shots fired.
You didn't say I want a drink, but fuck it, I just wanted to touch base. And thanks for taking my mobile call.
No worries, man, no worries.
A call on your mobile from my landline. Respect, look, I'll love you and leave you. I'll listen in for a little bit longer. God, I heard you had a mad one last, but I didn't watch it. I I've just been so jumpified, man.
It was an 8-hour one. It was an 8-hour one last night, I believe.
Yeah, until about 5 o'clock in the morning or something, according to Roger from
Yeah.
on his channel earlier. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was a bit of a mental one, but such is life. We had fun. That's the main thing.
Once I get back online properly, I will come back and moderate, and I'm going to have to get up and working PC and not rely on a mobile phone. So I've got bits and pieces of equipment I need to get up and running. A working computer and a working phone, neither of which I've got at the moment.
No worries.
There'll be some touch base, so respect to everyone, yeah?
Yeah.
What else can I say apart from the fact that I'm getting pissed? No, well, you're on a fucking brandy, which makes you ready, and the fact that I'm on the beard, well, no.
Yeah,
That doesn't necessarily make me batting for the other side, does it?
Well, yeah, let's be careful where you go with that one. Oh, fuck.
I've also worked out a way of doing
Ooh.
something, but I'll touch base with you about that another time privately.
No worries. I'm thank you. I'm fine, thank you. No worries. I'm trying to pour a drink with my left hand, which is very difficult because it's weak and I'm not left-handed anyway. But I've managed it without spilling it.
Well, I've heard that being away for his ambidextrous, but yeah, but fucking hell, I just went there.
Oh look, auditor frauditors is in the house.
That's good. Right, have some fun with that twat. Have some fun with him.
No
Have
worries.
some fun with him. Right, it's about a 15-second delay between my phone call and what's coming up on my TV, so it's all good. Right, I love you, Lady, yeah?
All right, great, no problem.
All the best.
Look after yourself, mate.
Big up, mate. Big up, everyone.
Bye, mate. Take it easy.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Well, there we go. Little impromptu call from Graham Nutt, as well as an impromptu live stream from me. Excuse me. Hello, Roger. How you doing? Oh, God. Pardon me. Pardon me. It's 'cause I've just eaten bread. That's why that is. Look, it seems to be focusing on them more than me. So what I need to do... What I need to do is... Hold on. Stop looking at my arse, you lot. Let me do that. And now that should focus on me rather than those handsome folk in the background.
I'm guessing Sasha's still sour.
Rude stuff, he needs to grow up. Who's this? Who are we talking about? Talking six, who are we talking about, mate? So, auditor, frauditer. I've asked your mates over at Fraudit, so you can't even say the fucking word properly, Audit HQ. You know, they've been slagging me off all day. So, asking me questions, questioning whether I've actually had a stroke, you know, calling me an auditor, which I'm clearly fucking not. Just generally being a pain, a thorn in my side. So I invited them onto a live stream. I said, hey, listen, you've got all this evidence against me. You've been doing your research. You've got so much to say about me. Come onto my live stream. Come onto my live stream. Bring your evidence along, and you can show people what you've got. Okay, and you know, you're him and you, auditor frauditor. It's almost like your aim is to get the channel shut down. So I'm giving a platform here for people to come on. I mean, you came on yesterday and did what? Nothing. You did fuck all. You sat there on the panel, muted like an absolute wet wipe. You didn't even have the bother to talk to people. You just spoke over people when they were talking, so people couldn't hear what you were saying. I mean, what does that say about you? I'm offering people an opportunity to show me up for what you think I am, and yet you won't come on here and talk to me. You're an absolute wet wipe, mate. Do you know what I mean? Fucking mental, mate. You don't speak to paedophile protectors. hang on a minute. I'm pretty sure I called out as soon as I found out about what was his name? Spitshine 69. The very morning after I found out, I put a video up about that and told everyone what I knew. I didn't protect any paedophiles. I don't know where you're getting, again, I don't know where you're getting your information from. If you can prove that I've done that, then please, by all means, jump on. I'll even put the link in the comments in a second. Jump on, show everybody your evidence. Ruin my channel. That's what you want to do. Ruin my channel. Come on. Come on. I'm giving you a fucking opportunity here to get me shut down. So get on here with your evidence, show everybody, and let's get the fucking channel shut down. Let's get all of my followers, all of my subscribers to see the evidence and go, Dan's a bad person, and all leave. Let's do it.
I've got the car outside. I can go home straight away.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Right now.
I'll never come back again, you old bastard.
Hello, how you doing? I think Angela's on Glyn's channel as well at the moment. You're not on about me, you're on about Fluke. Yeah, but you still call me out in your posts and shit like that. You still come on here and you fucking call me out. At least be man enough to get on here, show your face, and let's fucking talk man to man. Okay? This is safer for you because you're behind a screen. Okay, but at least show your face. I show my face and I stand by absolutely everything I say. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'll put my hands up to it and admit it and I'll apologize. You and people like you will hide behind a faceless profile, giving it all the big one, okay, with nothing to back it up in the hope that a few people might believe what you're saying. So get on here, okay, and share your fucking piece. Okay, get it off your chest. Look at this as confession. Come on here, confess your sins. You'll feel a whole lot better for it afterwards. He did, Paul. He did indeed. I did write some stories for today, but I sat down afterwards. Supposed to sit down, have a cup of coffee and a cigarette before I started filming, and I fell asleep. Because I've had 2 late nights, and I just crashed out on the sofa. So my videos that were going to go up today are going to go out tomorrow instead. But yes, that's one of the ones I'm discussing. If you think it's so much of a shithouse channel, do you know you coming on and commenting on my stuff? Do you know that actually helps me? I mean, what is it? Why do people not understand that commenting on videos and watching videos when you don't like them actually supports the channel that you don't like? I mean, what kind of moron are you? What kind of idiot does that?
Don't tell him that. You're in the fucking shock.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on. Evening all, Steve. Evening, mate. Well, do you know what I'm going to do? Fuck it. I'm gonna get the panel open anyway. Tonight isn't like a normal live stream. This was just this was really because I invited somebody to come over, and although I knew he wasn't going to come over, the hope was that they would actually have some element of backbone that would, you know, that they could claw back some kind of respect by getting on here and you know, and sharing the evidence that he is spreading over Facebook about me, because I, for one, would really like to see the fucking evidence, as I'm sure you lot would. I mean, let me ask you a question. Everybody that's watching, 158 people watching, fucking awesome for a Monday, nice one. If you think, if you would like to see evidence about me apparently lying about my stroke, apparently being fraudulent, apparently being an auditor, I'd like to see the evidence that suggests I'm an auditor, considering that I've done one audit out of over 2,500 videos. That certainly doesn't make me an auditor. That just makes me somebody that tried something, didn't like it, and did something else instead. So if you would like to see this evidence, if you would like to, you know, as I'm sure you would, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you want to know that when I talk to you, I'm talking to you and being honest. You want to know that if I give any information to you, you want to know that it can be relied on. Now, obviously, you should always do your own research as well. But if I tell you that something, you know, if I report a story to you, it's true. If I explain something to you out of the legislation, it's true. I also put my opinion in there, but the facts are the facts, and there always will be. But I might do a poll and ask everybody, and then send that poll over to Audit HQ. I mean, what the fuck? So it sounds like something a 4-year-old has made up, doesn't it? Let's be honest. No, not that kind of stroke bearded vet. I won't be showing any crusty socks on stream, don't worry.
Active shooter. Who's been making the penis-shaped chocolates? I'm thinking Sonic. I use a real deal, mate. It's involved. I hope you enjoy the taste.
Oh dear.
I trust you.
Check the FB page. Let's go and have a look. What's that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they've changed the picture to me. They've put my picture. Oh, how sweet of them. Audit HQ have changed the picture to me. God. Oh dear. They've got some. Do you think he fancies me? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't swing that way, but you know, it's sweet to know that he's got such a thing for me and wants to put my pictures all over the place. You're certainly not living rent-free. Right, given the free publicity Dan has given us in the last 24 hours and the fact he's doing impromptu boozed YouTube live about us right now, we only thought it was fitting to change the page profile photo for a few hours. Thanks, Danny, for the free publicity. We're living rent-free in your head. Oh, I can assure you, you're not living rent-free in my head. I've offered you to come over here and share your proof, to come over here and show all of my subscribers what an absolute arsehole I must be, because you say I am. And hopefully, as you want, get my channel shut down. That's what you want, isn't it? So come on, don't be shy. And sit there giving it all the big and over on your Facebook, okay? Because I can get your Facebook page shut down just like that. Because all it takes is enough reports about a Facebook page and it will get shut down. And I've currently got 100 and odd people on here who are watching.
His ass looks like this.
145 people watching at the moment. I'm pretty sure if Facebook got that many reports in a very short space of time about the claims that you're making on me, you'd have your page shut down. Don't want to do that, of course. I'd rather you come on here and say what you've got to say to me, not behind my back like a little pussy hole. But it's unlikely that's going to happen, isn't it? So anyway, there's the link. There's the link, Auditor for Auditor. There's the link pinned at the top, Audit HQ. There's a link pinned at the top. Got something to say, mate? Bring it on. Come on. I'm game. I'm more than happy to answer your questions and hear you out, as the community are. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Talking ticks, are you able to show your face by any chance? Just like quickly in the background. I won't bring you on. I won't show your face on the panel if you don't want me to. Roger, can you touch your nose for me, mate? Much appreciated.
Good evening, one and all.
How are you?
Yeah, tired.
You're tired. I'm tired. All right, talking ticks. I'll bring you on, but I'm going to keep my finger over the button just in case. Okay, and again, it's not nothing to do with you personally because I don't think we've spoken before or not. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, I have to be cautious because, as I say, people are trying to screw us over. Thank you, Adrian. Hello, talking.
All in the chat.
Hello there, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I am here to say something to that auditing auditor guy. Please stop DMing me if he's watching this video. He is mentally lost the plot and he has been reported. He's acting like the policeman who arrested me the other day for no reason.
So where's he messaging you?
On Facebook, telling me I work for auditors. And that I'm a criminal.
Well, he seems to think I'm a fucking auditor anyway. He seems to think everybody's an auditor by the looks of it.
Yes, I know.
He's an absolute fucking wet wipe. Wouldn't worry
Yes, he
about
really
it. What are you doing down
If he
there?
was brave enough, he would come on here and show some evidence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Can I ask you? Can I just ask you? I don't mean to be rude. How old are you? Because you sound quite young. It's not an issue, by the way. I just want to know how old you are.
Send it in the chat for you.
Right. Okay. All right. It just listen. It's because I want to be careful with what's said. Okay. So I want to, because you sound young, I want to be careful with what's said.
Yeah, it's fine. I've heard a lot worse than what gets said on here.
I'm sure you have.
I heard bollocks from the police officer the other day who took me to the hospital with the paramedic.
What was that for?
Because I told her I wouldn't go, so she turned up and said that you don't get an option.
What did
And
you
my
need to ask?
sergeant said what you got to do.
Unless it's under mental health, you've always got the option to refuse.
God knows, her sergeant just told me I have to go, and she wasn't getting me an inspector.
I'd have made her go and get an inspector.
Told me she doesn't have to in the UK. Told me that's only in America.
No, they're all talk shit anyway. So, right, listen, talking ticks. I'm gonna have to, because obviously the channel is a. Can you behave yourself? The channel is marked as an over 18s on YouTube side, so I need to be careful, and I'm gonna have to let you go. I mean, we've got you on, said hello, but I am gonna have to, unfortunately, get you off of the.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, all right. So again, got to look after the channel, and I've got to make sure that nobody is exposed to stuff that they needn't be exposed to. So thanks for jumping on anyway. Okay, and
Yeah, just come to tell that auditing frauditor if he has evidence he can DM me.
sounds good. You look after yourself, talking ticks.
Yes.
All right, take it easy.
Oh, Princess Angela's come over, I think.
Right.
Deserting Glenn's channel.
So right, there we go.
Guys in there.
So is fucking auditor been saying anything, or is he?
I haven't seen much in there. Richard Upton's in there.
Is he wiping himself off on his sock after looking through his mum's Gratan catalogue or what?
Yeah, but it's like I said last night. He's back to in like a normal person in the chat rather than the recluse he was on camera. You know.
Who's that?
Richard Upton.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I said last night. I got a mate who acted a bit similar to that. He was absolutely fine on the keyboard, texting, whatever. But as soon as you spoke to him face to face, he had a real problem with communicating. What are those two up to?
Sonic's fisting Mr. Pig.
This is getting regular people in the back chat in the room there.
So yeah, come on, Auditor Auditor. The chat's not as busy as it was yesterday, so you've got plenty of time to talk. You've got plenty of opportunity to talk and say what you need to say. Don't be scared.
Yeah, you don't have to be up so late to do it tonight.
Anybody else want to jump on the panel?
Was it Princess Glyn shutting his stream down and coming over here?
Tyrant Finder, how you doing? Haven't seen you for ages, man. Is that actually you? Double check. Yes, it is actually you. Yeah. Seen you for ages. What you been up to?
He has been putting a few videos out now and again.
I can't talk. I can't talk sense, says Auditor Frauditor. Let's just show him for what he is. So I can't talk sense apparently. Yeah, Tyrant, go for it, mate. The StreamYard link's pinned in the comments. Listen, I've asked him in the comments on his posts about me. I've actually put a post on there calling him out, saying come over to the channel. He'll probably delete that at some point because he's saying that I'm basically fucking chicken shit and I haven't got the balls to answer his questions. I've given him the opportunity to come over here and ask me questions for me to answer, and vice versa. Where is he? Nowhere to be seen. What a shame.
That's a bit like Joe Public, got all the evidence but not willing to produce it.
Mm-hmm. Tree dude says, if this is the resistance, we're fucked. Listen, at least we're doing something. What you and your one subscriber and zero videos doing for the resistance?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Go and have a look at those of us that have put out hundreds and hundreds of videos.
Hey up, Simon. Hey up, Simon. Just a couple of fucking knobheads on online. Auditor Frauditor, and there's somebody set up a Facebook page called Audit HQ, and they're just stealing all my photos and talking about me. It's lovely bit of free advertising, calling me out, making claims and allegations. I've asked them to come over here on this live stream and evidence those claims, and I'm still waiting for them. It's a shame that.
We could have done with the Rev on here last night, couldn't we? That would have been interesting. Oh, hang on. I'm lacking on my mod duties here. I'm not watching the chat.
That's right. I know you can't see her, but number one mod is over there.
Yep, I see she's still in the background now. I'm not too sure about that behind you, but
no, well,
looks like Zavod Beetlebrock off Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh dear. What's Joe Public up to these days? I asked about Joe Public the other day. Somebody said that his channel's been shut down or something, but I've not.
Somebody said in the chat just now that he's been arrested.
Has he really?
Oh, that's what I saw. I saw in there just now. Heather just said, yeah, she saw it.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to be an auditor. He condones it, which speaks for itself. Well, I condone Auditor Frauditor. I condone people standing up for their rights. Okay? If somebody does something wrong, as I always say, you should put your hands up and deal with the consequences, as I have. Okay? So that also goes for the police when they do something wrong, when they breach their standards, when they break the law.
Got flute in there now.
You know, when they break the law and all that kind of stuff, they need to be held accountable, just the same as we. Yeah, the public are the police, and the police are the public. That's what they've always been saying. So, you know, if that's what you think, then you are very, very mistaken. Yeah, Sonic's amusing. So Sonic, you know that he was just hitting me with the big black thing.
Dildo.
He's now sitting on it.
The thing he hasn't considered, he's got his hand up that thing. He doesn't know what you've been putting inside it, does he?
That's very true. Don't sniff your hand, Sonic.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, hello.
Back off.
The colour of it almost looks like more like a pink basil brush than a pig.
Right, I Tyrant. I'm going to bring Tyrant on. Hello, buds.
Good evening, Chris.
Hello. Turn my mic up. Hello.
Yeah,
I ain't seen you for ages, man. What have you been up to?
Not a lot, mate. It's been Christmas, and obviously, you know.
Yes, Reverend. There has been. Sorry.
So yeah, I just want to say hello to. Is Auditor for Auditor the same as Audit HQ? Is that the same person?
Well, I assumed it. The reason I assumed it was is because he said something in the chat that was said on Audit HQ, word for word. Okay, this was yesterday, so I assumed they were the same. He's telling me that it's not him. I don't necessarily believe that. He's telling me it's not him, but for some reason, Audit HQ is getting all the information that I've been saying to Auditor for Auditor. So, you know, take that as you will.
I like to know. It's like why he's posted something about me. It's like I'm not even an auditor.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing, man. I think he's just calling everybody auditors, just to, you know, just so he's got something to do.
And you know, going through the posts, I think they're quite hilarious. Actually, I think you know, you get the odd comment coming back saying, "He shouldn't be left alone with kids." That one. What? If I didn't have a sense of humor, I could get quite offended by a comment like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I was nasty, I could offend you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But what they didn't, Bristol Live, what he's pulled out a news report. Bristol Live did a little, my local rag did a little news article on me being an anti-vaxxer, that I was arrested under the coronavirus legislation and I was appealing the court case up at Westminster Madge. But what they failed to report on after the fact is when I won the court case, I got acquitted of it and I got money off of them. So, you know, they failed to put out the real truth. They're just like, an anti-vaxxer. Am I an anti-vaxxer? Well, that's a bit of a stupid question, isn't it? Because we've all had vaccines in our lifetime, haven't we?
That's exactly what I responded to a comment on that Audit HQ, going, "Oh, are you an anti-vaxxer? You won't answer my question." I said to him, "Look, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Okay, I've had plenty of vaccines in my lifetime. I just, you know, now I'm old enough to make a choice as to what I have. Okay, yep. That does not make me an anti-vaxxer. If I need, for example, a tetanus shot, okay,
yeah,
which is basically like a vaccine, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I will go and get a tetanus shot. Do you know what I'm saying? So because that's been around for so long, we know that works. We know that there's, you know, basically no issues with that. But when you have something that's pulled out of the government's arse in a minute's notice and they want to stick it in you, that's completely different. Pulled out your arse and stick it in you really quickly.
Oh, fat.
Yeah, well, you think about it back when it all started. Now, I always openly said I'd never have the vaccine. I've never said don't take it. I've always said it's a personal choice. But now when you look back, what my medical conditions have turned into in the last 2 years since that vaccine came out, you imagine what it would have done to me.
Yeah.
Evening, team.
Good evening, folks. How is everybody?
Yeah, I'm already acceptable to blood clots. I've already got
Yeah,
a bit of a heart problem. I've got problems in the blood. Now, you can imagine what had happened if I'd elected to take that vaccine before I knew about those problems.
He's getting well molested by that. I don't know what is that.
It's the weekend over at Pat Swingers Park.
Oh my God.
I just like to know, why are they so secretive? Why do they hide behind avatars, multiple profiles, and things like that? What is all that about? You know, you've given them a platform. If they've got so much evidence, it's going to destroy you, Dan, and they hate you so much. And you know, why don't they come on and do it? You know, did he have? Is it a jealousy? I've never worked out these trolls. What does it come down to? What have they got against you doing something?
It's because you are right, Tyrant. It's jealousy. He's popular.
If I didn't like you, I just wouldn't watch you at the end of the day.
100%. 100%.
Exactly. That's what the off button's for, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll admit, I used to watch a lot of the auditors in the early YouTube days before I learned to actually get onto YouTube. But once they all started backbiting and fighting amongst each other, I'm like, well, what's the bloody point? You're supposed to be fighting for one cause, not against each other.
Yeah.
And I gave up on them.
To be honest, I agree with you, Roger, because there's so many genuine ones out there now.
Yeah.
The only one I tend to follow is AB and DJ Audits.
Dreddy. Yeah.
Well,
I went off them a lot when they started picking on commercial enterprises rather than police and authority. You know, they'd run out of material there, so they were just looking for other things.
But a genuine auditor is not there to antagonise the police. They're supposed to be going there just to film. They're not there to go and stir up trouble. And they wonder why they get arrested when it goes wrong. Idiots.
Yeah.
Freaking idiots. Oh,
I mean, the local police knew where they stood with me after that.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I had a wonderful morning this morning, Dan. My mother's mental health psychiatric nurse turned up.
What happened? Oh, the wife's calling. She's watching. She's watching the live stream. She's going to be solid. Stop being a fucking dick, Will. You're embarrassing me. Oh dear. No, you're right. You're right though. An auditor, you know, as I said earlier, right, I believe that everybody has certain rights and they've got the right to do something. You might not like their right to do it. Morally, it might be wrong, but if they're not breaking a law, which is what we should live by in this country, morals, you know, morals are your own what's the word, issue, not other people's. So, you know, your morals calling me out and this, that, and the other makes you a dick, but that's your issue, not mine. So, yes, I'll call you out, but I won't try and have you shut down. It's not like I'm calling the police on you for harassing me, because that's ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? They're your morals. You need to deal with it.
Yeah. It's a jealousy. I think Time Finder's correct. It is a pure jealousy of your success. Stuff you're starting up another separate channel for different reasons, and I think that's what it comes down to. It's the numbers that are growing on your site. You bring a community together, and I think it is pure 100% jealousy, and that's why they make up this lies. Like some members have, like Twatface Joe Public and Paul Pete, whatever he was called, and a few others. And Crinkle, I hate that man with a vengeance. If I ever saw him, I'd rip his head off. So, but basically, it is about these people, these individuals that can't get anywhere near what you've got. They don't have the respect.
No. Paul Essex, drinking actually waters your blood down, okay? Because the alcohol gets into your bloodstream and it waters your blood down a bit, okay? Which is why they won't tattoo you if you've been drinking, because you bleed more, okay? So, and you make stupid decisions, but because which will bleed more, so they won't tattoo you if you've been drinking. I had a blood clot, okay, which is where the blood congealed, not because it was, watered down. So yes, I do have a drink. I enjoy having a drink. I don't drink all the time. Okay, yeah, I drank yesterday. I'm having a drink today. Big deal. I won't drink after today. I won't drink until next weekend or the weekend.
You already drunk a week's worth yesterday.
Ricky PW, you can find that.
Fair bit.
Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, go on.
Ricky PW, you can find that demo on my site, mate, on YouTube. But the problem is when you post so many videos, you got to go straight through. You got to search the whole upload. Don't go to recent, go to uploaded videos and then search through. And then it should be about a year back.
Remember, you've also got the search function on there to search the actual page you're looking at. So when you've got videos, live, community, and all that stuff, if you scroll to the right of that line, there'll be little search icons which will let you search the videos on that particular channel. So all the immigration stuff will be in the immigration problem under the playlist immigration problems. So that'd be easy to find there. It's closer to 1,000, Chris. It's closer to 1,000 police that are being investigated at the moment.
Jesus, is that what the ones you've done recently, or new ones coming up?
No, this is the ones that the police are now investigating or re-investigating, I should say. They're not actually investigating them for sexual misconduct as such. These are people who have had allegations of sexual misconduct laid against them in the past.
1,300 in that.
And they're now re-investigating those claims.
1,300?
1,300 in the Met are being investigated due to back allegations.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? We'll have a private police force in jail.
Well, with the amount of reports coming out on them, it seems like we've got one.
Well, I know that the wing down here in the Newton Abbot Open Prison for Sex Offenders is quite empty, actually. So they could always chuck a few in there to fill it up to make the taxpayers' money go well. So bang them in there.
Well, they're chucking them in the police force, making the taxpayers' money go well.
Don't do it anymore. I know that the police, like you've always said, Dan, there are some that are really nice and they do the job. But that's old school. Absolutely. I don't think there's many new ones that are coming out now that follow the same code as the original police force did. I can't knock the police. The policeman saved my life when I was 15 and a half. He got me a place to live, got me off the streets, and got me a job. So I can't knock that. And the old sergeant that I knew, he wouldn't threaten me with any arrest. He said, I'm telling your nan, and if she gets hold of you get your ears boxed, I'd piss off home. I'd be shit scared of my nan. That's the only thing to get me to do is go on because my nan was going to smack me around the head.
Absolutely the same. Absolutely the same. It was a frightening thought being taken home to my parents by the police. More so than it was being approached by the police, because as I say, the police were decent. These days, you don't know if you're going to get tasered for being cheeky or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Or even standing up for your rights. You don't know what's going to happen to you. But back in the day, and I've always said this right from the very beginning, I was a shit when I was younger. I got in trouble with the police a lot of times. I used to fight a lot. Although that will now end up on Audit HQ that I've said I'm a fighter. I'm a convicted criminal. Just because I got arrested doesn't mean I was convicted for lots of stuff.
So if you used to get into a lot of fights like I did, how come you didn't end up like me?
We all do something wrong, because what's the worst thing you can tell a teenager is the word no. So when your parents told you are not allowed to do that, what do? You go out and fucking do it.
It always was my biggest thrill in life, was doing things I was told I was not allowed to do or couldn't do.
Of course. It's being a teenager. You think at that time in your teenage years...
That was up until 10 years ago.
You're better than your mum and dad. You're better than your grandparents. What the hell do they know? They've only been here years before you. So you go and do it anyway. You don't give a shit. Hi, DJ.
Let me just answer your question there, Roger. Why I didn't end up like you? I was a better fighter.
But I used to take on too many. That was the problem.
Uh,
When you got 8
No,
men
listen,
flying at you in the same number of arms, and you've only got 2 of each to block them, it don't work.
yeah. I mean, I'm not proud of
And then
I'm
you
not
YouTube,
proud.
Tyrant.
Tyrant Finder UK, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll subscribe, mate, and give you some. I'll start looking at some of your vids, all right? If you don't mind.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Right.
I always.
I don't. I'm not proud of how I was as I was growing up. I had a chip on my shoulder because of personal reasons, which I'm not going to go into too much on here. Most of you already know those personal reasons anyway, because I've spoke about them before. But I grew up with a bit of a chip on my shoulder. I went out, used to get into fights, and I got arrested many times. Hardly ever charged because the police dealt with it very differently back then. And they took me home, and my mum and dad dealt with it.
Yeah,
and I certainly
yeah,
wouldn't fucking get in a
more-
fight for a while after that, that's for sure. Yeah. And the police used to walk past. We used to have a local Bob used to walk past the end of the road twice a day, okay, doing his round. And he used to walk past the end of the road. Me and the other kids in our road, and when we were younger, we used to play football on the green at the top of our road. And there was a sign on the side of the house that said "No football, football prohibited, or ball games prohibited." We used to play football there, and all he used to do is he was walking past. It would be a case of, "Listen, guys, I don't mind you playing football, but if I start getting complaints, I'm going to have to come back and see you." All right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay, no problem. And he'd get the ball off us, and he'd do some keepy uppies or whatever, and and then he'd get on his way. And that I respect. I respected every copper that I came across who was that that way inclined. But when I got older, and it was when I got much older, because this is only from recently, a few years back. I got abused outside the police station. I got arrested for the Section 50, which was completely uncalled for, and the police paid out over that as well. So they were in the wrong. And this incident with the Metropolitan Police, when I was down there filming for reporting purposes. So I've not got the hump with the police because I've been arrested loads. Because I haven't been arrested loads. Okay, more than some people. I've been arrested about 12 or 15 times in my life. But I've only ever been charged with anything 3 times. And I've never served any prison time. So, I'm hardly a mastermind criminal. I just believe that people have certain rights, and they should stick up for those rights.
A bit like a muscle, isn't it? Your rights are like a muscle. If you don't exercise them, you lose them.
Of course.
That's right.
You got to test it, haven't you, when you're a kid? Come on, you got to test it.
And
I mean, I've got to say how many times I've been picked up. It's a lot. So, but I was just a bitch. I got no excuse for it, Dan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm finding. Sorry to interrupt you, Tina. I'm finding quite a lot. The moment you start to mention common law now, the law of the land, the law that any constable should be upholding fundamentally, you're automatically labelled a soft sit, a freeman of the land.
Yeah.
But people are getting very confused now by what is a sovereign citizen, what is a freeman of the land, and what is actually common law. They think common law is being a sovereign citizen. Yes, it is a crossover, but fundamentally that's the law of the land. If you live by those 3 things, then you're never going to go wrong, are you? You're
right. All the laws and legislations that are in place at the moment are supposed to be based on common law.
Yeah. They are, yeah.
The original laws were all based on maritime law.
If they're saying they don't believe in it, why did that man win his court case with the farmer? There's 2 lads went on his back field and took the car in, then attacked him, and he got his bail.
He flicked the car off the field.
And he used what was the one he used? It was a very old ancient law.
Man's home is his castle.
That's correct, and it came from a very old common law, and the court awarded it.
Well, you are allowed. The law actually states you are allowed to use reasonable force. Well, they didn't actually then choose what reasonable force is, because if somebody's coming in with a weapon, is reasonable force is to use that weapon against them. This is when you've got to have a jury of your peers, to argue that fact is, yes, you should be like any American. You're allowed to defend your property, and if you set foot on an American's property, he can fucking shoot you.
Yeah.
Right, guys in the back, do me a favour, touch your left ear.
I love common law. It's great reading it, mate.
Yeah,
It really
I think it's great.
It's fantastic.
Right, thank you.
I look up the weird stuff, and it's like, oh, I didn't know that existed. Hi, Luke. Hi, what does that say? I'm not saying that. Hi, Nate.
How you doing?
Yeah, that one you was on about there, Tina, with the car. The judge mainly went that way because the farmer had previously asked that guy not to park on his land. And
he also punched him as well.
He asked him to remove it 3 times.
Yeah.
And he refused before he went and got the digger. And the
He got
judge
assaulted,
said, you had every opportunity to remove it.
Yeah, the thing the 2 lads did wrong, they were drunk. Why they weren't done drink driving, I don't know. But they were drunk. So one of the lads punched him in the face and split his lip. So when the police got him, they took photographs of that as well. So he was assaulted at the same time.
Yeah.
So he had rights to defend himself. They're lucky he didn't get a shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
They're lucky. Because most farmers would have gone back and got their shotgun and opened fire. You're on my land, that's it.
Then we'd have had another Tony Mason case on our hands, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Well, he was released, wasn't he? Because the public had such a bad output to that. He was released with, it just literally said, this is ridiculous. Because those 2 broke into his farm twice. They went in because they knew he had antiques. He chased them away and they went back. And of course, he killed one and shot the other one in the leg.
Yeah, but he did shoot him on the way out over the wall, didn't they? He did shoot him in the back.
You want some buckshot up your ass? That's your problem.
They used to have salt pellets.
I was just going to say the farmers back home used to shoot your ass with salt pellets, and I'll tell you what, it used to make you run quicker.
It makes you fucking sore when you have a bath later and the salt kicks in inside the wounds, I can tell. I got caught poaching on a farmer's land, and it was a fruit yard. He had peaches, he had apples, pears, went picking them like this for Christmas, and he shot me up the ass, and I was like, oh, but didn't it hurt? It stank for about 2 weeks. Oh, Jesus. My mum's like, what happened to you? I went to the bramble bush. I got brambles up my butt, and that was it. Didn't say nothing. It's so much it.
Right. Fluke, Ed, how you both doing?
I'm alright.
So I'm just gonna have to
Wait,
switch
what do you mean, Ed? Don't tell me you fucking gonna change my name again.
I've not changed it again.
You came
So what was the point of Polly calling me that new fucking name if you're not going to even use
I
it?
haven't touched anything. Nothing to do with me, sorry.
What new name?
I know it's nothing to do with you, Tina. The one up there and on the top left.
I'm not saying a word.
Fucking pain in the ass.
Well, him in the top left. Oh,
yeah, that fucker in the top left.
So of all your go on, Flo, go on.
Sorry, mate. I just had to switch internet connections because the local internet connection keeps glitching out. My camera keeps glitching out, so I apologise.
Oh, okay. Yep.
No worries.
We've all got those problems, Luke. We've got terrible problems in my area with the sound cutting out. And I've got a super fast broadband from Sky. I've had them out 4 times already. Said, if you don't sort this out, I'm going to stop paying my bill. This is ridiculous. Nothing wrong with my telly. It's their equipment. Sound keeps shut down.
Tina, I've got a local internet connection that I can hook up to, but it just keeps glitching my camera out for some reason.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't know why. So, but fortunately, I've got a mobile contract that gives me unlimited internet access, and if I hook up to the mobile phone, I don't have the same problem. So I don't know what that's all about.
Well,
it's a bit too technical for me. But...
So, yeah, I understand, Luke. Yes, Nate.
I've got a question for you. Basically, I've you know the support worker that I had, Elizabeth, and all that.
Sorry,
Hello, can you hear me?
Right, say it again slowly.
All right, so you know the support worker Elizabeth that I had.
Yes.
All right, so I've had to now leave them because I've had to join Hestia. What I've had to go and do, I thought I'd just inform you. Basically, what I've had to go and do, I had to report to Kensington Council on mental health grounds. So what's
Ed,
happening is, in order
Ed,
for me to
just-
be, well,
sorry, I just want to say I really don't think this is the time.
no,
to be
I
talking
need to
about
ask her
personal
for
stuff, man.
advice on something. I need to ask her for advice on something quickly done.
Can we do it through a telephone call tomorrow?
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
I'm just worried about you, Ed.
Because you have the trolls
I'm
like
not really
trolling
too bothered
you.
about other people hearing this, but I mean, Tina would
Yeah,
rather bit through.
I think
through a
that's
phone call,
Dan's
that's
right.
fine.
This is a one-to-one that we need to have, Nate, not on a public show, because it is about personal things to do with your life, and that is a confidential thing. So I'll call you. So what time do you kind of get up in the morning?
All right, I'm all right. Well, I'm in the morning. What? All right. What time do you want to ring me?
About 10 o'clock.
Yeah. All right.
I'll give you a bell about 10.
All right. I'd say more in the afternoon if you can, actually.
Like what time in the afternoon? About 3 o'clock.
Yeah. About 3.
All right, I'll mark that in my phone in a minute, and I'll make sure I call you at 3. I'm sorry I've not been in touch before, but I've had to do more with my mum. So keep everything else.
Yeah.
on.
No, I know. I've had to go and take my own lead on things, but I'll discuss that with you tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. I'll call you at 3. All right.
Cool.
Right.
Sorry, Ed. I wasn't trying to be funny. I just want.
No, I know you wasn't, Dan. I know you wasn't. I understand. It's all good.
Right.
There's only certain things we can talk about on here because it is personal.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not really too bothered about our people, but
I know you are not.
I mean, but it does make sense though, because I mean, that we can only have a certain amount of time on here, but then obviously we're in a phone call, we can have, you know.
It's Dan's side.
What was just going through my head was we've got 200 watching. Can we get enough donations to buy Nathan some clothes?
Or some image.
Oh, you scared him off there. Yeah.
Or a razor or a shaver to cut the fucking hairs off his
I would.
There you go. Is that good enough for you now?
I've got some back clippers.
You
got some what clippers?
Some back clippers or hedge clippers.
Listen,
you look far more.
Look, I'm just more manly than all you men on this panel. What can I say? I'm just
he's
more
that hard.
manly
He
than
just
you.
lays on the floor and we run the Harbour mower over him.
Oh my god!
At least it's not one of those mechanical ones that only spin as you push it. Fuck me, they were hard work when I was younger.
That would exfoliate him as well at the same time.
And all you lot are talking about things that I don't even know what the fuck they even mean.
Oh, bless you.
He's the sort of guy that would have caught his left tit in the mangle, you know what I mean?
Is there any particular things we're going to talk about tonight, Dan? Or
No, I done the live stream because I've, as I said earlier, I've been getting called out on Facebook by Audit HQ.
Okay.
Making lots of claims on there, making lots of allegations and things, and he said he's got his little buddies on there going, "Oh, I bet he hasn't got the balls to come on here and answer the questions." So I went on there and said to him, "Listen, come on a live stream, and we will have a face-to-face. You don't have to show your face, but we'll speak in real time like this on a video, and you can show all of my subscribers what you think I am. You can show them. You said that you've got proof and evidence that I'm a scammer, that I'm this, that I'm that, that I'm the other. Come on, show all of my subscribers what you've got and ruin my channel. I beg, I plead you, come on and ruin my channel." But he hasn't turned up. Fluke, there, mate. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I didn't know how far back in the chat you wanted to go, but I was going to specifically talk about Auditor Frauditor, who will not debate me. He calls me out time and time again as a frauditor, right? But he won't debate me, right? And then we'll go back another 3 years, right, with the whole Spitshine 69 bollocks, right? And I can't believe some of the stuff people have put on YouTube about Spitshine 69. Apparently, according to Society X and his mate Andrew J, apparently I helped Spitshine 69 escape to Scotland.
No, you didn't.
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah. But apparently that's what I did, but they can't prove that I did that, and I never did it. Anyway.
If I remember rightly, Fluke, if people got good memories, which unfortunately they don't on YouTube. Didn't you put out a video explaining why you did what you did? And you know, you got a lot of shit for it and everything else like that. But at the end of the day, it's like with anything, you know what I mean? You don't know 100% for sure, and you're not going to broadcast that around until you know it for sure. You know what I mean?
Right.
Does that make you a paedophile protector? Does it? Fuck.
No, it doesn't. Obviously, anyone with a brain that can think. Right now, at the end of the day, I went auditing with Spitshine 69 for a couple of days. Right, we did a few audits, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other, and whatever, pass, fail, whatever. It was irrelevant. And then 6 months later, he was charged with the offences that he was charged with. Right. Now, I didn't know about that. These were apparently historical cases. So they went back years before that I met him. So it's no different from me going out with, you know, Pap and doing some audits or whatever. Do you know what I mean? If 10 years later, Pap gets charged with a historical offence that predates the audits that we do together, then how am I fucking, you know, subjugated to that sort of offence? Because I'm not. Now, I knew he'd been charged, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you two good reasons why I didn't say anything about it. One is because he had a right to remain innocent until he was proven guilty, right? Now, if I had said something on a live stream or put out a video telling everybody what he'd been charged with, right, and he was found not guilty, I would look like a cunt. Okay? Yeah. As simple as that. Now, the point is, the whole reason we go out and do these things, audits, whatever you want to call them, is the fact that you're innocent until proven guilty. Now, if you can't accept that basic notion of fucking fundamental human rights, that you're innocent until proven guilty, then I remember ringing a friend of mine and I explained the whole situation. I've known this guy since I was 8 years old. And I remember explaining it to him. And he said to me, do you know what? You're fucked either way. Because if you fucking expose him and he's found not guilty, you're fucked. And if you don't expose him and he's found guilty, they're going to blame you for it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I'll say the only thing that pissed me off. Okay, I understand why, as you've just explained, and I understood that at the time. People have a right to be in until proven guilty. My issue was that you didn't have to do a video. Okay, and to do a video would have been wrong anyway because he wasn't convicted at that point. So to do a video on somebody who you don't know the ins and outs of it. Okay, so if it was reported in the news, that would be different, but it wasn't. But my main issue with it all was that Spitshine ended up going to Marty Blackborough's house. Marty Blackborough had children, and there was an opportunity to say to Marty, "Listen, Marty, I can't tell you what's going on, but you know, do yourself a favour, don't let him come round." You didn't have to explain what was going on. You just had, you know, that was my issue with it.
Okay, I agree with that. Right. So if I said to Marty, "Look, don't have that bloke round," the first question he's going to ask me is why.
But again, you could have said, "I can't say why," but I'm telling you, you do not want to have him round your house. You know, and it will all become clear eventually. But I can't say. I've said it before. I've talked about
hindsight's a wonderful thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hindsight's a wonderful.
Yeah, thing. I'm not listening. All I'm saying is that was the only issue that I had with it. I understand why you didn't put a video out to say, "Oh, he's been charged." You know, he's been charged with something because he hadn't been found guilty, and you had no evidence that.
This is something I don't think I've ever said on a live stream or any video before, right? There was two other YouTubers that started auditing channels, right? And they researched Spitshine 69 after he was charged, right? And they both found that he'd been charged in Cumbria and that the case was sent back to Kent, where the original offences were supposedly have taken place, right? And they both deleted their YouTube channels. Did you know about that?
I know one of them was Current Climate, wasn't it? Current Climate done a video. I know his channel's gone. I'm not sure who the other one was. Marty did one, but I can't. But
Right.
maybe
I'm not saying it was Marty, it wasn't. But what I'm saying is, there was anybody could have Google searched his name, right, when he was charged, and they would have found top of the list on the Google search that he'd been charged with those offences. And everyone's criticising me for not saying anything. But everybody seems to know how to use Google, but they couldn't use it then. And they're relying on me to produce, you know, the whole charges against him. And that
I think a lot of people, as you know, same as my position on it. Okay? I think a lot of people were in the same position. Okay, it was got some feedback there, Angela. I think a lot of people's issue was that Spitshine ended up going spending time with Marty, and Marty's got kids, and that could put the children in some kind of danger. And again, well, this is not me having a go at you. I'm talking to you, you know, reasonably and respectfully, right? Again, I understand why you might not have made a video, okay? And it's the same as Current Climate and whoever else it was. I can't remember who else it was. I spoke to Current Climate the night before I'd done a video, and he said that he's got some information that he's putting out in the morning. And once I saw that video, I then made a video and put a video out. That was the first I knew of it. I didn't even know Spitshine. I still don't know his name now. I can't remember it, but I didn't even know his name at the time. So I don't think it's that people, you know, I might be wrong, but personally, I don't think that people have got an issue with you for not speaking out in public. I just think that the fact that Spitshine was able to go to Marty's, and it could have just taken a little word in Marty's ear. You know, thankfully nothing happened.
If I didn't think about that at the time, maybe that's my mistake. You know, we all make mistakes. Do you know what I mean? But the fundamental issue was the fact that he'd been charged. Everybody, and there was lots of people that knew he'd been charged because it was on Cumbria's government website that he'd been charged. And at least 2 other people on YouTube knew that he'd been charged, and they didn't put out videos. But I'm being criticised for not putting out the video, and that's the problem as far as I'm concerned. Because I could have warned, you know, warn you about what? Somebody's been charged with a criminal offence, right? And okay, don't get me wrong. You know, it's the last thing you want to be charged with is that type of offence. But
they just don't do it.
The point is, if I put it out that he's been charged with that and he's found not guilty, I'm going to look like a cunt, and I'm going to look like bad on the fact that the fundamental human rights that I stand up for is you're innocent until proven guilty. What am I supposed to do? I'm in a no-win situation. I'm either going to get criticised for not putting that information out, or I'm going to get criticised if I do put that information out. I can't win. So I was fucked anyway.
But didn't you know though beforehand that he had been accused and the charges had been dropped twice before? When you went auditing with him.
Sorry?
You were told though, weren't you? Before he got charged, he did tell you, didn't he, that he had been investigated before when the charges had been dropped?
Yeah, exactly.
Twice before.
So what am I supposed to do? Accuse him of a crime that he's been dropped for?
No, my point is,
why did they drop the
3
charges
times? My point is, 3
6
times
years later reinstate the charges? I mean, I don't fucking know. I don't
But
know.
you know what? No, I'm just saying though, Pete. It was just to try and get an understanding. You knew when you were auditing with him that he had already been accused.
No,
twice,
I didn't know. No. That's where you're
and
making
the charges were dropped.
When I went out auditing with him, right, I didn't know he'd ever been charged. Let
No, he
alone
hadn't been
those
charged by
charges
then. No, he
being
hadn't been
dropped.
charged by then. He hadn't, had he? My point
But
is,
he'd
you
been
knew though
charged
that
prior to that. Prior to me going out auditing. Listen, this is what you've got to understand. Prior to me going out auditing with him, right, was purely just auditing. That's all it was. I never knew he'd been charged, and I never knew those charges had been dropped until after he'd been recharged after we did the audits. So make that clear.
No, but it was 7 years, wasn't it, before since the first investigation into it, and the investigation was halted each time because they said there wasn't sufficient information, and then eventually he was then charged with that offence because it'd been going on for a long time. And having sex with a minor under the age of 13, for me, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry for you guys. I respect that you've got your like fundamental whatever that is, yeah. But when there's a child involved at Marty's or at anybody's house, I would have straight up said, you know what, do not let him come around you or your kids because he could possibly be this, and I don't care. And you know what? I wouldn't have given a fuck if I'd made myself look a twat afterwards.
Even if I
would
said that
straight
to
up
Marty, right?
What?
Even if I said that to Marty, it would be me making assumption of guilt. Is what it is, right? And you've got to take that on board. And I was in a no-win situation. If I'd said to Marty, for argument's sake, look, don't let this guy around your house because he might be trouble, right? The first thing Marty's going to ask me is what type of trouble. Do you know what I mean? And what am I supposed to say? I'm then going to falsely accuse Spitshine of committing a crime, which he hasn't been convicted of.
Hold on a minute, who's important there?
So how
you say you don't even know the guy. You said you've only been out in 2 audits with him or whatever. So why is he that important that it could potentially like?
It's not that he's important. What's important is his rights are important.
Yeah.
He had those charges. Right. Listen, let's get this straight because you're missing the point. The point is he was charged with those offences and the police in Kent dropped all the charges against him, and that was about 4 or 5 years before me and him went auditing, right? So then after we went auditing, he was recharged with the same offences, right? And that's where it all started, right? So I didn't know he'd even been charged. He never even mentioned it to me. Do you know what I mean?
No, but you did. No, but you supported him right till the end of the court when he got found guilty. There, you were backing him in the court and everything.
Sorry,
you were supporting him in the court.
I didn't prove that I supported him in the court.
I've got a video.
I just said to him, look, at the end of the day, he claimed that he was innocent and those charges had previously been dropped. And I just said to him, look, it's up to you what you do because it's your neck that's on the fucking grinder, not mine. At the end of the day, do you know what I mean?
But how long did it get in the end?
It's got nothing to do with me. So whatever happens between you and the courts is between you and the courts, your lawyer, you know, and the police and whatever else. You know, it's down to you. It's not down to me. You know, I'm not going to turn up at the court and go, oh, I'm a witness and all this bollocks. You know what I mean? Because it's got nothing to do with me. I didn't know anything about it. I still don't know anything about it. And that's it. So, you know, and listen, look, while I appreciate what you're saying about its children involved and all the rest of it, right? Let's put on the record, right? One thing I did, right, that nobody else did, right? And a lot of people put out videos of him, of his audits, of his face, and plastered it all over YouTube after he was convicted without any fucking any sort of regard to his victims. Do you think they want to see his face all over YouTube after he's just been convicted and fucking sentenced to 15 fucking years in prison? No, I'll tell you what I did. I removed every fucking video I did with him. I removed them from my channel.
Yeah, you did. I'm not saying you didn't, but the point is for me, you're saying it's about like you're like talking as if like you knew him really, really well because you're saying that you came to you and asked about what you should do and stuff like that. Well, that to me is someone that is not just someone you went and did 2 audits with. Do you know what I mean? It's like
what are you talking about? Okay, right. So when I started auditing, right, and I was one of the first auditors in this country, except for with the expense of Pinaki News, right, and you know he got in contact with me, and several other people got in contact with me, and I supported. I'm sure Pat can verify this, and I'm sure if you go back and look at my channel, you'll verify this. I promoted other channels. I gave people legal advice, you know, about auditing, about private property and all this sort of stuff. And I did the one at the train station where it quite clearly states on Network Rail's website that you can take pictures on Network Rail property. Do you know what I mean? There's no stopping you from doing it. but I had people going out doing audits at Network Rail property with the police saying you can't take pictures here because it's private property. Bullshit. It's open to the public. You know, the Section 33, 1972, we've all done that, you know, and that's all. And I promoted so many channels and I promoted so many people. I made phone calls, emails. I did everything I could to help out every auditor, not only in this country, but also in the United States as well, and Canada and Australia and New Zealand. So you know, mentally, where I was coming from was trying to do the right thing, right? Now, if I made a mistake over fucking Spitshine, then fine, I made a mistake. Do you know what I mean?
Can I come in?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go on.
Now, I agree two ways, but I agree with Fluke. He was put in a very difficult position in the work that I've done with the police, not you know, for the offenders. When someone is accused of something, you cannot start spreading rumours about these kind of things. It's a serious crime because in a lot of cases, the cases do get dropped. They're never charged. But the impact that has on that person is devastating. People have killed themselves with false allegations that have been spread all over newspapers. I'm not saying in this particular case that's true, but when you have a police service, they have a watching system that I'm well aware of. They are allowed to watch people where they have a suspicion they may be doing these things, but they can't act because there's no proof. They just have to keep monitoring. I had clients coming through my service with a similar background. They had charges against dropped, charges against dropped. I could not even allow my staff to look at those records because of confidentiality. They were kept in a locked safe where I worked. They weren't allowed to see it. They were not allowed to, because gossip starts. And if that had got out and you spread that rumour, you could be liable for criminal charges against you, especially if that person is found innocent. You can't do, our personal beliefs are strong. And I agree, no one should get away with it if they're genuinely bad like this. But you can't make that judgment unless that person is found guilty. Even the police can't touch these people. They have to wait to see if they commit a crime.
It's exactly the same with the terrorists.
The other thing I'd like to just,
around London,
one thing I'd like to mention that's really important that I think a lot of people missed is if I put out a video, right, prior to Spitshine going to court, I could have maybe, Tina probably knows better than I do, but I could potentially have interfered with an investigation or
defamation of character, malicious communications and slander.
Right, and then therefore that could have detrimentally affected the court case for the victim, if you like. Yep. So,
and could you just get back to the fact that
how many charges was he done for? Can I pipe in there? How many charges was he done for?
Thank you.
No, I think it was 3 charges or.
How many counts?
I don't know.
How many counts? Because he might have got done for 1 count of sexual touching. Is it multiple counts? Because I say if it's multiple counts on multiple occasions, then there's no smoke without fire.
It was over a 7-year period.
No, I don't agree with the no smoke
13
without
and
fire bullshit, mate.
Well.
It still has
a 7-year period, then you know what I mean. It's a.
If we go along the lines of there's no smoke without fire, then everybody accused of crime will automatically be innocent or automatically guilty until they prove themselves innocent, and that's not how the law works.
That's not.
Right?
Can I just say big up? Can I just say big up? Rotten Politics has just jumped up into the comments. How you doing there, Rotten Politics?
Oh, peace on. How you doing, man?
Sorry, just wanted to say hello. I do watch your stuff, Rotten Politics, when I've got the time to. So fair play. Thanks for jumping in. Sorry. I've got 2 people sitting in the background here. I've got Fenton. Fenton, can you just favour? Can you just put the camera on, touch your nose? I won't bring you on until you turn the camera back off. Right, brilliant. Okay. And auditor frauditors in the back as well.
Oh, let them in.
Okay.
Him again. What the
fuck? However, no. Hang on. I've invited him on. I invited him on earlier. I said, come on, say what you've got to say. So I'm going to bring him on. Oh, he's gone.
I was going to
what
say,
a
just hope he says
freaking
more than he did
twat.
last night.
Right. Hello, Fenton.
Oh,
Right. Okay.
What a C-U-N-T.
That's all right. Man, it's one of them. I was quick on the mark that time.
You were very good.
Oh,
Dan.
mate, you got to be good. These porn bombers, Dan, they're getting good now. They're getting good. You got to watch them
they
in your
are-
back for ages. Leave them in the back
Tyrant.
for a good 5
Tyrant.
minutes.
Well, the good thing is, Tyrant.
Do you get any porn bombers? Because I go on your live streams a lot when obviously you got live.
And you don't see them? And you don't see them?
No. To be honest, whenever I've been watching you, I've never actually seen one. I've never actually seen you have a problem. Do you get the same problem then? Or that?
Yeah, because what I do is, as you know, in the back of the thing, Dan can see everyone's camera, can't he? And they're all on his screen at the bottom. So what I do is I just let them sit there for a good 5 minutes. But what they're doing now, they're playing their loop. And the moment you bring them in, the moment they flick from out backstage into the live, they're then changing through OBS to a different scene.
This is why, Tyrant. This is why I ask people to go on camera and to either touch their nose or touch their head.
Get
with
them to
their
do
left
something
hand.
different all the time. Never get them to do the same thing.
This guy
scratch
did
their chin, you know.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that while I'm recording this, you know, as StreamYard records, it just records what you guys are seeing. But I'm also screen recording the whole screen. So that shows up in the bottom. I've asked them to show their face and touch their nose or something, which they've done. I've now got them on camera.
9 times out of 10, that's not their face, Dan. That's not the real person. I know they're using AIs.
They do, but what you'll notice is like if I was using, for example, let me just give you an example here, right? Let me do that. Okay. Now, generally speaking, you can see my hand is disappearing into my face there.
Yeah.
So that's what I look. Sorry, let me take that off because it looks fucking terrible. So when people are using filters, that's what I look for. And I know it's faded in the back, and I know it's harder. You know, it's harder to see them because they're not colour. I think it's like dark faded out in the back office before you let them on. But I look for things like that. So when I ask someone to do something, touch their nose, which is why I always ask somebody really to touch around their face. Occasionally, with some people, I'll say give us a wave with your left hand, but generally it's somewhere to do with their face because that interferes with the filter in some way. So, but it is difficult, and they are getting more relentless, to be quite honest. But you know, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are committing criminal offences, not us.
Yeah, but they don't see that, do they? I was watching a stream last night, and they had one in there, a troll, a self-confessed troll, and he don't give a fuck about society really. And, you know, and it's like sad person, a millennial.
Yeah, but it's like fetishes, isn't it? Some people get their kicks in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of questions in the chat, Dan, about what's just been said. I want to clarify on a point. You can't say anything in law about someone who's been accused. If you do, you are breaching a lot of laws and you will find yourself in court. Every one of us understands GDPR, data protection, and unless that person's been found guilty, as much as you want to act on it, you can't tell anyone. I'll give you, for instance, I used to work at a local drug project with a needle exchange where they bring their dirty needles in, put them in the sharps box, and give the new needles across. I had a member of a court very high up that would come in on a Friday, collect their needles for their party over the weekend with heroin and coke. And I could not report it to anyone because of the data protection they had. I could not tell anyone by law. I'd have found myself in court.
Anyway.
That's the way the law works.
Yeah.
And like I said before, a lot of people have been accused innocently, their names, their pictures put all over the newspaper, and it turns out it's untrue. Like that young lady that's just been done, I think she got quite a time in jail earlier last year. She's now been done for making false allegations.
Well, being groomed and stuff like that, yeah.
Once somebody's charged,
you a question, Tino, quickly. What is, like, if I put out something on the internet, regardless of what it is, right, about an upcoming court case, I can potentially influence that court case? What's the? I remember there's a word, and I can't think of what it is. My brain's just gone numb. But
an individual makes their own understanding.
Prejudice the case.
Okay.
So you're prejudicing the case.
Yes, you would prejudice it.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
And that's
Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. So thank you for that.
That's why you see pedophile hunters are very careful with their live streaming and what they say and do.
Yeah.
That's why they're very, very careful, because that's used, you know, as evidential evidence within a court case. So that's why when they question them, it is a structured sort of questioning. They've got to be very careful.
Yeah,
otherwise you could, you know, not falsify, but you can say something in that thing when you interview that person on the street, if you like, that they come to meet a junior person, like somebody under the age of 16 or whatever it is, and then if you put that out in the wrong way in a sort of like a live stream or on a YouTube video, then you can prejudice the case, can't you?
Yeah, you could. But you could also find yourself on charges if the person is found innocent.
It is one of those situations. You are damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. But
the people responsible for keeping your children safe, if there is any concern, is the police.
No, Danny Austin said, Danny said a moment ago, you can't, and he's right, you can't, somebody's echoing, by the way. You can't share that accusations, but if somebody's been charged, obviously, as the police and the papers do, you can be charged with something, and that can be reported. But one of the things it's your language when reporting. If you say they are this, that, and the other, or they're guilty of something, but they haven't yet been found guilty of it, then you can get into the shit. But if you tell people what the facts are and they've been arrested, okay, and the facts are that they have done X, Y, Z, I do that. But then I give an opinion. I don't say that my opinion is fact, because that would be wrong, and I'd get shut down for giving false information. So I would always give the facts, and then I would always give what I think of people like that, for example. And over 2,500 videos later, it seems to be working for me. But if you do go and make accusations and they're false, and somebody, you know, doesn't get charged with something, then yes, you can get in the shit.
Yeah, big shit.
All right, let's hope we can move on from there, and if we can get auditor for auditor on, I'd like to have a chat with that.
Right. He's in the back. He's sitting in the back. I'm going to bring him on.
I'm just going to go for a loo break. Sorry, mate. I'm bursting for a riddle.
Okay. I just want to say that I've got two auditor for auditors in the back at the moment. Although one of them isn't one of them is the prick that came on the moment. Oh, now he's gone. He came on a moment ago. But now he tried changing his name to auditor for auditor, and now he's just fucked off again out of the back office. So, auditor for auditor, I will bring you on. I'm not going to play that video. If you want to talk to Fluke Dog, you can talk to Fluke Dog. But I'm not turning this stream into, you know, a discussion about kiddie fiddling and shit. Okay, we've just done that piece now. But if you want to come on and question Fluke Dog and Fluke Dog can respond to you, then that's absolutely fine. So I'm going to bring you on.
He says he's not going to talk.
Right. Play that video while not speaking. Well, guess what then?
Oh, that's so childish. I'd like to know, because, like, you know,
they won't. This is the problem, though, Tyrant. They won't do it. They give it all the big un. I've got this info. I've got that info. I'm big and hard. I'm going to question you. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to expose you. Go on then. Zip. You know, you say, go on then, fucking do it.
Not because he's probably there. He's probably searched my name. He's probably searched my name. Go and have a look in LinkedIn. Have a look on LinkedIn. You'll see all my work history. You see everything. My address on there as well. If you have a look. So
yeah, mine's on there too.
It's hidden. So
Yeah, mine's on
You
there.
know, so
Right, Ricky,
for their
Ricky,
height,
do me a favour. Ricky, do me a favour. Just touch above your right eye. You're frozen. Just touch above your right eye, mate. Just so I can tell it, tell it's actually you.
Even when he was.
You froze up, up, Ricky. Sorry, man. Oh, hang on a minute. Right. Ricky. Hello, Ricky. Ricky.
Hi, Ricky.
Hi, Ricky.
He's freezing.
Ricky, you might try coming back on or moving somewhere else because your connection is terrible, man.
He's getting like 3 frames a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Why is it StreamYard has such bad signal in places?
Ricky, if you can hear me, I've just kicked you out just for a moment. I need you to find somewhere else because you're coming through very, very slowly. Can't hear a word, and you literally, like 3 frames every 5 seconds. It's really bad.
Can I approach a different subject, Dan?
Oh, he's back.
Oh.
Yeah, I just want to see if Ford is gonna actually say something now because you will get kicked again if you're not going to speak. And this time I'll actually ban you from StreamYard. 5, 4. See you later, then.
Fucking child.
Can I broach a different subject, Dan?
Go on, Tina. Absolutely.
I know you mentioned it the other day about this. There's loads of YouTube videos about digital IDs.
Yeah.
I've gone to a mental health site that I work with, and there's been a lot of queries through my emails as well about people getting scared about this. These are people with complex mental health issues. They're getting really frightened. So I've sent messages to some. Now, the Registrations Act started in 1933. That was a general one. The Registrations Act became law in 1936. This was a way, of course, for the government to take our money, pay for the birth certificate, the marriage certificate, the death certificate. When you were born, that's when the government built their first file on you, from the date of your birth, in paper, because that's all they had. Then it was your school reports. Then it was your medicines. Then it was your NHS treatment, prescriptions, and all the rest of it. So people are trying to implicate through these systems that this is new. We have been tracked since the day of our birth, okay? We have a file on everybody that registers. Births, deaths, marriages. So this is not new. I sent you on the PAP email the other day, Dan, the government link for the digital ID consultation. If anybody wants to go and have a look, it's on gov.uk. It's a digital ID consultation. Now, in there's a questionnaire for us to answer. They want our opinion. No, because the questions are set so badly, you can't answer the questions.
Yeah, but Tina, the questions are set in a way is to what extent do you agree to?
Exactly.
Right?
So,
so it doesn't matter on what your answer is. You agree on some extent to a digital ID.
But these digital
I
IDs...
actually did a video on it the other day, Teen, and the questions are formatted, so no matter what you answer,
you can't give a truthful answer. No, I agree. But
I did a video on it. I actually went into the government website and looked at it.
How many of you use a bank that wants your identification when you make a purchase on occasions, and they give you a PIN number to put in before they will allow that transaction to go through? It happens to a lot of banks. Okay, it's an app, right? You have to put a PIN number in. That's what digital ID is. We are doing it currently in everything that we do. Like Amazon's a pain in the ass for me because I do a lot of shopping through Amazon. And every time I go on a different computer, is this you? Comes through my phone. I'm like, yes, it's fucking me for the 1900th time. So yeah, and I have to do that on every computer I use because I got my phone, my tablets, and everything else. And it's really annoying, but I know they're trying to protect me. That's what digital ID is. This particular one on there, the actual digital consultation, sorry, Tarrant, is basically an upgrade. It's only covering government bodies. such as the DWP, HMRC, councils. We already do this. You give your ID to council tax and housing benefit.
Well, they
But
do
it's
that
still-
already. Now, look. If we look at digital ID, we take that away. We look at because digital ID is the first and foremost, because then we're going to go on to the whole credit system, isn't it? The social credit system. Now, the ID, they've been trying to get us as a national ID for years and years, and we've always voted it down, haven't we? We've always voted it down. Why should I having to carry a physical piece of identification on me like Nazi Germany? And that's always been the case, isn't it? But they're now bringing it in the guise of it's going to protect you because of fraud. Well, it's the information. My information's private, end of story. If it's out there, that's down to me putting it out there.
But it's not private.
The first people they're going to control is the people, unfortunately, that are on benefits, because we've got a universal credit system anyway at the moment, haven't we? And that's the people on benefits. We've got to go onto the computers every day and list what people work.
That's a crappy system. Yeah, there's a crappy system they're reporting.
And it's the same. It's a reporting system, isn't it? But all you're doing is you're self-reporting on yourself at the moment.
But you've got doctors that have now got digital ID system online. You've got MyCare hospital systems. They've got your hospital number, your registration number. Nothing we have about us is any longer private. It's not private. Anyone can get it.
I agree.
NHS data share.
Sorry, I just want to say I agree with you, Tina. But I think for me personally, I'm obviously not speaking for anybody else, but for me personally, I think that if I'm dealing with an entity, I want to deal with that entity. I don't want that entity to be able to, and they do. They've got the opportunity within that bill that they're putting through. They've got the opportunity now for example, HMRC to say, oh, let's just go and have a look at DVLA's fucking database and see what we can find. For example,
They do anyway.
But they're not supposed to. This is the thing; they're not supposed to. So at the moment, we still have the breach of data protection if they do share it.
But can't you see how this data is going to be used eventually? It's going to give you, and eventually going to give you a score, isn't it? Whereby you're going to be in CCP China, and if you're really the worst of the worst, you're not allowed to be used high-speed transport. You're going to be onto the buses and Shanks' pony. You're going to be restricted. This is all about control.
They can even restrict what you buy.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's what they're going to do. This 15 minutes.
In the future, I think it's a thing we have to worry about. What I'm saying is the scaremongering about all of this. We've always been followed. We've always been a number in a government department they just add to. That is from the date that we were born. You can't get away with that. Even by changing your name, your original birth certificate stays the same.
The problem is now, Team, we've got a Prime Minister who has openly said he supports the Chinese credit scoring system.
Yeah, and the level of information sharing and who they're going to share it with. You got to remember, it's not one of these things they used to ring up an office and they send a bit of paper. This is instantaneous information of everything you do, everything you've done, everything you've brought, because you've got a footprint everywhere. The footprint into your life. And
we've got it now.
Well, we've got it now, but I've got a certain level of freedom that I still think I've got. But with this digital ID, well,
is a digital ID? Somebody's just put, who was it? Simon Shears. What's the point of digital ID when certain people are allowed to chuck their ID and passports in the English Channel? I mean, a digital ID is not going to fix that problem, and that's one of the problems they need to be fixing.
But that's what they're saying. Every single person living in the United Kingdom must do this. Doesn't matter whether you're here illegally, because if you don't and you haven't done this, then there's going to be an issue. That's what the basis of this seems to be. But what gets me is we've always been followed. I have a lot of people that got chronic mental health, and I tell them, if it scares you so much and you want to stop people following what you do, dump your phone. Get rid of your internet, cut it all off, and live a normal life. Don't go through any technology to do so. Go to the bank and draw your money out in cash. Then they can't follow what you do. That's the only way you're going to stop this.
Yeah, just one thing I'd like to mention as well quickly is the fact that this is if anything should open people's minds to this is the fact that, you know, if I don't have a digital ID, then I'm somehow, a non-conformist, if you like. But if people come across the channel on a boat and throw their fucking digital IDs overboard, then, you know, they're not held in the same regard as I am, because I've got a digital ID. Do you know what I mean? So where do you join those two things? Because either everybody's got a digital ID or nobody's got a digital ID. Exactly. It can't work both ways. Yeah, and that's the point.
And I agree with that. I agree what everyone's saying about the migrants. It's wrong that they are visibly seen on videos. We've all seen it, throwing their backpacks over the boat. Their phones are dropping in. You know, they're chucking all their ID away. But this is where I'm not in favour of any ID system. But unfortunately, because of the technology we all use, we've already got a digital trace on us from the day we were born. It was paper back then, but they've now transferred that all to computers. So they know everything about it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, Tina. I agree with that. But they still need, in order to access certain information, they need a court order, or they should be getting a court order and able to access information that one of those departments hold. But the way that this is now being set out is that they're not going to need a court order in order to access that information.
I think in certain cases they will. They will. But I'll give you the electoral register. I don't know how many of you register for the electoral register. I always say that I want to be omitted from the electoral register. Our local council finally admitted they sell it to anybody that wants to buy it with your name and your address on it. They sell it to make money. Every company does this. The DBS scheme that used to be run by the company itself, they've now given to Experian. So you've got a credit company that goes through the DBS. If you went straight to the police as a company, as I had to do DBS on my staff, disclosure and barring system, to make sure they had no dodgy stuff before they could work. So basically, now it's run by Experian. Experian are somehow able to download your bank statements. And when I took those bank statements on behalf of a client to a bank, they went mental that they've been able to get at it. They never gave it to them. So how the hell have the government given these people, a credit reference agency, the right to take your bank statements whenever they want to?
Right, I've got somebody in the background, spirituality. I just want to bring spirituality in. Spirituality has been sitting in the background. Spirituality, can you just do me a favour and just touch your nose with your left hand, mate? All right, lovely. Thank you very much. I'm bringing you on now, mate. Hello.
Hello.
Apologies for keeping you waiting.
About credit scores and facial recognition and stuff like that. Now, there was a lady in China, right? And she was what they call a mature, model, if you like. So if you had like models to appear in like a pensions advert, you'd have mature models, not girls. Right. So she appeared in an advert for a pensions company in China, and her face was on the side of a bus. Right. Now this bus went across a road, and CCTV took a picture of her. Right, and they sent her a ticket for jaywalking across the road. Right. No. And so therefore you end up in a situation, and this is what people need to understand. She ended up in a situation where she was guilty until she got to court and proved herself innocent. That's the problem we have.
You're getting people now that are being charged straight to court without even going through to a police station. The police are just creating a file, sending it to CPS, and then the next thing you know, you're getting a summons through the door. You haven't even had a chance to argue your case in interview at a police station. So
this is the system of control. This is the system of control. The control system doesn't the last thing the system of control wants is you having your rights. They don't want you to have any rights. They want them to have all the control and you having no rights, and that's the point.
Right, can we let Taylor, can we let spirituality, because he's been sitting there really patiently.
Spirituality.
New on the channel. I just want to give him a chance to say what he wants to say. Sorry, my friend.
It's okay.
Go ahead. We
No,
can't
sir.
hear you.
Now?
Yes.
It's breaking up, I think.
Sorry, my computer is terrible.
Right, I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I just have one question, and it's about a friend of mine was discharged from hospital. And in it, the discharge letter, they had accused him of all kinds of things. He was a racist, he was this, he was that, and no longer allowed to come to this hospital. And he was written to the GP. So I don't know, maybe Tina knows about this. What about in this situation? I mean,
if
police weren't called, nothing happened. They just wanted to kick him out.
Yes, they can do that in certain circumstances. If a person is unwell, a lot of the times we've all got pent-up anger. So we might have been drinking, we might have been doing drugs, or we might be in a lot of pain as well. So patients will kick off because they're upset. They might have been left on a bed for 12 hours with no meds to cure their pain. So they'll get angry. People do. And that's what they do. So with the discharge policy from the hospital, they have zero tolerance. However, it's abused. Okay, nurses and doctors, if they don't want to deal with a fussy patient, they will say you're discharged on these grounds, and they'll send it to your GP. You're banned from coming back to the hospital. That's what they do. They are supposed to be better at helping people. So if someone's got a mental health crisis and they get a little bit loud with their voice, they might get angry, shout and swear. Instead of removing that person from the hospital, they should provide them with the care that they need to calm them down. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what the NHS is there for. So in the case of what you're describing, I think it was wrong to do it, but it depends on what the person did, what their actions were at the time.
Apparently, he even kind of recorded it. It was a conversation with one of the junior doctors. She came completely alone into his room, and she went through, he had infection in the groin area, and she makes him take off his trousers and show him everything. All he did was asking the and apparently that doctor actually discharged him, and he said, but I'm supposed to be getting some medications through injection, and that's it. It's just that she didn't like it. He even said, I have money and I will even pay for the medication. I know it's a bit expensive because it was in a form of injection.
Okay.
That was she didn't like it.
I think so many people are ultra woke now that they will be offended by everything. So as a woman, okay, don't get me wrong. I had a suspected twisted testicle. This was the day that I had this is the day that I had 3 strokes 2 years ago. I went into hospital. It's fine. I went into hospital with a suspected twisted testicle, and I was examined by a female. Now, to me, it didn't matter to me, because at the end of the day, I was in fucking agony. My right ball bag had swollen up to the size of a basketball. Right, and it was painful. So I just wanted to get it seen to. But some doctors are like, if you turn around and say, "Oh, look, I'm sorry, but I don't want you to, I'm embarrassed for whatever reason it might be. I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to be the person to look." They get on their high horse and they take it as an affront. They feel offended by it. And it sounds to me like possibly the nurse that was dealing with him, or the doctor that was dealing with him, may potentially have felt offended by the fact he didn't want her to have a look, and he's got her back up, and she's got to always be, you know, feel discriminated against or some shit like that, and then they may have gone ahead and discharged him on those grounds. Possibly, I'm not saying that is what happened, but it's a possibility.
It's not nice the way they check for the twisted testicle either, is it, Dan?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. Thankfully, I was on the floor before they got to deal with it. I was on the floor having the first stroke before they got to deal with
Put
it.
it
So
this way, it does involve a rubber glove and lube.
You know, he actually recorded everything.
That's great. So what he could do is go and get some legal advice on taking action against the hospital. The first thing you need to do is to go through the PAL service, which is Patient Advisory Liaison Service at the hospital. You can do it on a computer at home, put the formal complaint in, okay, and let them know you've got a recording of the incident and you're not happy with the decision that's been made by the doctor to discharge you from hospital.
Yeah.
You know, you have protected rights. So I've seen it firsthand. I went in hospital for something else. I had a nurse come and see me. I had 5 C tests done, COVID tests done, all negative. She comes in the last 5 minutes, you're now positive. Could I see the test results, please? Well, we believe you're positive. I went, excuse me? And I was recording. We believe you're positive. Right. So what's your intent? What do you want to do? She said, we're going to stick you on a COVID ward for 14 days and you can't go out. No, I'm leaving. So she said, you're not. I said, excuse me, I am leaving. You do understand you can't keep me here. Next thing I see is 2 police officers over by the counter. One of them's waving at me, and I thought, who the hell is that? And it was a police officer I used to work with for the council, Snowy. So I'm like, oh, hello. Anyway, she's come back in again. We definitely are 100% sure you've got COVID. Where is the test result? And I'm still not staying here. It's just a cold. I've had no jabs. I've had nothing. Okay? I didn't believe in it. Not at all. That's my choice. So anyway, she said, I'm gonna keep you here. I said, you move or I will move you. You're being disrespectful. You're calling me stupid and uneducated. I think you're the daft one. You have no fucking clue what the laws are regarding my right to tell you to get the fuck out of my way. No move. And I left. So, but that's how they treat you in hospital. Some people just have that behavioural pattern of the authoritarian, or they have to take control of the meeting. So I would recommend your friend has a discussion after going through PALS, see what their results are, produce the evidence, and then you could find a no-win, no-fee solicitor to take action. I really do.
And there's one more. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The only point I was going to make was to Tina, because she obviously knows a little bit more about this than I do. But if you discharge yourself from hospital, right, then the hospital doesn't have any legal liability or any anything against you if you discharge yourself.
Oh, no, not at all. I was walking. I had no temperature.
If they discharge you and say we want to get rid of you because you're a pain in the ass, then different. That's different, isn't it? Yeah, that's okay.
They're in breach of their duty. They have a Hippocratic oath to protect all life. Okay, to protect all life. Doesn't matter
what you discharge yourself. Then that's different, isn't it?
That's fine. You can do that. So I took another. I got another test when I came home. The next day I took a test. Guess what? It was negative.
Exactly. Because
if you don't take your tests, you don't have to worry about COVID.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You took the test, it was negative within 24 hours.
It's the end of problem. If 65 million people in this country fucking don't take a test, the fucking disease ends. It's as simple as that.
But I took one just to see.
It was. I mean, it was about accusations, and they gave him a discharge letter. They accused. I mean, the thing is, they kept him for 2 more days. They didn't give him medication. They didn't give him even food. Even the food lady was angry.
This is where the NHS is trusted, so the patient is never trusted. But like I said, when you're in hospital, most of us are in pain. We're scared. We're frightened about what's going on. Our minds are all over the place. The person that is supposed to act responsible are the doctors and nurses. That's what they're there for. They calm you down. They try and keep you informed. They tell you what's going on. That's their job. It's their job.
No, 2 days later, apparently, a geezer walks in with a bunch of doctors and nurses, and he starts screaming at my friend. And he keeps saying, please calm down. But that bit is not recorded because they kept him for 2 more days.
Right.
They stopped all his medication. They didn't tell him why he thought he's just being, and they put him in a small room by himself.
They stopped his medication. That's not legal. So I would definitely get some advice on that. Okay.
Can I just say a few people? Sorry, spirituality. A few people have been saying in the comments that PALS, the patient advisory liaison service, is crap. Now, I think the thing is, there's a lot of things that are crap, such as making complaints through professional standards, for example. But there is a process that needs to be followed.
Yes.
Go through that first.
Before
Even though
you have to show that you try to solve it with them.
Exactly. 100%.
You have to go through every step. It's like if you
It's
want to
not
make
going through the gatekeepers, isn't it, Dan? You've got to go through the lower gatekeepers to
they were good.
anything in life.
Yeah, but PALS were good when they were first brought out. It's called the Patient Advisory Liaison Service. They work for the patient. So the NHS came out with a great idea. They thought, we'll give them some money, which means that if we pay for their office and we pay for their supplies and we pay their petrol for their volunteer staff, they then work for us. And that's why they've turned over the years. They were very good when they first started. They would defend the patient, but now they don't. That's like CAB selling their souls to DWP. Exactly. You can't go to CAB to get honest advice anymore. So
no, you don't. No. Exactly.
I actually found the contract through another YouTuber, and I asked his permission to use it. It's up on my website, and it shows you the contract they did with the DWP. Sold their souls to the devil for £83 million. Now they work for the DWP, so they can't challenge a DWP case because you can't take on your blue.
No.
How many of you know the discharge policy from the patient discharge policy in regards to the hospital when you're an inpatient? Can they just chuck you out?
I've got a problem.
No, it's got to go through the doctor and a senior doctor, isn't it, and the registrar.
Actually, I'd like to ask Tina this because she obviously knows it better than I do. One of my neighbours was involved in a car accident just before New Year, and he broke his arm, broke both of his legs, went into hospital. The guy hates hospital. He hates doctors. He just has an aversion to them, full stop.
Most of us do.
Well, not surprisingly. And so apparently he's trying to discharge himself, right? But basically the guy can't walk. He's only got one working hand. He can't even use a toilet, right? Now, so is there a policy that the NHS could say you can discharge yourself, but if you've got nowhere safe to go, then we can't discharge you? Is that a thing or not?
It is part of the discharge team service. They are shit, by the way, but in many ways
surprisingly they're shit.
Surprisingly shit. Oh my God, what are they doing?
So how does that work?
Right, when you're ready for discharge, they are supposed to go fast home.
Sorry, I can't hear anything.
Right, so first and foremost, if you've got a home and you've had a major accident, can you go back to that home? So they have to do a health and safety review on that property. So if you're in, say, a studio flat, my daughter smashed her ankle really badly. She had a studio flat with mountains of steps to get down. So it was deemed that her property was no longer fit for her to return to. So she was remaining in hospital. So when you stay in hospital, they then have other things they can look at. So if the hospital needs the bed, you've got cottage hospitals in little villages, little tiny places. So they can put you there for what's called respite, all right? But they still have that duty. You cannot be discharged to the street if you're not able to look after yourself. That it goes against the Hippocratic Oath of the NHS. They must not do anything to cause harm to a patient under their care. That's the oath.
So even if you say to them, I want to discharge myself, if I've got nowhere to go, they can refuse that discharge?
Well, no, because what they can do, there's a power they can use. People don't know this. There are social workers in every hospital. The social worker, if they believe that person is not able to care for themselves, they can apply to court immediately. We've got to wait 40 weeks to get ours. It's called a lasting power of attorney. They can apply to the court and they can get that certificate within 24 hours. The minute that is done, they have control over that person's health, welfare, hygiene, finance, and property. There's two, okay? I've just done this for my mother. So essentially that means that person will have no rights and they can place them in a nursing home and they can't leave.
Hello, Brummy. Hello, Brummy AFC. Nice to see you again.
Oh, it's Brummy.
Brummy AFC. In the
Oh, he's in
comments.
the chat. Hi, Brummy. So that's where the patient services is. When somebody hasn't got a property, you go to the council with the emergency protocol. It's called joint working, okay? I used to do this. Somebody would come to me with an 84-year-old lady, bless her. It was domestic violence. She came to me with her face swollen, 2 black eyes. Husband was in his 87. He'd beaten the shit out of his missus. She was brought down from another area. They put her in hospital. What can we do? So I went to all the housing associations. We looked at our stock. We got her a little bungalow. But the housing association said she can't have any pets. It's a budgie. It's a fucking budgie in a cage. And you're saying she can't have a pet. She's been kicked the crap out of and you're not letting her keep a budgie. So in the end, I made them cave. So now they allow pets. So I got her to take this little budgie in. But we had to change her name because in case her husband came and found her. He was prosecuted in the end, but they didn't put him in jail because he was too sick. He passed away a couple of years after we dealt with her. But that's what the discharge policy is. You're supposed to work with the local council to find somewhere, a better place for that person to go to. Do they do their job? No.
So this was just, Tina, just to pick your brain again. So the guy that lives a couple of doors down from me, he lives on the first floor, which means he's got to go up 2 flights of stairs to get to his room.
Yep.
And with 2 broken legs and a broken arm, how the fuck is he going to get up those stairs?
He's not going to, so he'll need a new property. And that's down to his landlord to provide it.
Right.
Right.
But his landlord is a housing association, which is a low, what do they call it? A low support housing association.
Okay, got you. They can move him. They can move him to a ground floor property and put in things like.
But this is the thing: they have no ground floor properties for him to stay in. And even if he did, he's not going to be able to even wipe his ass with 2 broken legs and a broken arm.
In recovery, they tend to put you in respite. Like I said, the cottage hospitals. So you
That's
get that.
the word I was looking for. Thank you. Respite.
Cottage hospitals, the little back village ones. We got one in the next month. It's pretty nice down there because there's a nice beach down the road. You get a nurse to wheel you in a wheelchair. Go and get some ice cream on the beach. It's great. But yeah, it's basically getting a respite first until he's able to do more for himself. If he never can, it means that he's got to change property. Even though he's housing association, he can still go to the council for an emergency property with another agency that has a little bungalow or a ground floor flat that's disabled, adapted. Then you have carers coming in.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Can I-
Thank you for that, because I didn't know.
Can I just step on?
Sorry.
So I'm going to just step in. Brummy AFC, AVFC.
How dare you step in, Pap? It's your live stream.
Oh, sorry.
They took someone to the hospital when I was working for the NHS. They got there and a bloke just didn't want to be there, so just walked off. Nothing I could do.
Yeah.
You can walk away. There's nothing. The hospital under normal circumstances, as far as I'm aware, the hospital have no rights to hold you there unless it's a Mental Health Act, or unless they are convinced that you are unable to look after yourself.
Yes.
Now I had to they wouldn't let me leave the hospital unless I went to the physio area and showed them that I could lift a kettle, walk up a couple of steps, lift myself out of the bath. You know, if I couldn't do that, they would have to keep me in the hospital until such time that arrangements were made for somebody to for a social worker or community care or something like that to meet up with me, you know, go back to mine, and it's implemented that they're going to help me, or I've got family. But they can hold you in under certain circumstances, but general circumstances they can't. If you go in there, or if you go in there, you need your stomach pumped, you can walk out, and there's nothing they can do about it.
You can also ask for the self-release form to sign. I've done it several times.
You could, mental health patients have the right to refuse treatment. They can walk out whenever they wish. You get
They can, I believe, unless obviously, I think there is. It's like with what section is it of the Mental Health Act? It's like when the police arrest you. Is it
like one of those things where you could commit harm to yourself, and that's what they worry about?
Well, yes, you commit under mental health. It's more about committing doing harm to yourself or to others.
Yes.
This friend of mine, he was just simply thrown out.
Yeah, this is why
he's in a wheelchair.
I'm suggesting to you he goes through the PAL service, and then when you get a report back from them, because you've taken that step, because otherwise if you don't and you try and go to solicitor, they will tell you to go to PAL. Okay, do that first, and then if they say they don't take any further action, case closed, which is what they do 99.9% of the time. So it is a waste, but you have to do it. Then get a no-win, no-fee solicitor and take a court case out. But put in a claim.
I think the bottom line here that everyone can take from this is, I'm going to say to spirituality, sorry over here, is the fact that it doesn't matter what you want or what your friend wants or what I want or anybody else on this panel wants. It's about who is controlling your activities, what you can and can't do. And that's what people need to concentrate on, because this is about control. It's not about your health. It's not about them caring about you. It's about them having control over you.
It's what Dan has said many times. Those of us that disagree are deemed to be disruptive, rude, aggressive, argumentative. All those words come out. And when you disagree with somebody, because you might know more than they do, they get angry, and that's when they lose it.
It's the final piece of the control they want of you. You got to remember when the digital ID comes in and the social credits, and when we go to a cashless system, the final piece that they want to take away from you is what they call is your free will. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Which they won't get.
We've got money. We've got our own money at the moment, haven't we? We can go out, we can take that out, and we can do basically what we want with it. We got free will. Yeah?
Yes.
They control our money. If they control our money,
well, they do control it in a way.
They do
they
to
can
a
stop it
certain
whenever they
extent, but
want
we
to.
still got the fundamental, tangible asset that sits in our pocket, haven't we?
The only people that will ever survive through any changes that come are those that have got millions of pounds in the bank.
That's
they
not
can go out
true.
in cash,
That is totally not
do what they
true.
want.
We can all survive what's coming if we're all become smarter now.
Yes.
Okay. We gotta all try it is to become self-sufficient. What the state, I find now, what they don't want people to become self-sufficient. They want us all to be on the government tit.
Yeah, they do.
That's what they want.
But this is the thing with fiat currency that I think people sometimes don't quite grasp, is if they've got the right to print as much money as they want and increase inflation and decrease the value of your currency, then who suffers? Does the government suffer? No.
Nope.
Does the bank suffer? No.
Nope.
Who suffers? The people suffer.
We suffer.
And that's the whole point. And this is where I don't know, going back about 2 years ago, we did a live stream, and I said to, I was responding to a guy in the comments, and I said to him that the bottom line is, if the government increases the amount of money supply, it decreases the value of that money, right? But it also increases inflation, right? Which means when you go out and buy some food, rather than it costing you £10, it's going to cost you £15. So they've got control over you, even in a fiat currency system, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
it doesn't even matter whether it's a central bank digital currency system, even in a fiat banking currency system, they still have a certain degree of control over you. So please bear that. And don't get me wrong. If I said to everybody on this live stream tonight, go and get as much cash as you can out your bank before they fucking squalid it. Do you know what I mean? I would still recommend that. I don't think it's going to ultimately make a difference, because the fiat currency system is a system of control within of itself. So, you know, take of it what you will.
Controlled by other sources, okay? Tesco's bought out 3 of the biggest warehouse manufacturers ever in this country: Macros, Best Buy, and I can't think of the other one there. There's 3. They own all the warehouses with food, okay? So what the trick was with supermarkets, so when you see empty shelves like you did with COVID, again, you watch your Tesco's or your Sainsbury's, you'll see an empty shelf. It's not because they don't have the food. They're holding it at their warehouse. So because there's so many limited cans, they put the price up. So they look and see how many people are buying it at the new price. Then they bring the real stuff out and they mark it up at the higher price. This is what they're doing. They're screwing us over everywhere you go.
Well,
I never said that.
Just one other thing I wanted to say briefly was when I remember somebody it was probably about 18 months ago, we were doing a live stream and somebody mentioned about COVID, and my response was that COVID was like the difference between medical kind of indoctrination, and it was no different to the fiat currency system. If anything, COVID was basically the medical equivalent to financial indoctrination, which is the fiat currency system. So both of them were lies. So take whichever lie you want, you know.
Who controls this country in reality? Who controls the country?
The rich people at the top.
Yeah, but who controls it? We do. The government is 800 people. 800. The police are 200,000.
We should control this. We should control this country.
We are 68 million people.
I agree with Pat.
You're right.
We should control this country because, like you said, you've got 600 people in government, right? You've got 125,000 police officers, right? And you've got 65 million people, right?
Yeah.
The fact is in the numbers.
If we don't start,
5 million people can't be controlled by 600 political parasites. And it can't be controlled by fucking 125,000 deranged fucking police officers, as we see every day on YouTube.
Why doesn't it happen? Why doesn't it happen?
Because people comply.
Why?
Because most people
have been conditioned to.
Yeah, because most people know. It's everyone.
That's called the education system. That's called the media. That's called government.
What do they control us most with? What do they control the generations around the world? What are we controlled with? People on disabilities, people on pensions, people who are working. It's our money. They can take that away.
Just a blame game is what it is.
They can take your money away whenever they
blame you for being disabled. They blame me for being disabled. They blame you for being on benefits. They blame this person's being on housing benefit. They blame everybody else but themselves. You know what I mean?
Jesus knows the king does not own
they never blame themselves.
The king does not own
everybody else.
Jesus Jones, the king does not own everybody. The king owns nobody.
Nobody.
Okay, if people want to believe that they are owned, that's entirely down to them. Okay, but they are not owned.
We give the king his sovereignty. We're the sovereign people, and we give the king, our monarch, his sovereignty.
Yeah.
The king has very little power. If you're talking about the king as the king of this country, he has zero power. He's just a puppet, and he always will be. If you're talking about the mythological king, as in Jesus, then I'm a Buddhist. The leader of my spiritual path is a real person. Yours is a ghost. So good luck with that ghost. I can see mine. I can talk to mine. You can.
I've got two people in the back.
I just wanted to address is
Okay.
two things.
All right.
Two things from
Hang on, spiritual. Are you off spirituality?
Are you off spirituality?
I am spiritual.
Sorry,
Yes.
Yeah, no. Are you going? I said.
Yes,
I thought.
I just wanted to say thank you for answering my
You're welcome.
questions.
You're welcome.
And,
You're welcome, mate.
You're welcome, sir.
bye.
Take care.
No
Good night.
problem. Look after yourself. Right, go
You
on,
too.
Fluke. I'll let you carry on. Then I've got two people in the back I want to bring on when Fluke said his bit.
Right, I'm just going to say two things. Right, these are two oxymorons that people keep fucking talking about. One is sovereign citizen. Right, you can't be sovereign and a citizen. That's an oxymoron. Right,
Yeah.
they're two terms that just do not apply on a mental basis. Anyone with any level of education will realise that the word sovereign and citizen don't go together. Right. The second one I'm going to say, which is what people in the auditing community need to understand, is hostile reconnaissance.
Yeah.
Right. Because hostility, if you look at it, if you look at the actual word hostile, right, it doesn't bear any resemblance to the word reconnaissance, because reconnaissance in of itself is something that's done secretively and privately. Do you know what I mean? So you can't have hostile and reconnaissance, and you can't have sovereign and citizen in the same sentence. It's nonsensical. It's nonsensical. And people need to understand these terms in the same way that we have. I'm sure I spoke to you about it, Pap, a week or so ago on the live or on your last live stream, when we were talking about harassment, alarm, and distress. Now, if you look at the word alarm, and you look into the word alarm, and you look into the word distress, right? They are immediate threats to harm somebody or harm their lives, or there's an immediate threat to a loss of life. That's why ships and airplanes give out a distress signal or an alarm signal, because there's an immediate threat to somebody's life, right? Now, harassment in of itself is bullshit, because it has to happen on 2 or more occasions, and the police have to provide evidence that there's an intent to cause harassment, not just that they think you're harassing somebody. An alarm and distress is really easily explained, because if I'm standing outside a police station doing a video, right? It can't be caused alarm and distress, because you can't cause an alarm and distress by having a video camera. Now, if I'm standing outside the police station with a shotgun, that's different. If I'm standing outside that police station with a samurai sword, that could invoke alarm and distress. People could be genuinely worried for their lives, because they wouldn't know what I'm going to do with that samurai sword. That could induce alarm and distress. Now, it wouldn't make any difference if I was standing outside that police station with a camera, or standing outside that police station with a sausage roll.
Right. Alarm, and I'm looking this up whilst we're talking. Alarm. The legal definition of alarm is to cause apprehension or fear resulting from the perception of danger. So you was right with that, Fluke. Like an immediate threat. So a perception of danger would need to be, an immediate perception of danger. Although it's not showing up the definition of distress. But I would imagine
use a different search engine, mate.
DuckDuckGo.
I always said that words are very
Braille,
important.
you
How
can
you
use
talk,
RPFS.
and what wording you use. People need. That's why people need to learn.
Research. Use
Uh,
research.
Can I report an issue in Wales 5 days ago?
Can I just bring a couple more people in first, Tina?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I need another toilet break, so I apologise.
Okay.
All right.
Just jump
All right,
for a
mate.
second.
I've got vagina
Sorry,
vagina face. No worries. Vagina face. Show us your vagina face. Oh, that's definitely him. He's giving me a really horrible look. So, right, okay. Chris, I'm not sure if it's Smythe or Smith. I'm going to bring you. I'm going to hang on. I want people in.
That was a nasty
Chris,
bruise on your finger there.
Chris, yeah, it's because he coughed. So I'm going to bring you on, Chris. I'm going to trust you, but I'm going to be quick to react if you try and pull a bomb. So, hello, Chris Smythe or Chris Smith?
Oh,
no, it's gone again.
Right, device. Hang on.
I thought you'd finished talking. Jesus.
Jack Ablaze, do us a favour. Put your willy away, for God's sake. I know that's because she laughed when I said that. Right, Chris, I'm going to try bringing you back on again, Chris. Hello, Chris.
Oh, there's a third hand. Oh, there's a third hand behind Dan.
Right, Tina, go ahead.
Lesbians.
Right, right. Be careful what you do in public these days, guys. This is stupidity at the moment.
Yeah, Holly, be careful what you do in public.
So yes, a woman was fined £400 after tidying up the local car park and put the litter that she found into the bin. So she basically cleared up the mess, basically in the car park, and put it into the bin. But the council said it can only be used for litter. She was picking up litter, and she put it in a litter bin and was fined £400 in court for putting litter in a litter bin by the Welsh Council.
Yeah, I see that one the other day. Andy
How does that make any sense?
That is mental.
It's
so
ludicrous.
if you see rubbish on the floor, leave it alone.
Saying that, I actually heard something that happened in America fairly recently, where a fairly old lady, I think she's in her 60s or something, 50s or 60s.
That's not old, thank you.
But whatever, right? Whatever. It's your perception of
Be
old.
very careful with age.
I don't mind age insults when it's not intended.
She was
in about to get karate chopped by two.
She was in her
Watch
50s
out.
or 60s, and she was basically giving food to homeless people in a park, and the police came and arrested her because she was giving food to the homeless. I can't remember why she was arrested now.
They said it was a breach of the Parks Department's regulations, which was bullshit. She'd been doing it for a month, Jack.
Yeah, she had, yeah.
And these two particular officers just decided that day to go and pick on her. And she was arrested.
And she was, and the thing is as well, she said that she will still continue to do it.
Oh yeah,
just maybe not in the park, but she will still continue to do it.
If you look at America compared to us, how many times do you see someone who's a pensioner on the streets asleep in this country? You don't. You've got.
I've seen a few, but we get there's a difference. You got the people that I call the vagrants. They can go and live in a house if they want to, but they choose to live on the streets, and we've got plenty of them in Bristol, you know. But
I've got one down in Exeter. Yeah, I got one in Exeter. He's got what looks like a riding hat, but he's covered it in black bags. He's got the inside covered with foil because he believes if he lives indoors, the government are spying on him and going through his brain.
You look at we're getting arrested for like stupid or nonsensical crimes, you know, picking up litter and getting fined in the court. What about the woman who was stood on the street corner praying in her head? You know,
I know.
Whether or not
somebody
she's
just
outside
said
the
that
abortion centre, you know what I mean? We're whether or not we're pro-life or, you know, against abortion or whatever, you know what I mean? You have the right to protest, and she wasn't even doing a what I call a noisy protest. She was stood there praying in her head, and what she was probably doing, she was praying for all these people and praying for all the children that are going to be aborted. You know,
it's woke. Yes, it is woke. I had an incident where, disabled children go to special schools, and a friend of mine works as a disability bus driver. She did a great job. There was a dentist nearby who suddenly decided they didn't like the bus being parked so close to the entrance for 10 minutes to pick up this child in a wheelchair, a paraplegic child who was aged about 7. So they demanded the bus was moved, which meant that the child had to cross the road, go into the middle of a main roadway on the road to get to the back of the van. The driver said no and took it to her boss. I'm not doing this. All they got to do is wait 10 minutes. They even tried driving at the van driver just because they wanted to get into their work 10 minutes early to have a coffee. They wanted to put a child in a wheelchair in danger.
That's how scummy people are now. That's how scummy people are nowadays. They don't have any compassion. They don't have any compassion.
Nobody has any respect.
No, exactly.
They got no respect for people or possessions.
Are you coping okay, Dan, with your guests? Or are you going to stick them outside in the cold?
Hold on 1 minute. Pappy Pig and his truncheon in Stuart.
Well, Losar's Paranormal is too busy whacking Sonic with something over his head, like the crazy nut job she is.
Dan, you might want to sort out Pappy Pig. He's going a bit over the top. Hold on a minute, he's eating Stuart now.
Well,
have you all had a drink?
No, we haven't all. Sonic's
had
a couple of cans. Tiff's had a few. I've had almost half a bottle of brandy.
Tina, can I ask you a question quickly? You know, you were talking about the supermarkets, not the food.
Yes.
Now I obviously, because I've seen in Asda and especially in Lidl, a lot of supermarkets, the prices are continuously going up. And you know what? It's taking a piss now. You know that.
They are able to. It's a manufacturing issue. You have to understand that a lot of our stock. Years ago, when I was a kid, you saw factories everywhere. We had tobacco factories here. We had food factories here producing our own ready meals. We had warehouses producing. There was production line. All of that, when we joined the EU, slowly got eroded. So the majority of our food now comes from the EU. Okay, that's what you've got to remember. We don't even make tobacco here anymore. We don't produce our own tobacco. It's the same as coffee. Like, I love Nescafe. Jars of coffee have gone through the roof. So what I do personally, me, in my little house, okay, I've got a nice 2-bed house. The upstairs of my house, I've got 2 racks. One of those racks is 6 months' worth of non-perishable goods. I've got enough food and supplies to live in this house, eating every day, 3 times a day, a year's worth of food. I've got 2 freezers, 1 large fridge. I live on my own. So if my daughter was to run out of food, I've got supplies. She's also like me. She builds up a stack of food. Buy it when it's cheap and literally buy loads in. So things like, I like coffee, but I can't drink a lot of milk. So I buy Coffee Mate. That's gone through the roof. So I went on Amazon and I bought 2.5 kilo bags of Coffee Mate from the EU. It turned up within a few days. And it's £4.50 a jar. They're asking £7 for a jar of coffee, 300 grams.
Wait, Tina, where is this? Can you post? Wait, can someone? I was gonna go and see. Can you go and post a link to that? Because I drink coffee as well, and the thing is I
can't drink a lot of milk, so.
No, no. But I'll
send you a link through Amazon after we chat tomorrow. I'll send you a link on your email.
Yeah. But literally, with the cost of food, Tina, are things going to get worse? Because they're already freaking bad now.
Yeah. Why do you think the prices are going up of food? Are we sure?
To be perfectly honest, I thought it was all to do with the Great Reset.
No. The reason it's being put up was because of what's happened over the last 3 years with the big C, okay? So these companies like Tesco, Sainsbury's, Asda, all the shops, they've got fucking greedy. And they've suddenly realised that people have to pay it. So they're bumping it up and up and up and up.
Well,
So what can we do about it?
They beat all the mum and papa stores. You know what I mean? You got to look at it. Amazon's profits and all that within the last 3 years have quadrupled, and all these mum and papa stores that couldn't survive because they weren't getting deliveries like Deliveroos and places like that. They went out of business.
Yeah.
Right. So it's all to do with and we all know who's one of the big agriculture owners now, and he's not a farmer, is he? And he's not. He's not
about Bill Gates.
Yeah, and he's not anything to do with pharmaceuticals, but
he's got his fingers in the pie.
He
always has.
I mean, look at restaurants. Look at restaurants like Uber Eats, Deliveroo.
That's a good point that Tyrant Finder just made. Is like, if you've got a health issue, why would you go to a software engineer to help you with your medical issue? It's like having a gammy foot and you go to your local motor mechanic to help you out with your gammy foot. It makes
all those African children thank Bill Gates. You know what I mean?
What that is.
I went to Primark first about my twisted testicle.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. And the other thing is, it's like the same thing with the food issue, right? I'm from an Italian background, so I'm a big mozzarella fan, right? One of the best places you can buy a budget and ball of mozzarella is the Co-op in the UK, right? It used to be 80 pence a ball of mozzarella, right?
Yep.
And if just some advice: if you're going to use mozzarella, take it out of the fridge and get it up to room temperature before you chop it up and slice it and do what you want with it, right? But so 80%. So if it went down by 50%, it would be 40 pence for a ball of mozzarella, right? That same ball of mozzarella just went up from 80 pence a ball to £1.20. That's a 50% increase in the ball of in a ball of mozzarella in the Co-op.
It's the shops that are doing it. They're making profit.
All right,
It's the same with butter. You look at butter. I've seen the more high-end butters like the Lure Pack and stuff like that with actually security tags on them. You know what I mean?
I've seen toothpaste with the security tags on them.
Yeah.
What can you do to prevent all this and not give your money to shops? I live in Devon. Devon is a massive farming area.
Find your local farmers. There's a website. Where you can go on.
Started to open up farm shops.
Yeah, they are. They're starting to open up their own.
About eggs, okay? They're now charging some shops £2 for 6 eggs. That is fucking ridiculous. They're not made of gold. So basically, I've always got egg powder in the house. I don't know whether any of you have heard of that from the war. It is dehydrated eggs. 2 tablespoons of egg powder, 2 tablespoons of water. You can make cakes with it, and it gives the most fantastic scrambled egg. It's powdered real egg. It's organic. I've always got that in my cupboard for cooking. But I buy my eggs from a farmer. I go with my brother. We pick up fresh vegetables. We pick up potatoes. We buy everything from a farm shop because it's cheaper than the supermarket and it's straight from the farmer himself. It's like milk. I never knew in all my days until about 20 years ago in the EU, we have millions of cows in this country producing milk. Okay, millions. Okay, billions around the world. Why the fuck are we bringing tankers of milk in from the EU to sell in this country?
It's all down to what they become self-sufficient, right? Is how much. It's the same with the egg situation. The reason why now we're in supermarkets and you see that we're being, two punnets of eggs per customer in some shops. That is because it's down to the supermarkets won't pass on the extortionate prices to the farmers. So the farmers who have all these chickens are gone, do you know what? Fuck you. So what they've done, they've already quoted, we're 4 million eggs short already. We import 4 million eggs per day into the UK because we're not what they call egg sufficient. Right?
We are.
We're not egg sufficient.
I'll tell you why that's bullshit, right? Because the very, very commercial entities like Walmart, Asda, which is owned by Walmart, and Tesco's and Sainsbury's, they're not paying the egg producers the right amount of money for the eggs, right? So they're forcibly making a shortage of eggs. Then they push up the price, right?
Yep.
This is exactly what happens in this scenario, because this is all about fucking communism, basically. They're literally taking away your right to produce eggs and pay you the right money for it, and then forcing you into the only situation you've got, which is not to be able to sell your produce, so they can increase the prices in the supermarkets in the second place. And that's exactly
right.
what it's about.
Everybody wants convenience, don't they? We all want to live a convenient life. Go to the supermarket, fill your basket with what you want, you got it. I go to a local butcher to get my meat. I buy half a sheep, half a pig, and a quarter of a cow, and I've got a big deep freeze here. It lasts quite a while. So that's how I do my food. And all the dry stuff I save, I've got stacks of it here. People say, oh, you're a hoarder. No, it's called supplies, because I don't want to pay the increased prices of the food that's out there today. I bought this when it was cheap. Poundland's good for buying rices and all those kind of things. They have a lot of food, which is cheap. Get it there, bring it in. Some of this stuff's got dates on it that last 2 years. Just look at what you buy. Don't go to supermarkets.
If you're going to buy eggs, people, get them soon, because the prices are going to hit the roof around the coronation.
Tina, you know, you're talking about farmers and stuff, Tina. So where would I go for my local farmer? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the prices keep going up. I'm not even gonna be able to even afford to farm. Well,
where you live, unfortunately, you're in a giant city, and boroughs are all around you. You will find it very hard to find a farmer where you are.
Probably better off trying to grow your own.
The thing is not to ask other people questions about where should I go, what should I do. The point is it's incumbent on you as a person to think, what is it that I need to do? Think about it yourself. Where do I need to go? Can I go to the countryside and buy cucumbers or tomatoes or whatever it is? Do you know what I mean?
Luke, can I explain something to you about me? Let me explain something to you about how my head operates. I have to get advice of other people because I don't know where to look.
Mate, you can go onto Google, type in farm shops in your area, and it will come up, because some shops store farm shop goods and they are cheaper. They're better. They're freshly laid eggs, fresh bacon. When you go to a supermarket, 99% of the stuff you've got is added with water. That's why I go to the butcher who knows the farmer. The animals are killed 24 hours before. He brings them in, cuts them up, puts them in his shop. That's fresh meat.
Tina, butchers are quite expensive though.
I don't care. It's fresh. I know where it's come from.
But I'm not looking for more expensive though. So obviously, what I'll go and do is I will look to see where my local obviously are like.
Oh, okay. So if you want cheaper, the little trick in a supermarket. I was a decoder. I don't know what that means in a supermarket. Food is about to go out of date, which these date things for me are bollocks. If it smells fresh, eat it. So it's a lie with these date stamps. So my job was a decoder. So I'd look at food that was about to run out 2 days before, 2 days after. I got my machine. In the mornings, we'd knock 40% off. So you always look for aisle 19 or aisle 20, or go to the desk where is your for sale food is, right? We would knock down joints of beef from 8 to 10 pounds down to 50 pence by the end of the day. 50p. That's what you've got to look for, is where the bargain buckets are in the store. Every store has one, because they can't afford to lose that wasted food, because they get done for that. Okay, they get done by the government.
Sorry, I'll just give a couple of examples here, right? One was I've built up a relationship with a guy that is the manager of my local co-op, right? So every time I go in there, I say to him, what can you reduce for me? And he says, oh, I'll reduce this, and I'll reduce that, and I'll reduce this loaf of bread, and I'll reduce this. And it gives me special stickers to put on and that's how you build relationships with people.
Every shop has a Richard Boyle.
And on top of that, it was like every time I go in there, we have a good conversation. We have a back and forth. He's from Sri Lanka, so there's like loads of politics to talk about and stuff like that, which is great. But he's a lovely bloke. But every time I go in there, I say to him, look, can I have that? And he's like, yeah, it's going to go out of date tomorrow, so I'll give it to you for 50 pence instead of £1.50. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you kind of build those relationships, even if you have to go into a local like co-op or, you know, build relationships with people. That's the most
simple thing,
important
Luke,
thing.
isn't it? If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, exactly. And he needs to do the same thing with what was it? Cherry tomatoes. I'm a big fan of cherry tomatoes for some weird reason, but you know, I used to go in and go, oh, any cherry tomatoes going? He goes, yeah, well, that's going out of date tomorrow, so you know, I'll give it to you for 50 pence, or because they've got to get rid of it, you know. But then the weird thing was when I went in there one day, there was a security guard in there, and there's never been a security guard in that co-op, right? And I said to him, why is there a security guard in here? And he said, because some bloke came up in here with a knife the other day and robbed us, basically, right?
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, surely you should have a security guard in here every day, you know, if that's the problem, right? But what I did was I went in there. Sorry, I'm doing this arse about face. So I went in there one day and there was a guy who just literally took a load of food out the fridge and tried to walk out of the co-op with it. And I stood in front of him and said, you ain't fucking going nowhere, sunshine. Do you know what I mean? You know, put it back, pay for it, or fuck off. Do you know what I mean? And the manager came up to me and said, no, just leave it. Just leave it. Let him walk away. Let him walk away. And I thought to myself, well, that's a bit weird. Why would you let somebody just walk out with like £15 of shopping, but I can't do that? Do you know what I mean? And not that I would do it, because obviously I wouldn't.
It's because of the threat to life. People are so desperate these days.
So what it turns out was, it was the co-op. It turned out, I questioned the manager about it, and he said, look, this is how it works, right? If somebody comes in and steals £15 worth of food, it's easier for us to write it off, than it is to hire the security guards to protect that food.
It is, yes. The problem with that is when they have a loss. The problem is that when they have a loss, that's when they put food prices up to cover the loss.
Exactly.
800 million
So it's like a perpetual thing.
Yes, we pay for that. And also the CPS is now set.
Everybody that goes in there and pays full price for whatever they want, it's incumbent on them to pay for the losses for the co-op.
But the police are now bringing in laws not to charge shoplifters anymore. It's going through Parliament.
Exactly. So the police are not combating crime; they're advocating for it.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to shut up. I've talked too much. Sorry, Pat.
About fucking time, Taylor. God, you just on and
Look at those three stooges in your background, Dan. Three stooges on the sofa, just Sonic's eating, drinking fucking food. What? Yeah, fuck off you as well. Fuck you too, Tiff. I see that.
Oh God, I'm looking forward to the rabble when they come down to see me. Dan, no sound. Wait, no sound.
Sorry, right. Yeah, he wasn't telling you to fuck off, vagina face. What he was trying to do was explain he's only going to go to the second knuckle.
No, Tiffany had two fingers up, you fucking
idiot. Oh my God.
Shit.
Yeah, she's only going to go to the second knuckle on both fingers, so make the most of it.
What the hell's Holly doing? Is Holly on her fucking laptop?
No, Holly's moderating.
He's moderating on the sofa.
Tiffany's got the night off tonight, then is she? Oh no, wait, she's got her phone in her hand.
Yeah, leave her alone. She's putting our links in the chat.
Oh dear. So I've just got notification that
Arnie says hello.
Audit HQ. Hello, Arnie. Hello, Arnie. I've just had a notification from that Audit HQ page. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to share the page with you just to give you an idea. It's worth a laugh. Do you know what I mean?
What are they called?
Audit HQ, and it's got a picture of me as their profile picture.
All right, I'll have a look at that. I'll
What
go
a
and give him some shit.
sad fucking tosser.
Right. So this is funny to me, right? What they're going to do is they're going to go on in a little bit and they go, "Oh, he's talking about us again, giving us free publicity." What I'm doing is not giving them free publicity; is I'm making them look like cunts. Right? I've asked them to come over, and I'll show you now. So he's put this post in 10 hours ago. So Danny Salter has commented on the post about him yesterday, and in true auditors and police hater style, he is portraying to be a victim, and everyone chats shite except him and his responsia, whatever that means. Becoming more obnoxious means he's rattled. Come on, Danny Big Balls. If you want to engage with us, comment below and answer some of this page followers' questions. Do bear in mind that we, Audit HQ, had never heard of you till it was pointed out you out on your channel. So please don't play the victim, and please, for fuck's sake, don't pull out that I have 43,000 subscribers card again. It's equivalent to saying, do you know who I am? We have a few questions. What is the real reason you hate police? What do you think you were wrongly accused of? I think that's quite clear. Do you know what I mean? My arrest that the police ended up paying out on was an unlawful arrest. They detained me. They shouldn't have done that. I didn't do anything wrong. So that makes that quite clear. But it's not just what's happened to me. We're talking about what's happened to thousands of other people. Okay? So let's not make this about me. When did you have your strokes? Because apparently they don't believe I had my strokes.
You don't have to justify that, though. You don't have to justify.
No, I know that. So, you know, when did you have your strokes? Have you ever had any of the COVID-19 vaccines? I've already answered this, and I've said no, I haven't. So now I'm an anti-vaxxer because I haven't had that particular vaccine. although I've had hundreds of other jabs in the past that were tested and were deemed to be okay to be used. Number 4, you claim not to be an auditor. The video taking photos at the back of a police station. Well, there's one video cut into 4 pieces, actually, not videos. One video cut into 4 pieces. And if you watch and listen to that, you'll actually find that I was there for a completely different reason. Okay.
Getting stock footage for the channel. If
I wanted to be there to audit them, I would have said to the police when they came out, "I'm here auditing you. I want to see what your reaction is to me standing on public property, filming a public building." As I've always been honest with everything that I do on this channel. So that's what I would have said. So there's no point in me lying about it. I haven't lied so far, and I don't see the need to. So then we've got feel free to engage. We would admire that. Okay, remember that point. We would admire that. So, oh shit, I forgot to make the page big. Sorry, 1 second. So we would admire that. So many others shout and hide. We certainly wouldn't allow any abuse from anyone. So fill your boots. Okay. So I've offered them to come over onto this live stream and have their say. I mean, what better place for them to call me out in front of my subscribers? They don't like me. They want my channel to be gone. What better place for them to do that on my live stream in front of my subscribers, where they can prove that I'm whatever it is they're saying that I am, and all you guys can turn around and go, "Oh my God, auditing HQ, right, Dan's a fucking liar," or whatever. Yeah, but guess what? They won't come over. I've told him, "Come and shut me up then. I'm on a live. Your opportunity to come and share your evidence is here. If you don't want to take that opportunity, then that says a lot about you." So then they've put, "Only way to shut up your lies and BS. Fancy saying on a live, fraud auditor, or whatever his name is actually us howling just shows the shite to you and your 43,000 subscribers." No, I never said auditing frauditor was you. I said I think it was you. Whether it is or not is still debatable. Just because you're saying it's not means nothing. You're a faceless prick on the internet with nothing better to do than to try and mug people off behind their backs. All this shit here as well from people. It'll be interesting to see whether he's brave enough to respond and answer questions. I've always answered questions to people. I've never hid. I've always put myself at the front of this channel and said, if people want to ask me questions, then please do, and I'll answer. And I have. But this is the kind of shit that's going on at the moment with these fucking idiots who oh, gone blurry again, who just think that by saying a few shitty words on the internet, they're going to ruin somebody's channel. They're going to ruin what somebody's worked for a long time. I've worked far too hard for some little prick like that. All they're doing is promote my page as far as I'm concerned. Do you know what I mean? People are going to come across their page. They're going to go, oh, what's this Dan? They're going to come over to my page and they're going to go, well, he's not a fucking auditor. That audit HQ's a fucking idiot. And I welcome that. Absolutely welcome that. But it's just amazing that I've given these people the opportunity to have their say. I want to make it very clear that I have given those people the opportunity to come on here and have their say. I told them at 7 o'clock, I'll be on at 8 o'clock, and they haven't turned up. And, you know, again, I think that just goes to show the level of the level of intelligence that some people have, trying to slag people off in you know, behind their back, and then when they're called out, their ass falls out and they hide or they come up with excuses. I've never hidden or come up with excuses for anybody. If somebody wants to call me out, the first thing I say is show me your evidence. I don't need to say anything other than that. I don't need to deny it.
Are they on Facebook or YouTube?
Facebook.
Okay, I'll send a message later.
So I've got nothing to hide. I'm quite happy to come on here and say, show me your evidence, because I know that they don't have any evidence. And this is what's funny about it. This is what's absolutely fucking, incredible. And this is why I do those comments videos now, you know, is to call these pricks out. You know, if you've got something to say, I've got nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing to hide. Everything about me is freely available to find out on my channel. You can even find out my address if you fancy coming around for a cup of coffee. Audit HQ, you know, entirely up to you. Go on, Fluke.
Yeah, all I wanted to say was just quickly was anybody that puts something in a comment that says, "Have you taken your COVID-19 vaccine?" immediately screams volumes. Immediately screams volumes. That's all I was going to say.
I went down to the doctors for my B12. I have that every 3 months. A nurse came in and said, "Why is there 2 needles in there?" I have a B12. Well, it's a COVID jab. I've not had one, not having one. Well, I think you should talk about it. I've already talked about it. The fucking answer is no. No, just stick the B12 in my arm and let me get out of here. I told you
Don't
no.
display their admin. That's incredible.
I don't follow that.
The thing is with this, it's like this is the whole left-right paradigm bullshit that fucks me off the most. Is I don't have. I could ask. Sorry, I can't read your name again. Roger.
Yeah.
Roger up top left.
Sorry, Roger. Yeah. Pat, Tyrant Finder, Tina, and myself, and anybody else who's been on the chat tonight. I can ask you about your COVID vaccination status, and you can tell me to fuck off. It's that simple, right? It's that simple, right? Why would I ask you about your COVID vaccination status in the first place?
It's not
if there wasn't some sort of, kind of, political, religious, whatever belief that I have to know about your COVID status to know whether you're right or wrong, because that's what they're doing. What they're doing is they're kind of using your vaccination status as to justify or vilify you. Do you know what I mean? That's the point.
I'll tell you what.
It's the same as
it's bullshit.
I don't know whether you know.
This is the whole left-right paradigm thing as well. You've got these people on the left, especially in America. These people on the left, they're like, "Oh, my body, my choice. My body, my choice." Talking about, chopping their tits off and cutting their dicks off and all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? That's their body, their choice, right? But when you ask them, what about vaccinations? Oh, everyone's. So it's not your body's choice at all when it behooves their political fucking agenda.
Too much. That's why.
Do you know what I mean? Then it's like, well, you're a right-wing extremist if you don't want to have a vaccine. Do you know what I mean? I mean, these people are fucking mentally deranged.
Well, here you go. To prove a point on that, hang on, Tim.
Sorry, Roger.
A lot of the people know in here, I've been going into hospital every week for what's called the venous section. which is I've got
The penis what?
that they've been taking a pint of blood out of me a week.
No,
Now, when
Dan.
I went in, the receptionist says, "Have you had a negative test?" And I said, "No." A positive test, and I said, "No." So she told me to go and sit in the waiting room. So I went back and said, "Now I should be sat in the hot room as normal, where they put COVID positive patients." She said, "Well, you said you haven't had a positive test." I said, "No, and I've never had a negative one either, because I've never been bloody tested." And she tried to go into one, "Oh, you're putting us in danger and all this bollocks." So I said, "Well, have you been jabbed?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, what are you bloody worried about? You're protected then if you think that long, don't you?" You know?
Yep, you've had the jab. You're supposed to be, but when you're talking about America, they just released their statistics from the last 2 years. More people have died in America from side effects of taking 2 or 3 jabs than those that have died that have not died many other conditions. There's now brought out their statistics on that. In this country, it came out September 2021. It was done by a doctor on YouTube. They tried to ban him, but he got it from the Office of National Statistics, who are an independent organisation. Only 20,000 died of COVID. The rest were elderly with flus, with strokes, with heart attacks, through surgery, with infection. Only 20,000 people who had the primary cause and only cause was COVID out of 160,000. What does that tell you?
Do you know, and I'd like to just, sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you, Tina, but...
Oh, it's all right, carry on.
The funny thing is the average age of death in the UK is 81 years old.
It is, yeah.
But the average age of a death of a COVID patient in the UK is 82 and a half years old. So basically, using the government's own statistics, you're likely to survive for an extra 1.5 years if you get COVID.
Well, the government said a lot of things. Anyone who was affected by the jabs were going to be able to claim PIP if they had long COVID. No, they're disputing that, and they're saying, "Well, we've now been told by scientists."
Yeah, of course they're going to backtrack. Of course they're going to backtrack on their own bullshit.
Well, they're saying it will only last 12 months.
So,
the other report.
So I just wanted to say, just quickly to, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. Sorry, I keep doing that.
No, it's okay, Luke.
PJE Net on the chat. Thank you very much for your comment, mate. I really appreciate that. And HD Media, yeah, I really appreciate, you know, all your time. I've known you a long time, and he's always supported me, and I've always supported him. So that is what it is. But you know, this is the bullshit. It's like on the government's own website, on their what was it? Public health. Oh shit. Public Health England.
Public Health and Security.
Public Health England is what it was. PHE. And on their own website, they showed all the flu deaths for the last 100 years.
They lost a lot.
And you know what? 2021, they had 0 flu deaths.
Yep, but but they do have it every year. They have flu deaths every year. But
And they just change it as and when they want to. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but they do have it every year. But these
if people don't realise that they're being fucking absolutely lied to, do you know what I mean?
I think you'll find on that site as well, the average if you work it out throughout the years, is about 10,000 a year.
Yeah, it was bad in 2019. It was 50,000.
I did a video on it a little while back, and it worked out.
Yes, how was it in 2019? It was 50,000, but in 2021 it was 0.
Like they started to incorporate 2018 to 2019. They incorporated 3 jabs in one: swine flu, avian flu, and flu. There are 3 jabs in one now in the flu jab. I know you got the C19, so
yeah, just keep fucking jabbing people. Yeah, just
one of them in the flu jab actually
any problem
now.
is it?
It's Pandemrix.
Yeah. I looked at my medical record when I was a child. I had no choice as a child. From the age of 4 months to the age of 4 years, I had over 100 different vaccines put in my body by the government with my mother's permission. And do you know why my mother did it? Because it was free. They did adverts all over the telly. Come and get your kids jabbed. Come on. We want to try polio this time. We want to try tuberculosis. Let's have a go at hepatitis.
This is what drives me nuts about people. It's like, how did Pfizer, this is just off of one vaccine, the first ever vaccine brought out by Pfizer, right, was free, right? But apparently Pfizer made $34 billion out of that free vaccine. Now, don't get me wrong, if I've got some free tissues, right, yeah, how am I going to make $34 billion out of those free tissues?
They were never free.
Because nothing's free. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially when government's concerned.
The first one was £20. The second one was 34. The fourth booster now from Pfizer is 67 quid. Who's that? Oh, bless.
Yeah.
Who's paying for it?
Who's paying for it? Who's paying for it? The UK fucking taxpayers paying for it.
Yep.
What happened to the £37 billion that the UK government on track and trace, right, that never worked? Did we get a refund for that? Did those private companies that were executing that fucking market for track and trace on mobile phones, right, and it completely failed? Right? Did we get a rebate for that? Did we get a refund for that? Were those companies ever exposed for who took that money? No, they weren't. So £37 billion disappeared from the UK, government's expenditure, which me and you pay for.
More and more is going to come out about this over time. The one thing that shocked me was we were told about the disease around about January or February of 2020, okay? The governments knew before in 2019. Over 60 countries got together to put a pandemic crisis plan in, well before we knew. Well before we knew. And that was the shutdowns. All of the shutdowns that went across the world was orchestrated from the beginning. Matt.
Just look at it. If you go back to Event 201, which was 4 months before the lockdowns, which was organised by the Johns Hopkins University, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation, and who was the other one?
The Bill and Melinda Gates Murder for Hire Foundation.
Murder for Hire Foundation, yeah. And then if you include that and take it forward, right? 2 months ago, they did another quote sort of pandemic exercise. Johns Hopkins University again, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation again, and Rockefeller Foundation again. World Health Organization was the one I mentioned, was supposed to mention earlier. All of those groups are doing the same thing again, and they're calling it catastrophic contagion. 3 months ago, they were doing exactly the same tabletop exercise for a catastrophic contagion. Go make of it what you will, but let's not say they've never done this before, because they have. They've tried it, they've executed it, and they've put it into practice, and they're going to do the same thing again.
Well, I can't remember how long ago it was, basically, in terms of years, but Bill Gates got involved in an Asian Indian style contraceptive program, all right, to try and reduce the numbers of babies being born. What these women were not told is it was a sterilization program by using medication. Exactly. And there was a massive inquiry on that, because these women were young girls who wanted to have families, and basically after taking the drug for 6 months, they could no longer have kids.
Yeah, and they had the same thing with they did the same thing with Bill Gates with the polio vaccine in Pakistan.
Stop because I had too much brandy.
You know, this guy is just a fucking serial eugenicist. That's all he is. He's a serial eugenicist, like all of them are. That's all they want to do. They just want to kill people they don't like.
Well, I had my 7th jab yesterday, and it's done me no harm.
Mate, your 7th jab has made your beard look even more incredible.
Yeah.
It's done me well. It's done me good. It's done me good.
It's not charging.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the actual largesse of these people is absolutely fucking phenomenal. Because if you take this forward, and even if they imposed the whole
just figured out how to get air on the top of my head,
digital currencies, and even if you impose the whole central bank digital currencies, and you have to log into everything, and you have to have an online persona, and you have to have an online digital currency, or banking currency, or banking online, or whatever it is. Even if you include all of those things, right, it still comes back to the basics, and the basics of the whole fucking phenomenon is the fact that they have control over you. Effectively, the internet has become a Trojan horse for everybody out there, because without the internet, they can't control anything. Without the internet,
the failure for me, we've all got parents and grandparents that went through the wars and fought for our country. That spirit they had that united everyone together on this planet was universal. Didn't matter where you came from. You fought against evil. That is gone. They have browbeaten people around the world for so long. People no longer give a shit. And unless we get that spirit back,
Can you just imagine now if war broke out tomorrow? Yeah, war broke out tomorrow, and they wanted fighting age men to go and sign up. Now, during First World War, Second World War, men were signing up, young boys, 14, 15-year-olds. Can you see 14, 15-year-olds nowadays going and rushing out, signing up? No.
You know why I wouldn't? I don't know whether you heard of the one to be charged. Remember the Belfast incident, the Good Friday incident? One man charged and found guilty of an illegal shooting. He was told to shoot by his commanding officer.
Yeah, but because you didn't have the protection of the country that you're fighting for. It's the woke generation, isn't it? You're being chucked under the bus.
He didn't get any jail time because he's now quite elderly. But my point is, a soldier can do nothing without the authority of their commanding officer. Why aren't they being put in fucking jail for telling them to shoot?
And the same thing in the opposite way is they're now saying that you don't have the right to go against your government because otherwise you're a right-wing anti-vaxxer.
Well, no, you're going to be classed as a domestic terrorist.
You're a domestic terrorist if you go against. So 100 years ago, during the First World War and the Second World War, which is what Tyrant Finder was saying, was, you could sign up any day you like. You just sign up. Yeah, I'll fight for the government. I'll fight for the government. And then here we are, fucking 100 years later, saying if I decry the government, I'm the criminal.
Well, this is where it goes wrong, because Parliament forget one prime thing. We fucking put you there. You are paid to do a job. So you need to roll your sleeves up, shut your trap, get on with what you were hired to do, and do your fucking job. That's what they're there for. If we don't vote these wankers in, if everybody
doesn't matter. We got to get out the illusion, people. Like, it doesn't matter.
Three words for that argument.
It's a company.
World
it's a business.
Economic Forum.
It is. It's a business, Tyrant.
It's a business. We got to get out. It doesn't matter who's in power. It's just a bit like a CEO, isn't it? You appoint a new CEO to a company. The company's the same, isn't it? The structures, leaders different.
In the structure of government, the first bit is local. Hang on, Flute. The first bit is local. So to be a councillor many years ago, you were a volunteer. So you were a normal, everyday working man, working woman who knew all the neighbours, and they got elected to run that particular area. 20 years ago, they decided to pay these people a wage. So they stopped working for the public. They stopped doing what the public wanted. They did what they wanted. So when you go up stages to become an MP, you have to have a certain level of education and a certain level of money in your bank and support. You have to be from a wealthy background.
And what it became is it became commercialised.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
it
the
is.
difference. It didn't become a public service. It
Nope,
became a
not anymore.
commercial service. When it becomes a commercial service, it becomes about profit. Yeah, that's no different. And I agree with you wholeheartedly, Tina, on that one. Because the whole point of where we are now is it's no different.
But if we want to stop,
this is the point.
Oh, look at you.
The thing that people get at the average Joe in the street, if you like, have to get their minds out of voting, because it doesn't matter whether you vote left or you vote right. And if anything has proved that, COVID has proved it. Right?
Definitely.
Because the whole point of COVID, if anything it does, is it's exposed these people for what they are. Because if you voted Labour, you'd get lockdowns. You'd shut your businesses. You can't fucking open. You can't travel. You can't do this. You can't do that. You have to wear a mask. You have to do this. You have to do that. And that's exactly the same under the Conservatives. It makes no difference.
But look at it now. Look who we've got as a Prime Minister.
Voting your way out of conspiracy is never going to get you there, because if you voted for Labour, you'd have got lockdowns. If you voted Conservative, you'd have got lockdowns. End of story.
But what power do we have? We have power. It's called the pen. The pen is mightier than a sword. There is a way to go on to Parliament papers to start a petition. They need 100,000 signatures.
Petitioning doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's an
Can I just say? Shawnee's just said about the white rabbit. On my head, I was hoping from a distance it would look more like hair.
That's very funny. That's good for you, Dan. This late at night.
Just want to lighten the mood. That's all. Come on.
Yeah. If you do a petition,
all I was going to say to end that portion of what I was trying to say is, it doesn't matter, right, which way you vote, right? You're going to end up with the same oligarchy controlling you. It's as simple as that.
So what do you do? You sit back and do nothing?
Well, no, what I'm saying is you don't go to petitions and you don't go to all of that nonsense. What you do is you stop fucking complying, is what you do. Because if everybody in this country stopped complying with all this COVID bullshit, it would end there. Simple as that. What are 600 people in government going to do? What are fucking 125,000 police officers going to do against 650 million or 65 million people in this country? If everyone just stopped complying, there you go.
But they're not going to. They're not going to, Luke.
What we don't need to go, we don't need to go down the route of, let's petition the government, let's petition this government, let's petition Labour, let's petition Conservatives. Let's petition the fucking public and make them aware of their rights and say, everyone stop complying with this bullshit and it all go away. It's as simple as that.
But they don't want to. They like the way they are.
Whether they want to or not, it's irrelevant. It's what we're promoting.
You can't make people do that.
The subject, then promote a subject. You know, I'm not saying you're right and I'm wrong, or I'm right and you're wrong.
But
I'm
the
just saying,
petition
if
says,
you're going to promote something, let's promote the most positive thing we can possibly promote, which is 65 million people saying, no, we're not doing it.
They're not going to.
That's the most important thing.
There is no unity in this country in that way. There hasn't been for years. People have got fucking lazy. They like the credit card. They like the mortgage they can get. They like money.
You need to promote this energy.
Petitions have been done. If you get 100,000.
I've heard all this Barrington Declaration and all this other nonsense. I've heard it all before. It's been going on for 3 fucking years. None of them have done anything. That other bloke, that fucking John Smith with the common law courts, and he's going to take the government to court and all this bullshit. What a load of crap. Absolute load of fucking crap.
Petitions
They
work.
never did anything. The Barrington Declaration didn't do anything. John Smith didn't do anything. The common law courts didn't do fucking nothing, right? What it needs is people like us on this panel to get together and share this information to the people to say, stop doing this shit.
They
Because
won't listen.
all it takes, and don't say they won't do it, because what it takes is everybody to say, we're not complying, that's it, finished. End of fucking story. Right?
There is no unity anymore. There is no unified process.
Should we just give up then, Tina?
No, I'm not saying that. But there are different ways to do it.
Either you can be negative or you can be positive.
I'm positive.
Either we can all find a way of how do we promote this to people, right? Or we can just give up and go, well, you know, everyone's
negative. You can promote it through the chat page we've got here. You start putting too much on Facebook.
Okay. I don't know how many people are in the chat. Like, say there's 100 people in the chat. Right, there's 100 people who just woke up. There you go.
Yeah, but they might not go on and do something.
164 in there at the moment.
If somebody shares it with their parents or their relatives or their brothers or their sisters, that's how you build something. By just turning around and saying, oh, well, everybody's just, you know, negative. They're like, well, that's just giving up, isn't it?
It's not giving up. When you're part of a group, there's some of us that are passionate like yourself and many others to do with Pat's channel. When it goes further out the field, there's a fear factor of persecution, threats, people disowning you, people walking away from you. This country is scared to act. They're frightened of what the consequences are. That's the problem you face.
They're frightened of 600 people in a fucking...
Yes, they are.
600 fucking posh cunts in a fucking building in London called Parliament. And if you're scared of that, you deserve everything you fucking get.
But what do you do? Let's just say a load of us go out. I'm disabled. Some people may be on universal credit, pensions, whatever. You go out, you do your protest, you start talking to people, and they cut your money off like that. How do you feel?
This is the control factor. Like I keep saying, they've got people already. If they under control, you know, all the benefit. They don't care about the people on benefits at the moment because they're the first people that are going to be the easiest to control. So you look at how many million of people on some sort of government finance, government handout. Because regardless if you're disabled, you know, you just haven't got a job, you can't work, whatever you are, if you're on some sort of government handout, they got control on you. You know,
but in the sense that that's correct.
We'll be out of this who don't take anything from the state.
Yeah, but the
pensioners and I agree with Tyrant Finder on that, because we've got to take the essence of what this is, and the essence of what this is the belief in government. The more you believe in government, the fucking worse your life's gonna fucking get. It's as simple as that, right? So what we need to do is try and translate that information to people, because all the time a government has got 70% of control over people, they can get away with all this bullshit.
Of course they can. Yes, I agree.
So what we need to do is figure out a way of waking up the other people and saying, look, because if the government's got 70% of control of compliance, right, then they can come out whatever bullshit they want.
Oh, it's like an election time.
This is a fundamental thing, right?
Yeah.
If you've got 99% of the people in this country would say they don't trust politicians, right?
Yeah.
But then you end up with 70% of the country going, well, that's what the government said, so I'm going to wear my mask and I'm going to social distance and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. That's the whole point of it. 99% of the people in this country don't trust politicians. So why is it we've got 70% of the country complying with all their bullshit legislation?
The biggest voters in this country are the pensioners of this country. The pensioners are the ones that do the most.
And the biggest people who they fuck over in this country.
Right?
You know, it's...
They are the biggest voters.
No, they might be the biggest voters, but they haven't got the fucking brains because they've been indoctrinated for the last fucking 8 years.
They're old school. There's a lot of people of pensionable age that I know that came from a generation of the wars and everything else.
They came from a generation of compliance, is where they came from.
They didn't comply very much after the war.
Oh, they did comply. They did comply because they went to war. They sent their sons to die in 2 world wars to comply with the government. That's what they did.
Save lives of the country they came from. That's what they did.
No, they didn't save lives. Nobody saved any fucking lives.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did. My family come from the military.
My mum's 80 years old. How many fucking lives did she save in 2 world wars? None is the answer to that.
They worked in the armaments factory.
I'm not arguing with you, Tina, because I think you're a lovely person. You obviously do a brilliant job to help other people out.
I don't argue with you either. We just have a difference of opinion.
And all I'm saying is, nobody in my family over the age of 70 ever fucking saved anybody's life. They didn't. All they ever did was sign up to a political fucking bullshit fucking paradigm which risked their own lives to save the political bullshit. That's all they did.
Well, there's a lot of the generation that I came from. If they didn't go to war, we'd have been speaking German.
Generation, I don't know how old you are. I'm 50
I'm
years
61.
old. Yeah, so what, there's 10 years between us?
Yeah, 62 this year.
My mum didn't save anybody from the war. My dad didn't save anybody from war. But my uncle didn't. My auntie didn't. I've got 6 other aunties and uncles and God knows what. Nobody saved anybody from a war. They just participated in it because they believed in the government, that they were fighting for the right thing. They signed up.
They didn't go to war. Okay, they didn't go to war.
There's noble about it. There's nothing noble about sucking government arsehole. There's nothing
So by not going to war, you think you're fine, that you can literally sit here, you've not done a war, we're not going to go to war because it's a government issue. We would have been speaking German, mate, right across this world. That's what they say. My mum was only 14. She was making parachutes for the troops in a parachute factory at 14 years old to make sure those jumping out of planes had something that opened up that saved their fucking life. This is what I'm talking about. Everybody contributed. The firefighters and the London Blitz.
The point I'm trying to make is, if you disobeyed your government in the first place, you wouldn't have to worry about jumping out of a fucking aeroplane and needing a parachute in the first place.
Well, it happened, and people did. They stepped up.
Right. Oh, that's pretty much like common sense, is it?
Yes, Dan.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move because I get you've got your views on certain things, but I think after a while we sort of hit a wall, and we're not going to move forward from that. And we've been talking about this for a little bit.
Talk about the war.
It's a little bit more. It's a little bit morbid. I know that's all we've got to talk about these days. Really, everything's fucking morbid. Let's face it.
Really. There's nice
it's a little bit morbid, but let's move on. I was actually thinking about.
I just wanted to apologise to Tina because I didn't want to. I wasn't trying to take you off.
Oh, you don't need to apologise, Fluke. You're entitled to your own opinion, mate. Don't ever apologise.
No, I didn't want you to feel bad about it.
No. The only time you need to apologise is when you really do something wrong, and they'll tell you to fuck off if you are that bad. So you don't have to apologise.
Please feel free to use your freedom of speech to tell me to fuck off anytime you want. Okay.
She will, Fluke. She will. She will. Right, I was actually thinking about going over and raiding Glyn's channel just for 5 minutes, just to change that. To Glyn Simmons is doing his own live stream at the moment. I was going to go over there and log into his live stream and say hello while we're all on here, and everybody can go and jump in the comments for 5 minutes, just to give him a little bit of a boost, because it's nice to help. It's nice to help people like that. Do you know what I mean? So you can just jump in the comments, just say hello. We're on Paps Live. We'll just come over and say hello, and I just want to just give him a little bit of a boost. He's a nice guy, and it changes the dynamic of the conversation that we're having for a bit.
Roger, I think I'll subscribe to yours.
How do we go over to his channel?
Well, I'll post the link to the video. I'll post the link to the video in the chat there.
Yeah.
The actual video. I can log into StreamYard twice, so I can log into StreamYard on his channel as well. Just to give him a hello.
It's nice to support others.
It is indeed. I'm on his
We're
channel.
going to create a monster loop here or something with audio, and because I've never done it this way before.
If everyone who's in the chat here mutes
How
their
you doing?
because we should be able to hear it if perhaps it's
I am. I'm on a live stream at the moment, and I'm live streaming you through my live stream.
What does that mean?
I just thought I would just give you a little bit of a boost, Glyn. Come over just for a few minutes and say hello. So you're probably going to find a few comments jumping in, a few comments popping up in your comment section there. Watching.
Oh,
God, Jack. Yeah. My package earrings.
Huh?
They're not that fucking big. What's the matter with you?
I can't hear anything. Can you hear anything, Roger?
Can you guys hear?
I can, because I'm listening through Mix Minor, so I can hear him.
Right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me just share screen. Share Chrome tab.
I got on Glenn's stream, but now I've lost the original one off YouTube on Pap.
Oh, there he is.
Hang on.
Right, let's get back to here. There we go.
Can the people, Roger? Can you hear? Can you hear from my stream?
I can hear you. Your mic's breaking up, but the volume's very low on the on Glenn's stream.
Right, and there's a bit of an echo. How the fuck does everyone else do it without an echo then? I
got me.
Oh, I know. No, I know what. Sorry,
I can hear you. Your mic's breaking up, but the volume's very low on the on Glenn's stream.
Right, and there's a bit of an echo. How the fuck does everyone else do it without an echo then? Well, when it comes to I know. No, I know what. Sorry,
your mic's breaking up. Volume's very low.
It's getting too much. It's getting too much. How the fuck does everyone else do it without an echo then? Well, it's in my ears. Sorry.
No.
Oh, that was just confusing.
That was very confusing.
You should have been here last night.
That was just new.
I hate when it loops because it's like looping.
Yeah.
Well, that's a master at creating loops with his audio.
That didn't quite go as well as planned.
No, not at all. No.
But then again, it wouldn't be one of my live streams if there wasn't a technical difficulty, would there?
No, of course. No, of course. No, not at all.
I can still hear you.
Well, I don't know quite what I did, but I ended up with Glenn's stream on that one that I could hear. Then
I'm only through
YouTube.
I'm only on my live stream now.
And I could hear all three of them.
Strange.
I'm sorry, everybody. Perhaps fucked it all up.
Again.
Yeah, blame him.
Well, you know. Things, isn't it? That didn't quite, as I said, that didn't quite go to plan. I'll have to stay in my own time.
Coming through flukes.
Leave that sort of thing to the Rev.
What was that? Boot Fluke. He's on Glenn's channel now.
Can I ask you, Tyler?
I think I'm back on here. Yes.
Any chance of Any chance of a shout for David Ram's channel doing 70 hours live in 7 days for animal charity?
Wow.
Well, to be honest, it's something that I was going to do. I was going to do the 24-hour live stream. I can't do anything.
24-hour,
but I'd like to do a 24-hour one, see if we can raise some money for a charity.
I don't be on
we've had enough practice over the last week.
So, hang on.
Janine's in the back. I'm going to bring Janine on. Janine, just give us a little wave. Thank you. Right, I'm going to bring you on now.
Hi, Janine. Yeah, I want to ask Tyrant a question, Dan, if it's all right.
Go on.
By all means.
How long has your site been going, mate?
How long's my site?
Your YouTube
my YouTube. Oh, I turned it into a channel about March. I think it was January 2020 when I actually uploaded my first video.
Okay.
But yeah, and then obviously the nuttiness kicked off with but I've been watching auditors. I've watched Paps for ages. I followed Fluke when he went out and he got arrested at the army barracks. That was probably one of the first audits I watched. And obviously I went into auditing and done a few. All right. And obviously I educated myself on the law first. So every time I only got my collar felt once, and police paid me out for that. But then it got boring because police leave me alone now. They know who I am. They know I don't break the law.
This is the hard part for them, isn't it? They want you, but they can't quite get you. That's what gets to them. They just can't.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that they don't like it when you know more.
Oh, of course.
More than them, because it's like I keep having a joke with them. It's like it takes 16 weeks to become a copper, but it takes 3 years to become an hairdresser. You can't make sense of all that. Or it's one of those things. So it's like I tell everybody, learn law. And law is easy. 3 things: injury, harm, and loss. But then you've got to learn their law, like the statutes, acts, legislations. But then you've got to use those statute, acts, and legislations against them. So, it's when you become versed in all those statutes, acts, and legislations, and then you can turn those statutes, acts, and legislations around on them. Yeah,
that's what I've been saying for ages, right? A lot of people, they go on about, acts and statutes are nothing because, we haven't entered into an agreement. Listen, that's what they use against us. We have to use the same tools that they use on us against them. That's the only way that we can fucking even consider fighting them.
Yeah.
Going into a courtroom and going, Judge, if you leave this courtroom, then I'm
a piece of paper.
Yeah, I'm the most senior person in the room, and I can dismiss my own. Fuck off, you knobheads.
It's true. It is true. I mean, the acts that they create, like the Registration Act we talked about earlier, 1933 became law for registrar offices to be done in 1936. If they're saying it's not true, so why are they buying a birth certificate? Why do they have to pay for a marriage license? Why do you have to pay for a death certificate? So if these people don't think they're real, why are they paying these people to get a piece of paper?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Active Patriot scooter chase was fucking brilliant. when he was on his electric scooter and he fucked off from the police and they chased him whilst he was on his scooter was really fun. I've got to say,
I can remember that one.
That was hilarious.
When he did the dub version over the top of it as well with the motor sounds and that was excellent.
You can tell a judge acts aren't law. One of those things. Acts aren't law. It's only given the full force of the law by the consent of the governed. You can argue the toss all day long whether or not you give freely the consent because it's done on the majority, not the minority of people. You can argue all that as you want. You're never going to win as a freeman of the land. Never.
Of course not.
Did you see that one in America, Tyrant? The jury bought in a guilty verdict.
America's
and the
different.
judge turned round and threw it out. He said, "No, I'm going to dismiss the case. I disagree with your findings."
I think I saw that one. It's an old judge.
You got to remember, Americans very different. Their constitution is shrined in law, whereby we're not taught the Magna Carta or are any sort of constitution, really. But they're staunch. So you got to remember everything that the American Constitution says comes from us.
Comes from English law, yeah,
comes from
absolutely.
English law, fundamentally. You know, you're called. You know, it's everything comes from basically us.
Yeah, it does.
So you know that's why they're so staunch on their constitution.
I love watching the American Antiques Roadshow. Like, we got ours, and ours goes back thousands of years. And they sit there going, "Oh, this is 200 years old, and it's worth this." I'm thinking, twats. So yeah, they have to. So assholes. A rocking chair, like 200. Oh, that's worth like $12,000. Really? Try stuff you get in the UK. It's like thousands of years old. Idiots.
Well, of course it is. I mean, our country's been going for far longer, isn't it, than many of the others?
Well, America's been, what, 200 years, isn't it? It's like
if you get an argumentative American, the only word you got to say to that person is, "You're not an American. You're a colonizer." They hate that. This is my country, not.
They've appropriated it. They're racist.
They come from a nation of convicts. I'll tell you what, you do get a reaction then, I'll tell you.
Yes, Bulldog. American law is built on English law, exactly.
Well, America didn't have any history other than the native Americans until Europeans arrived, and it was the Dutch that arrived there first. So.
Yeah. So they're colonizers and not actually Americans. I'm third generation born in America. You're still not an American.
That's why so many Americans have got English and Scottish and Welsh heritage.
There's still a battle in court. What's the mountain where the president's heads are? Black Hills?
Rushmore.
But that belongs to a particular tribe, an American Indian tribe, and they're still going through court because where the mountain is, that's a burial ground from their past generations. So they're now fighting it in court, and it could transpire, maybe in the next 10 years, that the government are going to do a deal with the Blackfoot tribe, and they're going to give them the rights to the mountains as long as they keep it as it is, and they get the money from the tourism.
Right.
So they're trying to strike a deal because it is their land.
Yeah, I'm also. I think it would be. I think the government of America would think it's cheaper just to fucking pay them off and keep the mountain and do it that way. Rather than
they tried that before and they keep coming back. So they're actually giving back land more and more in America quietly than they ever have done before. There's more tribes re-establishing Indian camps. It's getting wider and wider. So people are going back.
Yeah, maybe that's because they want the tribes to fight with Bill Gates for the land rather than the government.
Yeah.
True. Look how they stopped that bloody oil pipeline that Trump was trying to put in right through an Indian reservation. That got stopped.
Well, it's Bill Gates is now the largest landowner in America.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been buying up land for years. Okay. And if he's been buying up the land, it wouldn't surprise me if the government are like, yeah, let's get as much money as we can before it all goes to shit. Right. And before it all goes digital and all the rest of it. And
he wants everyone off of rural areas, doesn't he? He wants everyone out of rural areas and into cities.
But yet you can't go into cities now, Tyrant, because of this zones. You can't drive into a city in a petrol car. So how are you supposed to get there? There's no public transport. The trains are shit. So if you've got a petrol or diesel car with these new zones in Oxford, Kent, and now the Mayor of London's going to put it in all the boroughs, if you can't travel within 20 minutes of your area and you haven't got a permit, you're going to be fined 160 quid.
Yeah, but it's not down to just zoning of the areas. You've got to look at the areas that have brought in congestion charges now, like Birmingham, Bristol.
I know, it's bad.
I cannot, well, I'm practically trapped within 15 minutes of my house because I can't go into Bristol without paying. I can't go to the other side of Bristol because it's going to take me an hour of a journey.
Yeah.
It would have only took me 20 minutes. So you're practically zoned now.
Yes,
yeah.
But this is more strenuous. So they're only stopping petrol and diesel. I see there's a message up from English Bulldog.
And we're all moaning about all these electric cars and things like that they want us to buy and stuff like that. And we're thinking about all the distances that these electric vehicles won't go. Well, if we can only use these electric vehicles within 15 minutes of our homes, then it doesn't matter where all these charging stations are, is it?
Well, we know they've not got enough, don't we? They don't have enough chargers. English Bulldog, is that aimed at me? Oh, race. Can you answer that one, Dan?
Well,
Oh,
I don't
thanks for that, Dan. Bristolians need containing. Thanks very much.
I'm presuming it is Tina because there isn't another lady on here talking about things. So I'm presuming.
I'm not a lady, so I just asked a question because I'm not a lady. So, but thanks anyway.
Here we go. Yes, it is aimed at you. He says.
Bulldog. Here's a little history lesson. The Romans landed.
Can I just answer Tyrant there? There's some I don't know whether he knows about. In London, loads of building projects have been cancelled. The reason given is there's no way the electronic infrastructure can handle the new buildings.
No, they can't.
They can't even put the computer cables in they want and run computers in all the buildings, let alone EV points. And they're actually cancelling residential building projects because of it. The infrastructure just ain't there for EVs. We ain't never going to have them full time.
Oh, you don't need a history lesson. So
Hey,
do
Dan, sorry, can I
appreciate
just answer Dan in the chat a minute? Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Dan, being a Swindonian, at least I'm a city, not a town.
So the history is when I respect everybody who lives in this country, okay? Everybody. I don't like the word racism. There's no such thing as racism. There's only one human race, in my opinion. No one else's but mine, okay? I believe everyone has the right, okay? We have been a multicultural society since the Romans brought the first slaves here between 45 and 55 AD. Because of the multicultural society we have in the United Kingdom, we have Jamaican music, Indian food, everything is here. We have a massive culture that I am proud of. We wouldn't have the music we've got, the food we've got, the standard of living in certain places, the diversity we've got. There is no one, there's no separate races. We are one. We look different.
We still have segregation, don't we? We still have segregation. We might be the most diverse country in the world, but we're all segregated into our areas, aren't we?
That was done specifically by government.
Look at Bristol. We have a Somalian area made up of Somalians. We have a Jamaican area made up of Jamaicans off of the Windrush generation.
Councils have been doing it for fucking decades. People talk about deprived areas. They talk about black areas and BAME areas. That's not our fault. That's the council's fault. They're following a protocol. In my opinion, they're following some kind of protocol, some kind of plan. And when somebody goes to the council and says, I need somewhere to live, they go, oh, right, well, we'll put you in that area. So we'll keep all the blacks in one area, all the Muslims in another area. We'll try and segregate all the whites to another area. And this is the plan to keep people separated, to keep people fighting against each other. Stop
the division.
I don't believe in the word racism. It's a government word used to segregate and separate.
Discrimination. You've heard me on my channel. Sorry, Tyrant. Sorry, you've all heard me on my videos. I would prefer to, when I say the word racism, that's when I quote what somebody else has said. When I'm talking about it, I talk about discrimination.
Yes.
It's a cultural difference.
There is a very big difference between discrimination and racism, in my opinion. Okay, because what you're doing when you call it racism, or when you call it homophobia, when you call it transphobia, all you're doing is you're creating these subsections, and you're propagating these subsections of society to rather than saying, listen, we all get discriminated against in one way or another. Yes, some more than others. Okay, but discrimination is the overarching theme of it. And when you start breaking people down and go, well, you're all getting discriminated against, but we're going to discriminate you for your colour. We're going to discriminate against you because of your disability, you because of your religion, you because you've got a penis between your legs, but you think you're a woman, whatever it might be. And all that does is it creates these subsections of society. We're continually fighting against each other. We aren't having an opportunity to come together over shared beliefs.
You can have multicultural societies who live side by side and take care of each other side by side. An example I will give you, we have a Muslim temple in our city. When the major hotel in the city burnt down, it was quite sad to see the actual property get destroyed, the Royal Clarence Hotel. The firefighters were there with ambulance staff and people there for almost 7 days and 7 nights. The Muslim temple themselves, for no reason, turned up with food trucks. They were there 24 hours a day feeding the firefighters, the police, and any public. So they kept the public out of the way, but they fed those people. out of their own money. It wasn't asked for. Once the firefighters realised there was hot food, something to drink while they were trying to put out the fire to save the city centre, it was great to see. The community came together. And that's what it's about. There's one human race. I have yet seen anybody take a DNA test that's come back 100% white. Grow up.
Mine hasn't even come back 100% human.
Defy me. Go and take a DNA test and see if it comes back 100% white, and see what the fuck you get. It's going to scare the shit out of you.
You go back to what Dan was just saying about splitting us up into groups and
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
and what have you. Now think of what I said yesterday in the video.
Yeah.
The next stage in control is control communication. Now, what do you think this new online safety bill is all about?
Absolutely.
Now, they've already cut the ties between societies. They're starting to cut the ties between everybody, and then they're cutting off the communications, controlling the finances. Boom, they've got total control.
The worst part they use for me is religion. That's the biggest thing they use to create hate.
One of the things they're going to do with these bills is like they've done in Jockland. They've created a bill that makes it an offence to do certain things within your own house. Okay, so the hate bill. Okay, you're not allowed to have conversations that discuss discrimination in a negative way, even in your fucking house. Okay, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna make the same thing. I'm telling you now, they're gonna make the same thing about dissent. If you are found to have been discussing dissent within your house, within your four fucking walls of your castle, then you are going to be arrested and questioned as some kind of fucking threat.
That's why I live alone.
That's what the new rights bill is about as well.
That's why I live alone. There's no walls that's going to grass me up, so I'm not worried about that.
Well, I don't say nothing in front of this bunch. Nothing that can get me in trouble anyway.
Yes.
Try me.
I think Janine has a question for me, Dan. What's the question, Janine?
Go ahead.
Hiya. Yeah, Taylor, I don't know if you got my message earlier on, but it's been something that's been playing on my mind for a bit. And I'm hoping, like, for the sake of anybody else who's got disabilities in the chat, in the comments and that kind of thing, if there can be some sort of clarification somewhere with regards to mobility scooters and electric wheelchairs. I think we touched base on this before. In tower blocks and accommodation as such, because I've found out today that my landlord is looking at cracking down on people like myself with mobility scooters, and they're actually threatening now to remove them.
Right. Under the law, if they know someone is every council should have a priority list of all disabled clients within their buildings. So when you come across that, your tenancy officer, we know it doesn't happen, Janine, is supposed to visit your property, do an assessment, and find out what you need. So if a person has a disability which is chronic, they should be immediately put onto the council register and moved to more suitable accommodation. That is the law, okay?
Yeah.
Regarding scooters, it is recommended by the fire services that you don't have electric scooters, basically, in high-rise flats. Because if the lifts break, you can't get out. But that goes back to discrimination, because if you're a disabled person on a 13th floor block of flats and the lifts don't work and you can't get out, you are basically facing discrimination because of your disability, because you found. But in regards to the duty of a council, if you look at the, hang on, let me think, it's like the Housing Act 1996, Part 6, the 1985 Allocations Act, Section 166A, it specifies that a disabled person has the right to choose where they want to live. A disabled person has the right to choose the type of property they live in regards to their disabled accommodation, a ground floor flat, a bungalow, somewhere to store their disability equipment. That is law. That's written into those acts. All right? I'm sorry, I'm a bit... My tongue's gone a bit dry. So basically, that's the laws that govern the Act of Allocations. Your council, your particular council is in serious screwed up trouble, because they are literally discriminating against you and others like you.
Yes, yeah.
Accommodation that does not meet the requirements of the 166A allocations policy. I've sent that to you and showed you.
Yeah.
That's law.
I've literally, I quoted that at them earlier on today, and the woman's response was literally like, "Oh, we don't give a fanny's ass," in the matter of speaking. You know,
I've already sent it to them. They're aware of it. I've done that for you. I've sent the out.
Thank
what
you.
I'll do is I'll take further action. I'm still writing a letter, combined letter, to the Secretary of State for Housing and Communities, which unfortunately is that twat Michael Gove. He's fucking teapot. He got a dyslexic secretary the last time I wrote. I had to ask him to explain it because it looked like foreign alien language of so many spelling mistakes. And I said, could you get somebody to interpret what she's written? So I'll write to him again because they're supposed to be on top of landlords who don't follow the allocations policy. The scooter issue is not your problem. They shouldn't have you in that property, and they know that.
Exactly. And what they actually said to me today was as well is that I am responsible for disconnecting the batteries on my scooter when the scooter is not being used. And I actually said, look, I said, that's a load of rubbish. I said, I'm not going to disconnect anything because I could create a bigger problem. And I don't want to go there.
The guide from the fire service in London after Grenfell was quite clear. Some of the older batteries can overheat if you're charging them for too long. It wasn't because of people's ignorance. People were using extension cables if they had a ground floor flat, and it was overheating. You see what I mean? They're putting too many things in play. So a lot of fires did happen. When you want to charge your batteries, then they're a lot better now. So let's say you've got an electric wheelchair. Now, an electric wheelchair has the same lithium batteries that a scooter does.
Exactly.
Now, an electric wheelchair is used inside a house or a flat.
Yeah.
You go in the door, okay? What's the difference with a scooter?
There's no difference.
Why are they saying that those batteries are different? They're not. So if you wanted to take the batteries out to charge them, you can do that. But I would recommend you charge them away from the property at family or somewhere else. You just don't use these charging points because it's 3 times the cost now for electric.
Oh, God, don't get me started on those.
Yeah, there's 3 times the price now. So basically, the council's obligations are clear. We know from the start of the pandemic, a lot of these councils are running their services like they want to, not how they are legally obliged to. So that's
the whole point of the World Economic Forum.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's illegal. Okay. What they're doing is illegal.
I'll touch base with you more on that, like to say later on this afternoon now, Teen. I just wanted to get that sort of clarified because there is a lot of things that are happening within the estates, and it's literally it's falling down round their knees, really.
Basically, talking to the newspapers is good. Keep sending reports. Don't make reports to the police. Don't make reports to the council. Just get the evidence and send it. Don't talk to them. If you get an admission and you're complaining, when you get a complainer in the council, somebody comes in with a justified cause. They've got a right to speak up. They've got an objective plan they want to go forward, right?
Yeah.
They will stop you because you're a complainer, because you know what you're talking about. You've gone in prepared, and they don't like it. And they tried to ban me from the council once. I laughed at that.
You go on the list. When you complain, you go on a list. Every council has a list. You go on that list. And you phone up and they say, what's your name? They type your name in. First thing that comes up is a fucking flag on the screen that says this person's this. I explain this on the IMA channel. Okay. So when you complain, you get fucking slack.
Exactly, Dan. Exactly.
Let me just see. I just want to say before we move on, I've just had a fucking, well, literally today, within the last 13 minutes, I've got a text message from Pip. It says, hello from Independent Assessment Services. We conduct personal independence payment assessments for the Department for Work and Pensions. This is for information purposes only to let you know that we are managing your PIP assessment. So they've now got they've finally got my fucking PIP update form.
How long has that taken?
6 months after my stroke, so a year and a half ago.
Oh, Dan, you're going to be waiting ages. They take
Sometimes
forever.
they.
You still
I've
waiting
heard
for
they're
that?
taking up 2-3 years now. Sometimes.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. I put it in a year. I put it in a year and a half ago, and I phoned them in the meantime several times, and I've had care worker that phoned them up, and I think Tina's been dealing with some bits and pieces.
I have.
Yeah.
And when I have spoken to them, they said, "Oh yeah, we've not got to it yet." But this text, I think, now tells me that they've now got to it, and it's now going to be allocated to somebody.
Can you forward that to me, Dan?
I can.
Thank you. What I'll do is I'll send another IAN letter, Independent Advice Network letter, asking them why it's taken so long, and I want further updates put through to me as well as your advocate. I've got your consent. I'll do it again. I've done it twice already, mate. But you know the same as me. WP, they don't have an email address. You've got to post it. They lose it. It was even recorded delivery, and they said they can't find the 2 letters I've already sent. So I'll send them another fucker. So
right, I've just texted it to you, Tina.
Thank you. I'll send another one tomorrow.
No worries. Sorry for interrupting there, folks. I just wanted to let
tier appeal. I've got my first live tier appeal appearing in the tier appeal court on the 20th. So I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be a good challenge.
Tina, can I ask you a quick question? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. Shut up, Danny, dickhead. I weren't talking to you. You know how before, obviously, you're gonna told me about things I can get to from the shop, and obviously, because I was talking to you about my hair night. Now, here's one for the skin. Do you know what good soap I could use to obviously, because I've got dry skin and stuff. So, do you know of any soaps or anything like that I could basically use?
Don't use soap. No, soap's a bad thing. I told you previously, if you've got skin issues, use baby lotion, baby bath, and baby lotion.
No, but this is talking about washing my hands, though.
Put yourself for the local Polish car wash. You'll be all right.
Fuck off, Dan.
Nathan, drop me a message on Discord. I might have someone that can help you.
If you go to a Boots or something, Nathan, there's a thing called Vaseline Intensive Care Cream. I use it every day on my face. I use oil of oatmeal.
I'm talking about washing my hands.
Oatmeal scrub is good as well.
If you've got skin conditions, if it's serious and it's been diagnosed, the doctor can prescribe you a particular tub of cream, which is a very high moisture content, which stops the skin from drying out and getting itchy. Okay, so
yeah, because obviously, while I'm here at the moment, obviously, you know, I'm still going through stress, and I'm literally washing my hands up 4 times. So I need something because I'm going through moisturizer like nothing. Tina, it's doing my fucking head in.
They can give it to you on a prescription. Okay.
Yeah,
so try that for GP as well. All right. I don't use soap on my hands at all. I use a cream. So I use that.
Nathan, drop me a message in Discord and I'll respond to you like later on or in the morning. I've got something that might help you because I've got dry hands, like overwashing and that kind of thing.
Do you want to know?
Do you need Tina's site in, please?
Did you want to know what it is? So crafts. I'll tell you what it is. Basically, obviously, because of where I'm right now, it's causing me stress because I don't like it here.
Thank you.
So
yes,
it's making me.
There's a link.
What?
Sorry, I'm talking. Mahatma Levelance asked for if Tina has a site. So I asked Tiffany to put Tina's link in the chat, which I'll just let you know.
Carry on, Nathan. Carry on, mate.
Crafts. So basically, obviously, because there's obviously, you know, what's going on here right now. It's making me wash my hands because, you know, it's like I even don't want to use my sink. You know, I keep washing my hands in the shower.
Nate, I know you've got OCD. Yeah, I know you've got OCD, darling. What you got to do is use a distraction technique. When you feel like you want to start scratching, take your mind away from it. Go for a walk.
No, I don't scratch though, Tina. It's just I keep washing my hands. I don't trust that my hands will be clean.
Right, so you can use moisturizers instead of soap. That will stop your hands from drying out. Okay. So you need to use a moisturizer. Soap is great, smells nice, but it will suck the water out of your skin. All right, it dries it up. Your skin will get
So
dry.
what else can I use to wash my hands then?
Moisturizer.
You can
Wait,
use an
moisturizer
emollient,
doesn't
like an
clean your
emollient
hands, does
cream.
it?
Yes, moisturizers contain antibiotic properties, antiseptic properties, and that will keep your skin clean just by using a moisturizer. If you want to use a sanitizer to be more clean, you can buy one online. I'll try and find a link, which has got chamomile and lavender in it. That's natural oils, and that will also stop you from having this
You
issue.
can look good and smell good.
Oh yeah.
Give me a sec.
If anyone's gonna, if anyone, somebody, I don't know who.
Wait,
put it
Dan,
on.
I've got to quickly come out and come back in because obviously the volume's a bit
Back in a
fucked.
second. Hold on.
Right, if
Okay,
anyone, I
Did
can't
you hear me,
remember who
Dan?
put it up, but
Yeah,
somebody put a bottle of E45 cream.
That's one, yeah.
Right, don't ever fucking touch that shit.
There's
right?
one called
And
D-base.
if you do, go and research the ingredients that go into that.
There's a
Right?
specific.
I guarantee you'll never touch it again.
Yep. But you can use basically a moisturizer. A lot of those are antibacterial, antiseptic as well, to put onto your hands, especially in Nate's case because he's got OCD. Use that to wash your hands, and it'll moisturize your skin. It does really work hard. So.
Don't use E45. It's just a chemical bunch of bullshit.
I use
No, it's not. Hey, wait, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, Flute.
You know what, I'll tell you what.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, Flute, mate. That shit sorted my skin out, mate.
Here's a bag of fucking baby wipes, right? And I wouldn't wipe my own baby's child with this shit.
Flute,
it's
can I ask you a question? Do you go to the supermarket? Do you buy food in the supermarket? Everything you consume, any drinks you have, has shit in it, mate. There's a lot of stuff. It's not this fucking, it's not just hand moisturizer. A lot of the stuff, fruit has stuff in it. Juice, do you drink juice? It all has shit in it, mate. Everything does. Everything.
If you go back to organics, Nate.
No. What you're saying is juice has contaminants in it, right? Now, if you go and buy your own oranges and squirt your own oranges and make a juice drink out of it, then that's different. Difference between buying.
But mate, not everybody can afford or not everybody can afford.
No, I'm not
to do
saying that. I'm not saying about affordability.
Right,
what I'm saying is if you go and buy some oranges and squirt your own oranges and make your own orange drink, that's better than having a produced product by some Mickey Mouse company, that's going to produce your orange juice for you, because it's guaranteed to be laced with all sorts of shit. And it's no different with fucking Pampers fucking baby wipes or anything else.
Everything you have, unless it's natural, will be contaminated if it's chemically made. Everything you have. So what I do, so if you get chamomile tea...
Auditor back in the chat, Dan.
Sorry?
Fuck.
Please,
Dan,
please.
don't bring that fucking prick on. He's bring him on.
Sorry, guys. Can I just show Nathan something, please?
Go on.
Right, Nathan. Now I don't mind getting you one of these or a couple of these and sending them to you, right? But what I've got here is this. Now this I know it is completely vegan. There's no sort of other rubbish or anything in it, that kind of thing. Right? And it's it's lemon, it's pure lemons, and it's cleansing antibacterial hand sanitizer.
So would that be good for my skin?
It'll be perfect for your skin. It'll stop you the hand washing, that kind of thing, and it's got moisturizing properties in it as well. I use this religiously rather than that rubbish alcohol stuff that is all around us. This is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And I don't mind getting you some of this if you want me to.
Yeah. I'll try something. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll owe you big time.
Also, another one that I really use is almond milk. Now, I think it was Fluke that said about oats or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like a hand balm, and you can use that as much as often as you need, and that gives you 96 hours of moisture.
Lost Souls Paranormal uses like oat milk or almond milk in her drinks. And I tried washing in her almond milk last night, but it didn't do a good job, so I just put it back in the carton.
Dan, that's because it's like, slightly different, But this, again, is like made pure almonds. It's literally just like ground almond milk.
Yeah, it's really good stuff, that is. If you want to make something without chemicals, I never used wet wipes on my children, Fluke, okay? I never did. What I did is I got chamomile, I infused it, I got plain nappy liners, I put it in a pot, I soaked them with the chamomile liquid and put it in the fridge. That's what I used on my children. They never had rashes, they never had sores. I have always done that. I make my own internal air freshener. My air freshener around my house is a big bottle filled with water, spray bottle, 10 mils of chamomile, 10 mils of lavender. I've had people asking me to make it and send it because it smells so nice. I don't use chemicals. I don't do makeup. I don't care if people think of my face. I don't give a shit. I got to look at it. So I don't do makeup. I always have my children raised with finding a way through nature to get it, not chemical.
Okay, Tina, and I'll say this to everybody in the chat. I'm not taking this to you personally, not at all. But everybody's got. I suffer with psoriasis, right? Now, I've been to the doctors and they gave me this gel and this cream and that cream and all the other bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And do you know what? The only thing that's ever worked for me is just washing my. I get it on my scalp a lot, and I get it on my wrist and my ankles, right? And all I do is just wash it, right? And then I dry it and I leave it to dry overnight. And the next morning, all I do is put a bit of Savlon on it.
Yeah.
And it works perfectly fine. It works better than the £8 fucking.
Oh, of course it does.
That they sent me to the fucking doctors for the £8 prescription. It was shit. It was crap. It was nothing. Right? It was just, you might as well have just told me to rub some turd on my foot.
Oh, same. I understand. Saying that, you just reminded me about how many of you knew that in 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, the government changed the prescription costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw that, but it
doesn't
affect me though.
Whose
It doesn't
benefit?
affect me.
Whose
Right,
benefit?
when you get a prescription, when you got a prescription, it was £9.95 per prescription. You could have 4 items on there, and it was £9.95. Now it's £9.95 per item.
Yeah.
They've changed it while we were going through COVID.
Yeah.
Not for us,
whose benefit is that for? That was for the benefit of, let me think. Let me brain. Oh, it's the pharmaceutical companies. It's for their benefit.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Hey,
But I
ain't
saw
rocket science.
in the chemist. I thought,
None of this shit is rocket science. And I
but this
tell
was
you what,
2021.
if this fucktard comes in again, I'm gonna fucking rip him a new.
Who's Snoop Dogg? Who's Snoop Dogg?
Auditor. If you want to come on, mate,
Snoop
come
Dogg.
on. Let's have a fucking chat.
Don't bring that
Because you are
fucking
one
wet wipe on.
fucking.
He's
He won't come on. Listen,
He won't.
guys,
He's a bell pipe.
Ever
will not
come on any live stream ever and debate me. Okay.
Tyrone,
So go
Hello.
fuck yourself.
what's the breed of your dog?
A bulldog.
Nice. How old?
English bulldog. She's 5 years old. She was a
Oh,
rescue dog.
wow.
I used to foster for a bulldog rescue foundation called the Edward
Yeah.
Foundation.
She's beautiful.
and she was a rescue, but nobody wanted her because
Oh, bless.
she's got they suffer because they're so interbred. They're so bloody, you know what I mean? Because they got, you know, an English bulldog is never normally with a snub nose, is it?
That's right, yeah.
So they have a lot of breathing problems, but she's got an eye problem, so her eyes don't produce tears.
Oh, bless her.
So I've got a.
You got to put drops in, yeah.
Drops in, so nobody wanted her because she's cost a lot in vet bills.
I had a guy that had a bulldog with the same problem with the breathing, and they have that sound that comes from their throat.
Yeah, it sounds like they're chuffing like a train, like
yeah, that's right. So I
they
said,
have
look,
BOLAP surgery.
yeah. He said, well, I can't get insurance. I said, look, go to one I just joined. It was called Bought by Many. Now it's called Many Pets.
Yeah.
And if the dog's over 9 months old, they'll insure it. You do not pay the vet for anything. It goes direct from the vet to the insurer, and they pay them direct, so you don't have bills. And they pay for almost everything. The only thing they don't pay for is flea treatment, nurse treatment.
Yeah.
So my vet put a thing in place, £10 a month. My dog used to have 10 visits a year to get all of her stuff done. Nurses loved her to bits. Give her a bit of catnip, she'd let the vet do anything, mate. She'd sit there with this toy with catnip and just stare at it. So I lost her in 2019 to epilepsy, unfortunately. She was 9, but she had lots of problems, skin problems, all sorts for interbreeding. But yeah, with the bulldog, he then got the actual insurance, and they paid for everything. They got the surgery done. And he said he was so pleased when he showed him in the cemetery, and he was walking normally, no more noises, and he's wagging his butt. So I was like, oh, he looks good.
Yeah, they are actually banned in Denmark. They're banned breed because they changed the cruelty to animal. Now any animal that's born from birth having breathing difficulties, because you have a bulldog, they will never die. You have such a crossbreed like it is, like snub nose and that. It won't die of natural causes. It will either die of like the cancer, you know, breathing difficulties or heart problems. It's so they deemed it as, you know, it's even cruel just for one being born.
Yep.
So
but that's
they're
what
not allowed
humans
to
do. Well, I always loved the little munchkin cat until I researched it. And then I found out that they are a breed that's been, you know, programmed to grow a certain way with the little short legs. They look cute and they are very expensive, but it's horrible because they suffer from spinal problems. They can't walk properly. They end up with eyesight issues. These cats are beautiful cats, but you really can't pay for something like that that's been crossbred so many times and interfered with. It's not normal. The best dog I ever had, no word of a lie, was a Rottweiler called Jinx. He was fucking humongous. He was the runt. By the time he was 5, he had a 20-inch neck, and he weighed about 18 stone of muscle, and he was fucking massive. So the littlest dog I ever had cost me 50 quid. That's a Jack Russell, and she was a feisty little cow too.
She's a £3,000 dog.
Wow.
Right, but you won't get that now. You got to look at it. These designer dogs, as you call them, because all these snub-nosed breeds, that's all they are. They're just a designer dog now.
Yeah.
You know, people can't afford them. You know, they haven't got $3,000 on the hip anymore to go out and buy on an animal because, you know, that's why you can go out now and all these dogs that are $3,000, you can pick them up at rescues for nothing because they can't give them away anymore because nobody wants them.
I would love to have a dog again. I lost Lulu. She was a Cairn Terrier stroke Westie mix. I got her basically. I had her for 9 years. I missed the hell out of her every single day. I got lots of memories around the house, but I can't get another dog because I can't walk on my own very far. I have to have assistance when I go out, and I don't want to put a dog through that. You have to have someone who can walk an animal and properly take care of it.
Yeah,
so,
you do. But the charity.
Can I just say something?
What?
Well, I just noticed that Dan's put up a comment from Auditor for Auditor again. And like you're probably going to agree with me here, but Auditor for Auditor, if you've got something to say, stop hiding in the comments. Come on the chat and say it. Because at the moment, you're just making yourself look like a bloody pillock.
Well,
he's not going to come on the chat. He's not going to come on the chat.
I'll tell you what, he was directing that comment at me, right?
He was,
so
yes.
If you want to direct a comment at me, fucking come on the channel and say it.
Exactly. That's why I'm backing you up, mate. You know.
That's why, yeah, and that's exactly what it is.
Can
That's
I ask
exactly what you said.
Fluke, you already know you know he's not going to come on the channel, right? I've offered him
Right,
countless
he ain't going to come on the channel.
I feel like the Brady Bunch.
Shit.
He's just a fucking troll. That's all he is. He's just a fucking troll. And do you know, auditor fraud? If you're watching right now, that's all
He's
you
been
are.
a
Is a
cunt
fucking
for 3
troll,
fucking years. I've had to deal with listening to this fucking prick.
He's
You
a
know what I mean? It
fucking
ain't the
troll.
first time. It ain't going to be the last time. And I've been dealing with this cunt for 3 fucking years. And either listen, I'm here. Here's my face. Here's my fucking whatever. Here's my name, Fluke. It's always been Fluke. It's never changed, right? I'm still here, right? And every time I'm invited this twat on to come on any channel, whether it was mine, Mike's, fucking Bastian, or fucking whoever.
You know he's behind his screen now, beating one out to Fluke right at this minute. Don't you?
The reason he never comes on is because he doesn't have an argument. He doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about, and what he thinks he's talking about is full of shit. Right?
Luke,
It's as
hang
simple
on.
as that. He knows,
but we know that.
Go fuck himself.
Look, Tina's got something to say.
Luke, there's my request to those of you watching this panel tonight and those on the panel. If you want to sort this out, go onto that man's Facebook page and let him fucking know, and know in certain terms we're not going to tolerate his shit. If he hasn't got the balls to come into a panel, he deserves what he's going to get, because I'm going on there tomorrow.
Tina, let me just say, I don't know if it is him on. I don't know if it is him on Facebook or not. Okay, he says it's he says it's not him, and the page themselves said, I know it looks like a stroke. I've got a fucking filter.
Because he said it wasn't him. It wasn't him. Yeah,
no, Fluke. You know me. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he says it's. So when you go over there and say to him, "Fuck off," chatting, all he's going to do is turn around and go, "It wasn't me." Yeah. But blatantly, any information from this channel is appearing over on that.
Why we're even fucking talking about it?
We still got the right to defend the site that we all follow, which is yours, Dan. And if he's putting crass up there and being rude to you, I'm going to go over there and give him my opinion in no uncertain terms.
Me too, Tane.
You're going to make him trend on Facebook, aren't you? Just by you merely clicking on his site, it's going to give him some sort of traction, isn't it?
Go anywhere near people like that, because that's exactly what they want. They want the traffic, they want the advert revenue, they want everything else, but they don't have a fucking opinion. They don't have anything to pull out the back of their fucking arsehole that they can stand on, because they ain't got one. They ain't got one to stand on.
If anybody wants to do anything,
Auditor Fraud wants to come on my channel or Pap's channel or whoever's channel and debate me, then come on. Because you've never fucking answered that fucking, not once have you ever, 3 years, not once have you ever answered that fucking challenge. Never once have you come on.
He's not going to, Fluke. He's not going to, Fluke. He's not going to.
Fuck it.
Which is why you need to laugh at the cunt. You need to laugh at these cunts. Do you know what I mean? Don't let them get angry. Don't let them get angry. Laugh at them. We all know. Anybody watching this now.
I've been laughing at the cunt for 3 fucking years.
I know, but that's the best thing to do. Everybody watching this can see his absolute.
What does everybody do? Everyone goes on about auditor frauditor. He's in the chat. He's this. He's that. He's the other. What the fuck are you talking about him for?
Because it's funny. I'm not getting pissed off with it. It's funny. It's fucking me off. I think it's funny.
Fuck the guy off.
Angela's in the back. She wants to say something. Angela's in the back.
Hiya.
Hello.
Sorry, I don't think that Facebook thing's there anymore. I think it's gone.
What, the page or the post about me?
No, the page.
The whole page, it looks like has gone because I put a comment on it as well.
There. No, audit in HQ still there. I'm on it right now.
No, it's still there. Still there. Apart from my side, it's showing still there.
If you refresh it, it won't be there.
I can't find it.
No, it's gone.
Still there. Refreshed. We'll do a hard refresh.
You know, Angela, do you think it's like possible that people like you and I might have been blocked because we gave our opinions on those comments?
Definitely still there, guys.
Yeah.
So anyone that goes on there, they're blocking straight away. That's good. Coward.
Okay, well, all I want to say is on the privacy settings of the people that are commenting, their privacy settings and their security settings on their actual Facebook, their own personal accounts are really slack. And if they want to play with fire, they'll get burnt. Just saying.
Exactly.
Oh, they
So
will.
that's what they failed to do. And they can make up fake accounts on Facebook, and like Holly and everyone knows as well that they can make fake accounts too. And not just Holly, obviously, other people, but like, yeah, so bring it on. But they need to secure their accounts a little bit better, especially the person who goes around in the helicopter being all the medic and all that kind of shit. He needs to probably like remove his own photos and stuff of his family and shit like that off his Facebook, because like he obviously wouldn't want that to be posted, especially when he's at Silverstone. Well, he was there today, like 8 hours ago, because he'll obviously be watching. Just saying. But anyway, that's all I wanted to come on and say. So I've been blocked, so I have to go on my alias. Angela Princess. I'm really kidding. But yeah, I'm going now anyway.
Oh, that's nice. I've got a, and thankfully I've actually got a number with it as well. 07894 11980 that says "Take my dick and fuck you." Thank you.
Nice.
Give him a ring.
1980.
Do you know what? Take that as a kindness, then. Oh, Joe, it could be. It could be that person from Wish.
I don't know. Let's find out.
You phone call.
Where is that?
Yay.
Not going to answer. Pussy holes. A lot of them.
Oh my god. It's ridiculous.
Absolute fucking mongrel. Take my dick and fuck you. That's exactly what it says. Take my dick and fuck you. See if that focuses. Well, focus. Focus.
Mate, you've got more chance of taking a shit in the fucking king's wallet than you've got answering the phone call from that cunt.
It says anyway. It says take my dick and fuck you. But you know, I've actually got. Oh, I've got a picture of the person as well. Look, let me take a screenshot of that. Lovely. Somebody looks. I don't know
Is
if
that
he
some
looks
sort of new martial arts there?
There's a picture with one bloke with his middle finger up, another guy who thinks he's hard with his fingers like that, who looks. I don't know. He's definitely not English. And what's he wearing?
Guns.
Hang on. He's wearing a top that says. I'm not sure what that's, but I will find that. I will find that logo. I've screenshotted that picture. I'll find that logo and I'll work out who you work for.
The best way to bring it up. See that. Put it there. Save that in your email. Bring your email up on your PC. Copy that. Save that on your PC.
You reverse it.
Oh yeah, I'll do it on the computer tomorrow. I won't do it now, but I'll do it on the computer tomorrow.
See something.
And whoever you work for, trust me. Guess what? Your fucking employer's gonna get a fucking phone call. There we go.
I sent you a link on WhatsApp, Dan, anyway.
Just quickly, I just want to say that I'm going to sign off because I've got work to do. So,
right.
All right, Fluke.
Night, Fluke.
Pleasure, mate. All right, you take care. Catch up with you soon. All right.
Yeah. Well, thanks again for having me on, Pap, and Tyrant Finder, Tina, and everybody else on the panel. Roger. I can't read all these names; they're all too small. Jamie.
Janine.
Just before you
Janine.
go, Fluke, can I commend you on the way you conducted yourself tonight, mate?
Yeah, mate, really good debate, mate. Really good
One
debate.
tries one's best, and sometimes one gets a bit carried
Yeah,
away.
I know,
so-
it gets a bit better. Nobody else has remarked on it, but I've noticed it, so well done, buddy.
Me too. Me too. Well done.
It is what it is, and
I
you
feel
know
like-
we can all take from it what we can take. So don't worry about it.
I've
But
enjoyed
anyway, it was
tonight.
nice to talk to everybody. It was nice to talk to everybody in the chat, and you know, I hope you're all well and, you know, crack on. And I'm sure I'll
Look
see
after
you on
yourself.
Take it easy, folks. Right, so
Nice one.
078.
Appreciate it, mate.
All right, no worries, man.
Trust
So
yourself.
07894 07894 Thank you for sending me a picture of a penis, unsolicited, unasked for. An offensive image, okay? And that is malicious communications. You absolute fucking penis.
Hey, what was that?
What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're gonna, listen, one thing you need to do, right, is if you're gonna try and troll me, man, at least fucking stay within the law. You absolute fucking melt.
Fucking bellend. It's
Sorry,
a burner phone. No bellend really is going to use their real phone
Have
number.
you seen that fucking message?
With
in the live stream?
Which one? What, this one? This one, Fluke?
No, this one here. Right, literally a minute ago, as soon as I came off and said I was going to come off, auditor for auditor, I was just about to come on. What a shame. What a
Come on,
fucking...
auditor for auditor.
Yeah.
Get on, mate. Come on. Come on. Listen,
So,
peace of that.
anyway, thanks again. Don't worry about it. You know,
Luke.
Geezer's
Right, man.
never come on. He's never had a debate with me. He doesn't want to fucking talk to me because he knows I'll rip him a new arsehole. It's as simple as that. Right?
If he tries to, Luke, if he tries to get on once you've gone, I'm just going to kick him off. I'm not even giving him time. It's just a fucking.
Well, if you want for a laugh, right, we'll get him back on and just text me or something or email me and I'll come on and rip him a new arsehole anyway because the geezer needs his
Hopefully it goes
arsehole.
on genealogies or something.
So fucking piece of shit. Can't have a fucking debate live on any channel ever. All of the channels that I've been on, this cunt comes on every fucking time and he hasn't got the bollocks to fucking debate anything. Right? He's a bullshit.
He's harassing Catwoman as well, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. Fucking cunt. First class fucking cunt. At the end of the day, if I've got the bollocks to have a ding dong with Tyrant, if I've got the bollocks to have a ding dong with Tina or anybody else, you know, at least I've got the balls to have my fucking, you know, have my voice out there. Do you know what I mean? Have a ding dong with someone and have
Me and
a
you have
chat.
had our issues, haven't we, Fluke? But
And
we've
this
moved on.
fucking cunt has been on here for 3 fucking years and he still won't fucking debate me. So tell the cunt, well, actually don't tell the cunt fuck all, right? If he wants to come on the live, right, email me, let me know, and I'll come back on. All right. He's a bullshitter.
Don't let him get to you, Fluke.
No, it's not about getting it. It's not about getting to me. It's about the fact this cunt has been fucking following me around for 3 fucking years, and it's pissing me off. Right? Either come on and have a fucking debate, or shut the fuck up. Those are your 2 options. Auditor for auditor, you fucking people. I don't know why you bother giving these people any fucking time. I really
Fluke,
don't.
you just got to remember, Fluke, stupid is what stupid does. They're thick as fucking shit. They can't argue. They can't do a debate. They don't know how to debate. That's the truth.
Yeah, you can't think stupid.
Stupid is as stupid does.
Bang on the money there, Teen.
That's it. I'm going to leave it there. Hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you.
Catch you later, dude.
See you later.
Night.
Listen, soon as you sent me your phone number, I thought I'd advertise for you in a banner running across the bottom of the screen.
I'll be sent back at a few times, yeah?
Oh dear.
I'm gonna go because I only wanted to jump on to say that I thought
Right,
it was
Angela, take care, honey.
No,
right, take
no
care.
worries,
Sorry
Angela.
about that. I got really excited and then what an anticlimax.
Night, Angela.
Bye, night,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.
With mental health and stuff, I had a wonderful meeting this morning at my mother's house.
How'd it go?
Right, so I had a meeting today. They sent down a psychiatric nurse through the doctor's surgery. He came in the house. He said the first words were, "I need to talk to her alone." Nope. So I sat in the room and I was recording, obviously. And he was very nice, very polite. "Oh, I'd like to talk to you, Mrs. Cho." She wouldn't talk to him. She's scared of strangers. So he's talking away, doing all this stuff. He said, so you're the homeowner? No, it's joint. I wasn't aware. Well, it's on doctor's records. So anyway, he started talking. Oh, we can look at giving her some anxiety meds. I asked the question, what does mental health medication have to do with dementia? He looked at me and he said, what do you mean? It's got nothing to do with dementia, does it? There are no recommendations to give people who don't have mental health issues mental health medication. So please explain why you're coming here to suggest that she goes on mental health. Well, it helps them. No, it sedates them. My family are doing 24/7 care on my mum. She's lucid, she's walking, she's being rude. The actual offensive words that are now coming out of her mouth are getting a lot worse. So we can't take her out. We took her to the back, and she pointed at a guy. She said, he's got a big dick. And I was like, oh, I can't really get them in her mouth. Sat in her chair. So I can't take her out. So she stays at home. But this guy was trying to be so persuasive to get me to discuss it. So I said, that's fine. I'll listen. The last thing he talked about, we're going to get social services in. No, you're not. They're not coming into this house. Excuse me? What happens if care? We, the three of us here, are going to pay for private carers to come in. When she's at her end of days, her wish is to die in her house. We're going to bring her bed downstairs and she'll get end of life care from Macmillan or from we said it outside of mum's room, Macmillan or hospice care. They've agreed to come in. So I said, that's what we're going to do. She's not going to go into a state-run nursing home. I've seen millions of videos online since COVID started of physical abuse to patients on dementia. You are drugging them up with mental health drugs where they can't move, they can't walk, they can't talk. They're being spoon-fed baby food. That is not the way to treat a patient. I'm sorry, it's not. So I'm not having that. Half-hour slot like that. So anyway, the guy was a bit disappointed he couldn't get his way. Then they said he wanted to do a brain scan. I said, do you sedate them to put them into the CT machine? He said, no. I said, then she won't go. She's terrified of it. There's no way you're going to get her in there unless you sedate her. So he was a bit disappointed I wouldn't comply. He said, who are you? I am the middle child.
Wrong number.
Yeah, I've just changed it.
Oh, shit.
Get a shock tonight.
I told the guy I'm the middle child and I'm the advocate for the whole family.
He's been fucking
oh well. My heart was in the right place.
So that's what I did this morning down with the mental health psychiatrist.
Detective Sergeant.
Oh yeah.
Right. Anyway, moving on. Anyway. Isn't it amazing how
He's not doing a site tonight, is he?
Get jealous, let's be a winner.
Danny Austin, behave yourself. No, Princess Angela, the number that I changed it to is the number that is coming up. 07894 111 That's the number I just put up, I'm sure of it. 0798 07894 111 That's this number. That is the number that just told me to go fuck myself. And look, there we go. Come on.
Wow. What idiot doesn't think, Dan?
Look at that picture. It's a picture of a penis. What an idiot.
But what idiot is going to give you their number?
Sending me malicious communications. Listen, I don't like the police when they treat people wrong. Okay, but you know what? The police are there for a reason, and I will use them for the reason that they are there for. I won't use them because somebody's misgendered me, right, or some shit like that, because that's just fucking ridiculous. But I will call the police when a crime is committed. Guess what? That's a crime. You fucking melt.
Dan, the person sending those messages has obviously got a fucking small one, so don't worry about it.
Clearly, even the picture won't enlarge.
Not if you give it a rub.
I tried touching it and it just wouldn't do a thing. Well, maybe you're just not into me. I don't know, but
I don't even want to even think about that.
From a distance, I'm going to do it from a distance so you can't actually see it. Right? I'll press the picture. It's a tiny picture. I'll press the picture, and what comes up is a pop up, and it says "Add to favorites, cancel, view more." And it's an AK-47 sticker pack, whatever the fuck that means. So you can download stickers from Google Play or something to use to send people. And it's a penis. It's a law. It's just broken the law. It's a criminal offence.
Absolutely.
What a fucking idiot.
It's a burner phone. It's got to be. No idiot's going to use their proper number, surely.
Oh, I'll try calling the cunt tomorrow.
You know what I mean?
You do get the odd bell end that does, though.
Yeah.
The odd. There's more than the odd bell end on YouTube.
Well, yeah.
Just most of them end up on certain channels.
Zero.
You don't think that it could be something to do with someone else, do you?
Could be anybody. It's somebody that's watching the stream. Guaranteed it's somebody that's watching the stream. Nobody would send me a message like that randomly in the middle of the night on a Monday. It's somebody that's watching the stream. And it's probably either Audit a Frauditor or it's got something to do with Audit HQ.
Well, I had it the other day on my YouTube channel. Someone just popped up. I just like, fuck it. I ignore comments. Some of it. If it's just like trolls, I just ignore them. And it came up and said an Audit HQ is auditing you. And then I searched that on YouTube, and then a YouTuber came up, Dom or something like that.
Yeah, that's one of the pricks that I called out on my
so that came up on my search, but I never went onto Facebook and looked for Audit HQ until tonight. Yeah, and I went onto Facebook, and he's got me on now, and I'm thinking, why is he involving me for? Like, don't you like what I do? Clearly not.
Well, standing up for your rights and standing up for other people's rights and the future of our children and grandchildren is a bad thing, or Tyrant. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
If we're not allowed to do it, it's wrong. It makes us arseholes.
Well, this is what I think it is. He's got some sort, because he's using the same thing. Oh, you got to have a gripe with the police now. Audit or Frauditor or Audit HQ or whatever. If you're any good at research, what have you dug up on me? Because Frauditor, whatever he is, he said something about me and a gun. Have I handled a gun for somebody recently? And I haven't got a clue what you're going on about. Like, can you enlighten me? It's just weird. It's like,
Chris, man, at the end of the day, right, they're all fucking melts, okay? They give it all the big behind it. Listen, this makes people laugh. Okay, when they come on and they start being a dick, it makes people. I mean, I know Fluke Dog lost his shit a little bit, but it generally makes people laugh. It makes me laugh. And again, this is why I do that comments video now every once a month or thereabouts. Is because I'd rather take the piss out of them. These people want me gone. So what better way to piss them off than to use their comments to monetize my channel?
Absolutely.
This is it. It's giving you traction, isn't it? It gives everyone traction.
And everybody loves those videos as well, so I'm going to keep doing them. And people come on, they give me shit. I don't listen. If somebody comes on and they've got a genuine gripe with what I said, that's fine. Okay, if you come at me and you're respectful, you say, look, Dan, I get where you're coming from, but I think you're wrong, X, Y, Z. This is why I think you're wrong, and give me an explanation. I'll discuss with you. I'll get into a conversation with you. But when people come on and go, you support women beaters. No, I don't. I've met Chris once. I've met Chris Cologne, live free. I've met him once, and that was to do a thing at Liverpool prison up here. Okay, and I went along really to see what it was all about. Yeah, to see how he fucking works and shit. But as for being an auditor, I'm no fucking auditor. I don't want to audit. I find it boring. I do not enjoy it.
Yep.
I've done it once, and it's just not for me. I don't want to fucking do it. So to come on and start slagging people, going, "You're a fucking auditor. You're an auditor," and to say you hang around with Chris Cologne and Marty Blackburn and Gamer. I don't hang around with them. I've met Gamer once. I've met Chris once. I've met Marty, I think, 2 or 3 times. But I certainly don't fucking hang around with people. They've got too much to do.
Met him by knocking himself out.
Isn't it just? I mean, they've got too much. They've got things they'd rather be doing. I've got things I'd rather be doing. Occasionally, we might meet up, the same as these guys. Do you know what I mean?
It's like anything. If you do anything wrong, you're going to get your collar felt. You know what I mean? If you break the law, and I agree with everything. You know, if you break the law, you deserve your collar felt. In my mind, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course you do.
You know,
absolutely.
So, regardless if people like what they're doing, as long as they're not, you know, fuck people's feelings. We need to get off of the feelings, police. We need to stop the feelings. You know, feelings are what's the word I'm looking for? Oh shit.
Overrated.
No. There is a saying, isn't there? I can't remember the saying now. It's getting that time of morning. Sorry. Can't think of the saying.
Can I end my night this evening with a bit of a joke story to you, Dan?
Of course you can.
Some may find it offensive, but I don't care as long as you don't.
Go ahead.
Of this story is do not put on your knob and bollocks. After being told my danglies looked like an elderly Rastafarian, I decided to take the plunge and buy some of this previous shaving cream. An attempt only mildly successful, and I nearly put it on my back trying to reach the more difficult bits. Being a bit of a romantic, I thought I would do the deed and treat the missus as a birthday treat. I ordered it myself one in advance. Now, this is beet removal cream, okay? With the characters writing in previous views, and I wrote them off as soft office types when men had used it before. Oh, my fellow sufferers, how I was wrong. I waited until the other half was tucked up in bed, and giving some vague hints about a special surprise, I went down to the bathroom. Initially, all went well, and I applied the gel and stood waiting for something to happen. I didn't have long to wait. At first, there was a gentle warmth, which in a matter of seconds was replaced by an intense burning and a feeling I can only describe as like being given a barbed wire wedgie by 2 people intending on hitting the ceiling with my head. Religion hadn't featured much in my life until that night, but I suddenly became willing to convert to any religion to stop the violent burning around the turd tunnel and what seemed like the destruction of the mixed veg. Struggling not to bite through my bottom lip, I tried to wash the gel off in the sink and only succeeded in blocking the plug hole with a mat of hair from my genitals. Through the haze of tears, I struggled out of the bathroom across the hall into the kitchen. By this time, walking was not really possible, and I crawled to the final yard to the fridge in the hope of finding some form of cold relief. I yanked the freezer drawer out and I found a tub of ice cream, tore the lid off it, and positioned it underneath me. The relief was fantastic, but only temporary, as it melted fairly quickly and the fiery stabbing still returned. Due to the shape of the ice cream tub, I hadn't managed to give the starfish any treatment, and I groped around in the drawer for something else, as I was sure my vision was going to fail fairly soon. I grabbed a bag, and what I later found out was a packet of frozen sprouts. I tore it open as I did so. I took a handful of these and tried in vain to clench some between the cheeks of my ass. This was not doing the trick, as some of the gel had found its way up the chutney channel, and it felt like the space shuttle was running on engines behind me. This was probably and hopefully the only time in my life I was going to wish there was a gay snowman in the kitchen, which should give you the ideas of the depths I was willing to sink to in order to release the pain. The only solution my pain-crazed mind would come up to him was to gently ease one of the sprouts when no veg had gone before. Unfortunately, alerted by the strange grunts coming from the kitchen, the other half chose that moment to come in to investigate and was greeted the sight of me, ass in the air, strawberry ice cream dripping from my bell end, and putting a ass while muttering, "Oh, that feels good." Understandably, this was a shock to her, and she let out a scream. And as I hadn't heard her come in, it caused an involuntary spasm of shock in myself, which resulted in the sprout being ejected at some speed in her direction. I can understand that having a sprout farted against your leg at 11 at night in the kitchen probably wasn't the special surprise she was expecting, and having to explain to kids next day when the strange hollow in the ice cream, which didn't improve my status. So to sum it up, beat removes hair, dignity, and respect.
That was the one I shared with you, Teen, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those who are offended, I don't give a shit, okay? I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Take care all.
Right, Tina.
Good night, everyone.
I've got more where that one come from.
Good night.
Yeah, sweetheart.
Night, Teen.
Hi, Tina.
Hey, Tina.
Sorry, I'm guilty of sending that one to her.
Oh dear, oh dear. So I'm just looking over on Glyn's channel. I just thought I'd go over and see what Glyn's up to. So I've just gone on Glyn's channel and typed, ooh, 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 come on, do the conga. Ooh, 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 it's conga night before. And I can't hear them, but I'm waiting for
They
them
were
to start.
summoning Nathan over there earlier.
Oh, pardon me.
There's one for you, Dan. I'm going to try and work on in the week. That is a disc of my brain scans, the MRIs, X-rays, and all sorts. So I'm going to try and get some screenshots off of it. Or
Is that your brain? Is that your brain on compact disc?
Yeah, that's how they keep me.
Are you going to load it? Are you going to load it into your robot? Your second skin robot.
No. They just give me a chip now.
Ah, right. I suppose it's easier. I mean, the CD drawer on one of them robots is their mouth, and it looks really weird when it just goes opens up, and you have to put the CD in. And sometimes a CD just fucking get a read error, and it's fucking. Man,
I got one that's vertical. I just lay down and they put it in the slot, Oh,
the credit card slot, you mean?
We do that for quite a while. I don't know whether they still do it, but anybody can go in and get one.
What, a credit card in their slot?
If you're really that way inclined.
I'm fucking dying here.
Vagina face, where are you? What are you doing? You're not fighting with your washing machine again, are you?
No, that's jacking off.
You're not playing with yourself, are you? Fucking, that's even worse. I'd rather you fight with your washing machine and fucking be pulling yourself out. Come on. You don't have to put your camera on, so we don't have to see you wearing lingerie. Just your voice, though.
It looks like he's wearing a furry onesie anyway.
Vagina
that's got to be against YouTube rules somewhere.
I would imagine it is. I mean, it's pretty offensive, let's be honest.
Well, Katie Hopkins got a warning for wearing a vest and drinking a glass of water last week.
Did she really?
Yeah.
And Vagina face is walking around topless with all that manly hair on display, looking like a werewolf. that's had
I'm
sex
just
with a
wondering
Yeti.
whether it goes all the way down the front and goes up the back and meets up the ones with his ass. You know?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll leave you to wonder that, and I will think about something else less disturbing.
A hairy mankini.
Oh, God.
You could shave that into him, couldn't you, with a pair of clippers?
Oh, fucking hell. You've got some fucking issues, Roger.
Tell me about it.
Oh, shit, no.
You'd be surprised what goes through my head at times, mate. And someone will say something and whoosh.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, you know what I'm like. You've seen me and the missus in person and the way we interact, and it's like that full time 24/7 with us.
What's that? More issues than fucking Vogue?
And Summers. Yeah, thank you, Dan. Just don't try and insert the batteries, that's all. But I do prefer Duracell.
Behave yourself.
Oh, no.
You're supposed to be an adult. Try acting like one on here. Come on. We try and have reasonable and sensible conversations on here, and you come on here and you completely throw us in the gutter. You know, I mean, what's that all about?
Sorry, I'm trying to roll with that. It ain't happening. You do realise for every one I smoke, there's 3 tobaccos worth in my lap here.
Angela, I need to. That's not something I would be able to do overnight. I would need to do freedom of information requests and all sorts of stuff like that. Unless you've got any information you can throw my way to help me out initially, but I would still have to do some research into that. So it's not something I could do sort of as a particularly quick report, but it is something that I could look into. Oh God, I need another piss. I mean, wee.
Slash?
Yeah, well, I just mean piss, really. I was just trying to be nice for YouTube algorithms. Fuck you, YouTube, you bunch of cunts. Back in a minute.
He leaves me in charge again. Look, but hey, there shouldn't be any arguing on it. Well, mind you, Nathan could come back, I suppose.
Well, you know, she got plenty of power with those everlasting Duracells.
I don't want any of their new ones. They got that nasty
No.
stuff inside them.
Was it you that said about the electric cars and how much stuff that was inside the batteries?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, it started off. Now they're all saying it was a new problem that came up when they started doing these new battery cars with these new fandangled batteries in. Now, the problem of exploding batteries and batteries bursting into flames has existed for years in model planes. So they all used lithium batteries originally.
Exactly.
So they knew there was a problem there. Even before they started using these.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we used to have to charge the batteries up in a burn bag. You couldn't charge them indoors unless you were really careful, and you actually put them in an asbestos bag when you charge them up.
Yeah.
I've always said that the electric cars aren't going to work. The infrastructure's just not there, and that they just don't realise that.
Exactly. And now what they're saying about
the National Grid have said they'd never be able to afford to do it, and it would take, even if they started now, it would take them over 30 years to get it anywhere near where it should be.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now they are trying to stop petrol and diesel cars going in city centres and that in the favour of all these electric vehicles. It's just bollocks, really.
The electric vehicles won't be able to move about anyway, because if they put all these zones in and everything's pedestrianised, it doesn't matter what your car's going to run on, you won't be able to drive it anyway.
Exactly.
You know, they're already driving over the bollards in Oxford and setting light to them, and there's hell up there. because that's the area where I originally come from, and Oxford's been a nightmare for traffic at any time of that I've ever known.
Yeah.
It's
like in Southend, it's just getting worse and worse, like down here, you know. And all they keep doing is putting permit parking in, God knows what. And yet the car parks, there's not enough car parks for tourists to come. And they're saying, oh, we want the tourists, but there's nowhere for them to park.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. That's why we go up to Cumbria once a year. We're out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, the nearest town for proper shopping is probably 15 mile away.
Yeah.
And we're just in the middle of nowhere, 50 yards from the beach.
Yeah.
Where you live?
I've taken to going up to Tame like once a year. You know, it's just a different way of life up there, totally, to like Southend, to be honest.
Yeah.
Janine, people have tried to tame me for years. It's just not happening.
Well, I don't know about those three behind you, but they're not doing a very good job of taming you.
Oh, they're fucking impossible to tame, them three. I've tried fucking Kibbles and fucking Dreamies, and they just won't do as they're fucking.
I was going to say, what time feeding time?
Well, don't dare give them catnip; they might get high.
No, I'm not going to.
No, it's not blue at
midnight.
It's not blue anymore, Angela. Not since I stood up. sorry.
Feed them after midnight and don't get them wet.
There's no chance of that happening.
Oh, Jesus. Do you know what? I looked at the figures on it earlier. You get more viewings on these impromptu lives than you do on the scheduled ones.
I do. Over 200 I had earlier, and I'm like, fucking hell. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to jinx
it. It just gone 1 o'clock, and there was just under 200 on there then, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was thinking, you know what I was thinking about doing? I mean, do you know the comments video? Is that still live? I mean, I've done it as a premiere. Does that mean it still stays live after the premiere is finished? Does it still stay on the channel for anyone?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
It goes up as a normal video.
You know what I know what I'm thinking about doing is just doing fucking all my videos as premieres. Yeah,
you can have live chats in it. A lot of people do it that way.
Use the live chat afterwards.
Well, that's the only issue because I'm working on the next video. If I put that one video up, whilst that's playing, I'm working on the next video, so I can't actually get into the comments. But it enables people to talk real time, which I think is really a really good thing. And then they can obviously put their comments in the comments afterwards. But for me, I think that helps to bring in slightly more engagement on each video.
Yeah, well, I removed one of my very, very early ones when I was trying to work out how the bloody system worked, and I accidentally put it up as a scheduled video.
Mine.
And I went on there, and there's like, oh, hello, what's going on here? Like, I didn't have a clue. I thought, well, it's not live. I can't do live. What's going on?
Well, it's like when I had to take my other channel down and move all the videos over to like the channel I've got now. You know, some of them went up as scheduled premieres. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'm just looking for ways to get more.
Channel, I must post something on there.
I'm looking at ways of getting a bit more interaction. I mean, I've just literally earlier today, Roger. I exceeded 44,000.
Yeah, I saw that just now. It's gone over 44.
Let me just double check.
I can't remember how I did it, but it was by making the screen smaller on that side.
44,500. And I have in the last 28 days, there's fucking analytics. Let's see how many subs in the last 28 days. The last 28 days, 1.2 thousand subscribers.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
Well, it's like me. I'm nowhere, not a big channel. I've always said, 500 I'd be happy with. Yeah, it's probably going to take me another 5 years to get there, but
in fact,
I'm getting them in dribs and drabs,
I got 426 subscribers on Sunday, and I didn't even put any fucking videos out. It was just me live stream.
Yeah, that was just the live.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gained quite a few subscribers through the lives. In fairness, as most of my original subscribers, most of my base now are your subscribers. They actually came to me from you. But now, where I'm getting on other lives and some of the American lives, I'm starting to pick quite a lot more up now in my own right, for my channel.
Yes.
And some of them are coming over and subscribing to you as well.
Well, I mean, I get reasonable amount of people subscribe through the main videos that I do during the week.
Yeah.
But the other ones I do, like the section 70 of Pace, I got 70 subscribers, and that was for the one with the woman that phoned up last week or the week before and said that she was arrested because somebody at the school was lying about her.
Yeah.
And I got on the Let's Make Norfolk Sergeant 1885 bets famous to do with the woman that went to the slaughterhouse. And it was like, get that camera out my face. I've got 122 subscribers on that. And on this is the ones that have been the best this month. And on the IPTV video, I've had 90,000 views on that with 355 subscribers.
Yeah.
Which is pretty handy. Now, don't get me wrong. Right? I mean, I'll be well happy. You look at the amount of videos I put out. It's telling me that IPTV video has earned me an estimated £90.58p. Okay, again, that's estimated. That's before YouTube take their cut and all that shit. But if I earned that much on every single video, I'd be laughing my ass off. I would have more than enough to run a fucking channel and get somebody in to fucking help and all that kind of stuff. I could put some more videos out, all that kind of shit. Because those kind of videos, not the IPTV one or IPTV, but the ones where I break down interactions. Do you remember what I used to do when I first started?
Yeah.
Those ones always used to do way, way better than the reports. But I think I earned way less on the reports, but I think they're more important, which is why I continue to do them. I could just stop doing the reports and go back to doing what I was doing. But I think the reports are very, very important to get out. But if I could find the time,
exactly.
If I could find the time to do maybe one or two of the comment, where I'll go through a video and comment on it and go through the legislation where somebody's gone wrong, etc. That kind of extra additional content a week would make a massive difference to the channel.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
One of my best ones, well, the latest one, was the one I did about BT.
Yeah.
And literally, I only got more viewings on that one than the others because I think it was the title, Is BT the Best Wi-Fi Provider? But on my normal ones, as you know, I try to put a title in the same as you that's relevant to the video. I don't deliberately try and put one up that's going to attract people. I put one up that
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if you or one of the girls can put a link into my channel, but I'm doing a lot of sort of talking about disability and that kind of thing, and that through Tina's help as well, about homeless and home legislation and that kind of thing.
Right, I can chuck that in shortly. Just give me a second.
Yeah, if you can.
That I've done about Oxford City Council. My cover photo, I actually made 2 cover photos for that. The one's up there, which is a map of Oxford with the what's it called? With the logo from what's it called? With Katniss, what's that film called? With District 19 and
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. That's it. So I've got the Hunger Games logo with Oxford City Council.
Yeah.
And the map for Oxford, but I've also got another image to try on that, which I forgot to put up the other day, which I was going to do. So I'm going to change that now anyway, to see which one works the best. But now I can't find the bastard thing. Oh my god, where is it? What the fuck? Where's the second one? Where's it gone? It's fucking disappeared. What a fucking wanker. Where's it gone? Hang on, unless I've saved it as a wrong file type. Let me go and have a look.
I found a load of files when I was dragging them off the other day. I didn't even know the folder was there. I thought, oh, that's where it's been hiding them all then.
Oh no, I think I fucked up. I spent ages with that fucking picture as well. What the fuck?
That's where I cheat. See, I just find some funny pictures on Facebook or some I've took. I bang them up.
Oh, I'm genuinely pissed off now. I spent like fucking 45 minutes making a cover photo for that video. I've gone and fucking lost it. I'm not impressed with that.
Do you remember what the title of it was?
No, I know what I know what it was. Yeah, I use the same title for every video splash screen that I make. So I don't keep a copy of all the splash screens. I just use one file, edit it, save it, and then use it. And then then I'll go back and edit it, that same file again for the next video.
Yeah, that's right.
Your own text. I'm really pissed off because that was a cracking fucking thumbnail as well. I'm pissed off. Oh bollocks, fucking wanker. I'm not impressed with that. Fucking.
See, this is what happens when a man multitasks.
Yes, it's fucking dangerous. Is what it is.
Well, don't put yourself down, mate.
There's no bigger danger than a man trying to multitask. Believe me.
Right, Vagina McVagina Face, are you coming on or not? Because you've just been sat there, just like not getting involved, mate. Do 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 do.
You need some of them tunes that the Rever's got.
I've been looking at getting a one of them pad things that he's got.
I've got one.
Elgato things. But I keep sitting here thinking to myself, how many do I need? Do I need the 15K one? Do I need the larger one? Do I need the smaller one? So I'm trying to work out at the moment what I need. I know you with the smaller ones, you've got pages, haven't you, Tyrant? So you can kind of move on to page 2 and the buttons will change again. Oh yeah, you've got what's that one? Is that that's a Rode one, isn't it?
Yeah, Rodecaster.
Yeah, Rodecaster. That's like £4,500. I want something like that, but I just don't.
They are good.
I just don't earn enough for the channel to get it.
Yeah, I was lucky.
And there's me with my little V8 sound card.
Yeah, but they're just as good.
Oh,
but
cool.
you've got to do it all manually, whereby everything there is digital. So it mix minuses. I know you have a problem like cancelling, so you don't get any looped audio round. But this does it all for you. So you just hit a button and it takes out all the. It doesn't. So I can play phone calls like you do.
Yeah.
Whereby I hit a button and then it mix minuses, so the caller don't hear themselves back. It's a lot easier than faffing about with everything else.
Well, I mean, my phone calls just come through Skype. I don't do phone calls on the phone because I've got nothing to plug it into yet. So everything's done through Skype at the moment. But with everybody on, everybody gets 3 minutes these days. So doing it through the phone is no issue. It's just having something to run it through.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, they're not cheap.
No, they're not. It's not.
You've been Tyrant Finder to have some videos that have done really well. And fair play to you. I mean, some of mine do well, but because of this, you know, it's different. The stuff that I talk about, whereas you're going and covering like a protest or something, is slightly different. You're more likely, I think, to get monetized, although, you know, monetization is
very seldom you get a live video, really, because of what you're showing, man. You know, a YouTube algorithm's so good anyway, so
yeah,
you know, live streaming protests, they get to used to, and it's all down to the words you use. You know, if you look at YouTube monetization, they give you a big list of words that if you use them in your titles, you won't get it, because the algorithm picks up that keyword and it goes, oh, that's violent, so it won't get it monetized. So very seldom do lives, but it's people donating. You know, the majority of it is down to people's kindness, isn't it? They see what you're doing and they like what you're doing, and it is informative.
Yeah, they're grateful for what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the people, you know, you don't make nothing on YouTube unless you're some woke person.
Money through monetization through adverts is very poor, very poor.
Is it like pennies or something in that?
It's per milli. It's per milli. It's pounds, but it's per million, so it's per thousand.
So you have to get a certain, you know, whatever they're going to pay you. It depends on your content as well. So you know, they don't pay everybody the same cost per million or whatever. They pay everybody slightly different based on the content. So I could get a really shit cost per million, and Tyrant Finder could get a really high cost. But you know, I could get a pound or a dollar cost per million, and Tyrant could get $5.60 per million. So, you know, and so it just depends on depends on a million different things with YouTube. It's a fucking pain in the arse, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't do it for money. I don't do it so I can go buy myself a fucking Ferrari and sit out the front and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? I'd still live in a fucking East,
and we won't people that do content like myself and Dan, you know, we're not going to be one of these ones that are going to be like Mr. Beast. We're not going to break into, because for one, if we're not making content that appears on KidsTube, and that's when you sign it, you specifically sign, is your content made for children? Is your content not made for children? All that means is you're not going to show up in KidsTube if you put this isn't made for children. So we're not going to become famous. They don't want content creators now to create content that is over 60 seconds long, because they're now aiming to take over the likes of TikTok. We're going on to YouTube Shorts. Now, you can make a far more money on a YouTube short, which is 30 seconds, 60 seconds long, that you can make on a 15-minute long document. Yeah, totally. Yeah. It's down to the views. The click-through rate. It's down to the click-through rate of a video. You know, it's like, if people, like I keep saying to people, if you don't want to physically donate money to the channel, watch the ad. But more importantly, click on that ad. People get far more money for the click through, whereby if you click on that advertisement and click through to it, the content creator gets more money. It's the click through rate. You've got to think it's the through rate from you to others. No, you don't have to buy anything.
The click through, when people go to Google and say, I want you to advertise for me, okay, Google are okay, we will get somebody to click on that advertisement, then it's down to you, but we're going to cost you X amount for them to click on it. Okay, so we will put it in front of it, you know, this many people, X amount of people, you know, between such and such and such and such will click on it. What happens from then on is down to you, because it's your site and it's down to you to fucking sell your products. So the click through, yeah, absolutely right, Tyrant. And I said this before recently, and I had people say to me, "No, it's got nothing to do with that. You still get." I'm like, you don't. It's like on Google search. You got advertised at the top on Google search. You've got 3 or 4 advertised links. If you click on those, okay, Google earn money. Okay, if you click on those, Google earn money, and it's exactly the same as YouTube. You click on it, even if you don't buy nothing, you don't have to buy nothing. Even if you click on it, just have a look at it and come back straight away. That does increase, not a lot, but when you've got 10,000 views per video, and you know, say 5,000 people on each video are doing that, it will help to increase the revenue that you get from YouTube. But they make it so difficult now. YouTube, everything changes all the time. Like, agree with any changes.
It's down to another thing as well. It's a bit like, you know, you got all the affiliates and things like that. Now, I have affiliate codes. You know, the products that I brought through Amazon and things like that, you set up an affiliate code whereby, you know, I don't want particularly you to go and buy the product that I've brought, but as soon as you click that affiliate link, whatever you buy from then on, you get money for. You know, so if you then go on and buy a £600 something, you get, you know, wherever you come from, that link, that affiliate gets money. So, you know, people are saying, oh, you're there begging for money, but don't pay anything. Just click on the links, go about your normal day. So if you're ever going to buy anything on Amazon, find a content creator you like who has affiliate codes, click on the affiliate code, then from that link, search the item that you want, purchase that link, and then that content creator gets a percentage from that purchase. Doesn't matter, you know. If you've clicked on a link for a £500 camera that content creators uses, but you then want to buy a £7 bottle of shampoo, that content creator gets a percentage from that £7.
Yeah, guys, I just want to change the subject. Tony, how about you come on the panel, mate? Got plenty to say to me over on Facebook. How about you come on the panel? Link is at the top of the chat. No need to be shy. You said you're happy to debate. Let's go.
So, Dan, do you need like an AdSense account or anything before you can get monetized?
You do, yeah. You need to set up an AdSense account, yeah.
Yeah, because Dom, my friend, he's started getting now like he's got a lot of interest. He's got 200 subscribers on his channel and whatnot. You know, he's getting the adverts, and now he's been asked by Google to sign up for an AdSense account. You know, and he's like, oh, what do I do here? You know, and I said, I think this is like maybe the first stages. You might be able to get monetization now for your videos, Dom. You know, because he does all like things to do with the Bee Gees and graveyards, you know, random stuff really. And there's going to be some drone videos going up there soon as well.
Right.
Yeah. But we just wanted that clarification because neither of us were sure.
Yeah, no, you have to set up an AdSense.
Right.
You get a code in AdSense that you put into YouTube to link the two.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry, I just right, Tony. Listen, I'm not going to be live again until next Sunday. Sunday nights is my nights for being live. If you want to have a debate, then by all means you can come on a Sunday night. We, you know, on here, okay. I'm not, you know, we don't. It's not about taking a piss out of people on here. On Facebook, it's slightly different. If people want to hide, but you know, if people want to hide behind a message and call people out. I just say to them that you're being a cunt, right? End of. Yeah. If you've got an issue with anything that I do, then come on a Sunday night live stream from 8 o'clock, just after 8 o'clock. Okay. I do an hour, just after 10 o'clock, because I do 2 hours normally on the phone in on Skype, and then I do the panel like this. Okay. So by all means, come on. I'm more than happy to speak to people. I've asked a few people to come on, for example, and I already know that you follow the. I'm pretty sure you follow the Audit HQ page, who have tried calling me out, and I've invited them on. They've shit themselves and didn't want to come on. Okay, because I've asked them for proof of their allegations and they're bottled out. If you want to. If you want to come on and have a chat, then that's absolutely fine. I'll tell you what I'll do, Tony, right? Okay. I'm not sure if I've done it on the first picture, but the second picture, I did cover the face. So I'll go back and I will be respectful. Okay. I'll go back and I will. Yes, you've just asked, just let me explain myself. Okay. 3 times you've asked me. 4 times you asked me again and I won't do it. Okay. On one of the pictures that I put up, I covered the face of the child that was on there. Don't ask me again, Tony. I'm explaining to you. If you ask me again, it stays up. End of. Right. I covered the face on the second picture. On the first picture, I'm not entirely sure if I did. So I will go back and I will check that. And if it's not covered, I will delete that post. Okay, the other one's staying up. Okay, but if I've got one on there where I didn't blur or block the child's face out, then I will delete that one. Okay, but if you want to talk to me, then obviously be man enough to come and talk to me, because Audit HQ and the other pricks that come in the comments to give it the big one haven't got the bollocks to come on and talk to me face to face. So if you're going to be man enough to come and talk to me face to face, I will delete that post. How's that? Is that a fair deal? Is that a fair deal? Yes. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I will go and do it now. I will do it now, live on here. I'll go and double check. I'm not an arsehole. I'm a reasonable person. Okay. When people start fucking attacking me, however, then of course I'm going to get my back up. Do you know what I'm saying? So I am going to go and delete. All right. Tony, don't ask me again. I've just said to you, I'm just going to go and do it. Okay? If you ask me again, it's staying up. And I mean that. One more time, it stays up.
Dan, I've only seen the one, and you covered the picture of the child.
I'm going to go back through and have a look. I've got two there where the picture's covered. And I'm going through. Right. Okay. I do not have one with the face uncovered of the child that I'm aware of. It's not showing up on my timeline. If there is one that shows the face uncovered, then do me a favor and go and tag me in it, and I will remove it. But as far as I'm concerned, I've covered the face of the child, okay, in the two posts that are showing on my dashboard on Facebook. Okay, if I've got one up there that has got it covered, tag me in it, and I will immediately go and delete it. But other than that, they're covered. Therefore, I'm not doing anything wrong, and they're staying up.
You booted me, you fucker.
You fucked off, you prick.
I actually didn't fuck off. I was doing
You
something.
did, because I sat here for about 10 minutes calling you, and you fucking ignored me.
I actually didn't ignore you. I heard you, but I wasn't able to come to the phone right now. So yeah, I had to leave the message after the tone, but instead of doing that, you hung up. So anyway, what's been going on since I've been gone? I did hear some, but not all.
Sorry, I didn't realise I hadn't unmuted myself till Ed and just told me. I forgot it's bin day, and they come very, very early in the morning. Well, it might still be up when they come, actually. But they're pretty good. If I don't put them out, they'll come down the drive and drag them up for me. He's a nice guy.
Tony, I've just noticed a comment you've left on my posts, saying that it's you're pretty worried about me posting pictures of a 5-year-old child. You weirdo. How would you like it if I posted a picture of your child on Facebook? Well, if you've done what I've done and covered their face, then I've got no fucking issue with that. If you think covering the child's face because they are not the fucking focus of the post, you are. And if you think that makes me a weirdo, then if I was you, I'd suggest phoning the police and saying, "Hello, police. Somebody's upset my fee-fees because they've posted a picture about me and they've blocked out the face of my child or my grandchild." And they're going to say to you the same thing. They're going to go, and? Well, actually, they might not, because you work for the ambulance service. So they might turn around and say, "Oh, yes, okay, you're one of us, so we'll go and deal with them." Let them come round. Because
it's a non-crime in that case, isn't it?
Even the police come knocking at my door about a photo that I've posted on Facebook, I ain't taking it down. Told you that. If it shows the face, I'll take it down. Okay, because I might have done that in the heat of the moment. But I've looked back, 2 photos, both of them face covered of the child. Nobody can identify the child. So I'll tell you what, suck a fat one.
Hey, Dan, I think he needs that phone number.
Yeah, I think he does. Might even be his. Who knows? Right, I have a Discord service, Tony. It's just been posted in the comments. Want to come and talk on Discord? I'd rather talk on here on a live stream. I've got nothing to hide. If you want to talk in Discord privately, that to me tells me you've got something that you want to hide. I'm more than happy to talk on a live stream, exactly like I've said to everybody else. Come and talk to me on a live stream. Don't be scared. Don't be frightened. If you want to make me look a cunt, come and do it on a live stream in front of my subscribers. But guess what? No. Auditor Frauditor, it's on Facebook. It's on my profile if you want to go and have a look. Well, what are you going to do? Phone the police? Please do, because I've got some extra content.
Back.
I would love some extra content for my channel. That's fine. That's absolutely fine because the face is covered anyway. Look, as if Facebook or the police can do anything about that.
Well, Facebook won't do anything about it because you covered the kid's identity anyway. So therefore, the police ain't going to do shit, are they?
Well, police can be slightly different. The police might come and to check my thinking, but the police will get told exactly the same as everybody else. It's fucking staying up.
By the time it's been through, like him reporting it to his police force, then it gets transferred over to like Liverpool. You know, it could be fucking months.
Right, ego auditor forwarded. So this is how much I don't care about you or anybody else. That there. There you go. Police abusing powers. HTTPS www.facebook.com/police abusing powers. That is where the photos are. So if you want to go on there and then start making up stuff about, oh, this guy's a weirdo posting pictures of fucking kids. I'm not actually posting a picture of a kid. Tony seems to think I am, but I'm not. I've covered the kid's face because the kid's got nothing to do with it. So knock yourself out, mate. Knock yourself out. That's how bothered I am about people that want to come on here and troll and be difficult. Tony, it's covered. Nobody can see the child's face. It is staying. It is staying. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Fucking Christ, put some clothes on, Nathan.
My
Whoa.
bad. My bad.
You need to use
My
it.
absolute bad for that. My bad, seriously.
Dude. Seriously.
I'm sorry for that, ain't it? Literally.
What's that mob behind me? Tony, do yourself a favour, okay, and show a little bit of fucking respect, mate. All right? I've invited you on. Okay? I've invited you on to talk to me, fucking mano, okay? And now you're fucking abusing people. Who's that mob behind you?
Tony.
They're my fucking friends, mate. That's who they are.
Tell you something, mate, right? Hit me up in fucking Discord. DM me. I'll give you my fucking address. Come up and fucking say shit to us. Face to face, man or fucking man. Will say big girl then. Cut.
He won't.
No, he's not, because he's a fucking
None
pussy.
of them will. None of them
Talk shit
will.
about me. Don't give a fuck. Talk shit about them.
All right.
Bring it.
Hey, yo, damn, my bad.
Well said, DJ.
Damn.
Well
Can you hear
said,
me?
dude.
I can hear you.
Yeah, my bad for that. My bad.
No, all right, it was an accident. I was taking a piss when I was like, whoa. Do you know what I mean? I was just taking a piss. But
I know you were. But listen, I doubt people want to see, you know, what I've got.
But just to let you know, Nathan, the IMAC isn't working.
Hey?
What makes you say that, Roger? Yeah, as HE Media says, he might be wearing a hairy t-shirt. Is it? What's that wall? What's that fucking cashmere? Is it a cashmere t-shirt?
Wait, was the phone pointing up my boxes?
No, it was pointing upwards, thankfully. But it was very close. It was very.
Where was it pointing to?
It was pointing up at your chest. It was pointing at your top, at your torso. But it was very what's the word I'm thinking of? No, it was very insinuating of you know that maybe you was well, I can't say naked because you're covered in fucking hair like that, but yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. You're a fucking yeti, mate. End of.
Fuck you, you cunt.
American werewolf in London.
I've got your address. I'll go back to one of your lives. I'll get your address and I'll come down and see you face to face.
Fucking ginger werewolf in London.
Yep, and you know, I'll especially come down with those three in the back. I'll take them for it once.
Nathan, if you'd had your phone a bit lower, you could have been exposing yourself.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what it is? Because I've changed my fucking room around so the bed's not at the back door no more. So what it is I had to pull the bed out.
What's at your back door then? So what's at your back door then? If the bed's not there.
More hair.
There's nothing at the back door. Fuck you, you can't. Look, the back door's there. Look, that's the back door.
I don't want to see your back door. What the fuck's the matter with you? It's not this. That's not that kind of platform. It's not OnlyFans. It's
you cunt. Does that look like pornography to you? It's a fucking curtain, mate. You dirty shitbag.
Dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear. I'm thinking, to be honest, I'm thinking about wrapping this one up and nipping over onto Glenn's channel just for the last half hour. Yeah, he's still going. Yeah, he's fucking.
If you're gonna go on to Glenn's channel, I was gonna go on there as well for a bit. So.
No, I'm not going on Glenn's channel. I'm going on Glenn's channel. Good night.
Listen,
hope to see you next Sunday. Shut up. Right, shut up. I'm talking. Yeah, whatever. Tony,
I unmuted myself, you wanker.
Tony, I will see you with any luck.
You fucking muted me
next Sunday.
You're a
so
you're a chip.
Yeah, if you've got something to say, Tony, then by all means come see me next Sunday and we'll have a chat, mate. All right, simple as that.
Are you going to keep muting?
Sorry, have you got something to say, Vagina McVagina Face?
What? You're a fucking vagina face. Your face looks like one as well.
Oh.
Well, you know, that's the best you can come out with.
But wait, you're calling me vagina face, so listen, vaginas are fucking useful, though, mate. Remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, well, but there's a difference between looking like one that's been working hard and put away wet.
Shut up, Roger. No one was talking to
you. You fucking sickos.
It's a spicy.
Roger's being spicy. They all bully me. Can't do trailcrafts. You watch it. I get picked on by all these bastards.
I know, but you've got to give as good as you get when you've got Dan and Roger on. You know that.
Yeah, he does. I do give as good as I get. Trust me.
Do you know what? I will say this about Nathan. Okay, he takes it well. Okay, even without the lubrication, he takes it well.
You fucking. Oh yeah. By the way, I understand what you were saying now. In Laura's live, I understand exactly what you were saying about you said, how wide do you like it? You meant this in how fat do I like a dick up my arse, you cunt.
Why is it
exactly what you were saying?
Auditor for auditor. You're saying there's no point in coming on and debating. It's a pointless task. You wouldn't come on anyway. 2 days we've been inviting you on. 2 days you've come on and said fuck all. Okay, and now you're saying, all right, it's pointless coming on. Do you know what? That is so fucking retarded. That is like a fucking 5-year-old's argument. Oh, I'm not coming on now because there's no point. My dad's bigger than your dad's.
Auditor for auditor, you need to fucking grow up. Stop acting your fucking shoe size, you prick.
He ain't got no shoe size. It's tiny.
HE, mate. Hedden, nice. Yeah, thanks for jumping on, man. It's always nice to see you in the comments there.
Yeah, likewise, Paul. You stay safe out there, mate.
Yeah.
As
Princess Angela's just said, auditor frauditor, what is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Love it.
He
If
doesn't
you know, you know.
function. He just spouts shit.
So, guys, I'm going to call this. I'm going to wrap this one up on here, and I'm going to nip over onto Glenn's channel just for half an hour or so before I get to bed. And thank you, Tyrant, Chris.
Thank
nice
you.
to
Thanks
see
for
you.
letting me on. Thanks, everyone.
Mate, but it's a pleasure to have you on, brother. Janine, nice to see you. Roger, always a pleasure with yourself, young man.
I like the young bit.
Vagina face. I just don't know what to say to you.
Fuck you, you inbred cunt.
Thank you.
That's what I've got to go
suppose
say
that's
to
probably
you.
the best I can
Fucking
come out
inbred
with.
cunt.
But the rest of you guys in the chat, auditor, frauditor, night shit houses. Well, again, if you know, it's all very well saying it behind your faceless profile, but you're not even man enough to come on and let us hear your voice. You know what I mean? So you don't have to show your face, but you wouldn't even come on and fucking talk to us. And you call us a shit houses. Nice one. Well done, brother. Everyone else in the chat, much appreciated. Thanks for jumping on this impromptu live stream. Respect to every single one of you. I might, by the end of being Glenn's, have had too much alcohol again to put videos out tomorrow. But do you know what? It's not off. Shut up. I'm going to put. Let me talk. Let me talk. So
I've unmuted myself, dickhead.
I've got company, okay, as you can see, and it's not often I have company, so I'm enjoying myself. I don't know if they're enjoying themselves, so I've been on here for the last nearly 6 hours. You know what I mean? And they've just been sat there. They've just been sat there doing their job, which is moderating, and I love them for it. These
there's only 2 moderators on that fucking sofa. The other one isn't.
These girls, these girls are brilliant. Do you know what I mean?
Sonic's not a moderator.
Well, no. But Nathan, Sonic's been protected from the robots by the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to knight you first. You'll have to get on your knees, and I'll have to knight you with my pork sword.
I'm going to drop out down. I'll go and Glynn.
No worries. I will be over shortly. Everybody else.
Sonic, give us a kiss.
What Roger?
Dan O'Brien.
As well?
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to go over there as well. I know that cunt up there. And I'm going to go up there as well. And the cunt up the top of me.
Tyrant again. Phil, Paul, James, thank you all for joining us. Much love to you all, and I will see you soon.
Nathan, don't forget to drop me that message with your address on.
Yeah, I will do. By the way, Dan, just remember, when we go over to Glenn's, it's not your channel, so you can't fucking mute me, wank style.
I know that. Just remember when you get in contact with Janine, she wants you to drop her a message, not your fucking pants.